Chapter 3. The Personification of the Opposites. 1. Introduction. The alchemist's endeavors to unite the opposites culminate in the chemical marriage, the supreme act of union in which the work reaches its consummation. After the hostility of the four elements has been overcome, there still remains the last and most formidable opposition, which the alchemist expressed very aptly as the relationship between male and female. We are inclined to think of this primarily as the power of love, of passion, which drives the two opposite poles together, forgetting that such a vehement attraction is needed only when an equally strong resistance keeps them apart. Although enmity was put only between the serpent and the woman, Genesis 3:15, this curse nevertheless fell upon the relationship of the sexes in general. Eve was told, "Thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee." And Adam was told, "Cursed is the ground for thy sake, because thou hast hearkened unto the voice of thy wife." 3:16f. Primal guilt lies between them, an interrupted state of enmity, and this appears unreasonable only to our rational mind, but not to our psychic nature. Our reason is often influenced far too much by purely physical considerations, so that the union of the sexes seems to it the only sensible thing, and the urge for union the most sensible instinct of all. But if we conceive of nature in the higher sense as the totality of all phenomena, then the physical is only one of her aspects. The other is pneumatic or spiritual. The first has always been regarded as feminine, the second as masculine. The goal of the one is union, the goal of the other is discrimination. Because it overvalues the physical, our contemporary reason lacks spiritual orientation, that is, pneuma. The alchemists seem to have had an inkling of this, for how otherwise could they have come upon that strange myth of the country of the king of the sea, where only like pairs with like and the land is unfruitful? It was obviously a realm of innocent friendship, a kind of paradise or golden age, to which the philosophers, the representatives of the physical, felt obliged to put an end with their good advice. But what happened was not by any means a natural union of the sexes. On the contrary, it was a royal incest, a sinful deed that immediately led to imprisonment and death, and only afterwards restored the fertility of the country. As a parable, the myth is certainly ambiguous. Like alchemy in general, it can be understood spiritually as well as physically. Tam moralis quam chimica. The physical goal of alchemy was gold, the panacea, the elixir of life. The spiritual one was the rebirth of the spiritual light from the darkness of physis, healing self-knowledge, and the deliverance of the pneumatic body from the corruption of the flesh. A subtle feature of the Vigio Arisle is that the very one who is meditating a pairing of the sexes is king of the land of innocence. Thus the Rex Marinus says, "Truly I have a son and a daughter, and therefore I am king over my subjects, because they possess nothing of these things. Yet I have borne a son and a daughter in my brain." Hence the king is a potential traitor to the paradisal state of innocence, because he can generate in his head, and he is king precisely because he is capable of this sin against the previous state of innocence. Since he can be different from them, he is more than any of his subjects, and therefore rightly their king, although, from the physical standpoint, he is counted a bad ruler. Here again we see the contrast between alchemy and the prevailing Christian ideal of attempting to restore the original state of innocence by monasticism, and, later, by the celibacy of the priesthood. The conflict between worldliness and spirituality, latent in the love myth of mother and son, was elevated by Christianity to the mystic marriage of sponsus, Christ, and sponsa, Church, whereas the alchemists transposed it to the physical plane as the coniunctio of Sol and Luna. The Christian solution of the conflict is purely pneumatic, the physical relations of the sexes being turned into an allegory, or, quite illegitimately, into a sin that perpetuates and even intensifies the original one in the garden. Alchemy, on the other hand, exalted the most heinous transgression of the law, namely incest, into a symbol of the union of opposites, hoping in this way to bring back the golden age. For both trends, the solution lay in extrapolating the union of sexes into another medium. The one projected it into the spirit, the other into matter. But neither of them located the problem in the place where it arose, the soul of man. No doubt it would be tempting to assume that it was more convenient to shift such a supremely difficult question onto another plane and then represent it as having been solved. But this explanation is too facile and is psychologically false because it supposes that the problem was asked consciously, found to be painful, and consequently moved on to another plane. This stratagem accords with our modern way of thinking, but not with the spirit of the past, and there are no historical proofs of any such neurotic operation. Rather, does all the evidence suggest that the problem has always seemed to lie outside the psyche as known to us. Incest was the Hierosgamos of the gods, the mystic prerogative of kings, a priestly right, etc. In all these cases, we are dealing with an archetype of the collective unconscious which, as consciousness increased, exerted an ever greater influence on conscious life. It certainly seems today as if the ecclesiastical allegories of the bridegroom and bride, not to mention the now completely obsolete alchemical coniunctio, had become so faded that one meets with incest only in criminology and the psychopathology of sex. Freud's discovery of the Oedipus complex, a special instance of the incest problem in general, and its universal incidents have, however, reactivated this ancient problem, though mostly only for doctors interested in psychology. Even though laymen know very little about certain medical anomalies or have a wrong idea of them, this does not alter the facts any more than does the layman's ignorance of the actual percentage of cases of tuberculosis or psychosis. Today, the medical man knows that the incest problem is practically universal and that it immediately comes to the surface when the customary illusions are cleared away from the foreground. But mostly he knows only its pathological side and leaves it steeped in the odium of its name, without learning the lesson of history that the painful secret of the consulting room is merely the embryonic form of a perennial problem which, in the suprapersonal sphere of ecclesiastical allegory and in the early phases of natural science, created a symbolism of the utmost importance. Generally, he sees only the materia vilis et in via aiecta from the pathological side and has no idea of its spiritual implications. If he saw this, he could also perceive how the spirit that has disappeared returns in each of us in unseemly, indeed reprehensible guise, and in certain predisposed cases causes endless confusion and destruction in great things as in small. The psychopathological problem of incest is the aberrant natural form of the union of opposites, a union which has either never been made conscious at all as a psychic task, or, if it was conscious, has once more disappeared from view. The persons who enact the drama of this problem are man and woman, in alchemy king and queen, Sol and Luna. In what follows, I shall give an account of the way in which alchemy describes the symbolic protagonists of the supreme opposition. 2. Sol. In alchemy, the sun signifies first of all gold, whose sign it shares. But just as the philosophical gold is not the common gold, so the sun is neither just the metallic gold nor the heavenly orb. Sometimes the sun is an active substance hidden in the gold and is extracted as the tinctura rubea, red tincture. Sometimes, as the heavenly body, it is the possessor of magically effective and transformative rays. As gold in a heavenly body, it contains an active sulfur of a red color, hot and dry. Because of this red sulfur, the alchemical sun, like the corresponding gold, is red. As every alchemist knew, gold owes its red color to the admixture of Siu, copper, which he interpreted as Kypris, the Cyprian Venus, mentioned in Greek alchemy as the transformative substance. Redness, heat, and dryness are the classical qualities of the Egyptian Set, GK Typhon, the evil principle which, like the alchemical sulfur, is closely connected with the devil. And just as Typhon has his kingdom in the forbidden sea, so the sun, as Sol Centralis, has its sea, its crude perceptible water, and as Sol Coelestis, its subtle imperceptible water. This sea water, aqua pontica, is extracted from sun and moon. Unlike the Typhonian sea, the life-giving power of this water is praised, though this does not mean that it is invariably good. It is the equivalent of the two-faced Mercurius, whose poisonous nature is often mentioned. The Typhonian aspect of the active sun substance, of the red sulfur, of the water that does not make the hands wet, and of the sea water, should not be left out of account. The author of the Novum Lumen Chemicum cannot suppress a reference to the latter's paradoxical nature. Do not be disturbed because you sometimes find contradictions in my treatises, after the custom of the philosophers. These are necessary if you understand that no rose is found without thorns. The active sun substance also has favorable effects. As the so-called balsam, it drips from the sun and produces lemons, oranges, wine, and, in the mineral kingdom, gold. In man, the balsam forms the radical moisture from the sphere of the supracelestial waters. It is the shining or lucent body, which from man's birth enkindles the inner warmth, and from which come all the motions of the will and the principle of all appetition. It is a vital spirit, and it has its seat in the brain and its governance in the heart. In the Liber Platonis Quartorum, a Sabaean treatise, the spiritus animalis or solar sulfur is still a ministering spirit or familiar who can be conjured up by magical invocations to help with the work. From what has been said about the active sun substance, it should be clear that Sol in alchemy is much less a definite chemical substance than a virtus, a mysterious power believed to have a generative and transformative effect. Just as the physical sun lightens and warms the universe, so in the human body there is in the heart a sun-like arcanum from which life and warmth stream forth. Therefore Sol, says Dorn, is rightly named the first after God, and the father and begetter of all, because in him the seminal and formal virtue of all things whatsoever lies hid. This power is called sulfur. It is a hot, demonic principle of life, having the closest affinities with the sun in the earth, the central fire, or ignis gehennalis, fire of hell. Hence, there is also a sol niger, a black sun, which coincides with the nigredo and putrefactio, the state of death. Like Mercurius, Sol in alchemy is ambivalent. The miraculous power of the sun, says Dorn, is due to the fact that all the simple elements are contained in it, as they are in heaven and in the other heavenly bodies. We say that the sun is a single element, he continues, tacitly identifying it with the quintessence. This view is explained by a remarkable passage from the Mysterium coniunctionis. The philosophers maintain that the father of the gold and silver is the animating principal animal of earth and water, or man, or part of a man, such as hair, blood, menstruum, etc. The idea at the back of this is that primitive conception of a universal power of growth, healing, magic, and prestige, which is to be found as much in the sun as in men and plants, so that not only the sun, but man too, and especially the enlightened man, the adept, can generate the gold by virtue of this universal power. It was clear to Dorn, and to other alchemists as well, that the gold was not made by the usual chemical procedures, for which reason he called gold-making, chrysopoia, a miracle. The miracle was performed by a natura abscondita, hidden nature, a metaphysical entity perceived not with the outward eyes, but solely by the mind. It was infused from heaven, provided that the adept had approached as closely as possible to things divine, and at the same time had extracted from the substances the subtlest powers fit for the miraculous act. There is in the human body a certain ethereal substance which preserves its other elemental parts and causes them to continue, he says. This substance or virtue is hindered in its operations by the corruption of the body, but the philosophers, through a kind of divine inspiration, knew that this virtue and heavenly vigor can be freed from its fetters, not by its contrary, but by its like. Dorn calls it veritas. It is the supreme power, an unconquerable fortress, which hath but very few friends, and is besieged by innumerable enemies. It is defended by the immaculate Lamb, and signifies the heavenly Jerusalem in the inner man. In this fortress is the true and indubitable treasure, which is not eaten into by moths, nor dug out by thieves, but remaineth forever, and is taken hence after death. For Dorn, then, the spark of divine fire implanted in man becomes what Goethe in his original version of Faust called Faust's entelechy, which was carried away by the angels. This supreme treasure the animal man understandeth not. We are made like stones, having eyes and seeing not. After all this, we can say that the alchemical Sol, as a certain luminosity, quietum luminositas, is in many respects equal to the lumen naturae. This was the real source of illumination in alchemy, and from alchemy Paracelsus borrowed this same source in order to illuminate the art of medicine. Thus the concept of Sol has not a little to do with the growth of modern consciousness, which in the last 2 centuries has relied more and more on the observation and experience of natural objects. Sol, therefore, seems to denote an important psychological fact. Consequently, it is well worthwhile delineating its peculiarities in greater detail on the basis of the very extensive literature. Generally, Sol is regarded as the masculine and active half of Mercurius, a superordinate concept whose psychology I have discussed in a separate study. Since, in his alchemical form, Mercurius does not exist in reality, he must be an unconscious projection, and because he is an absolutely fundamental concept in alchemy, he must signify the unconscious itself. He is by his very nature the unconscious, where nothing can be differentiated, but as a spiritus vegetativus, living spirit, he is an active principle, and so must always appear in reality in differentiated form. He is therefore fittingly called duplex, both active and passive. The ascending, active part of him is called soul, and it is only through this that the passive part can be perceived. The passive part therefore bears the name of Luna, because she borrows her light from the sun. Mercurius demonstrably corresponds to the cosmic nu of the classical philosophers. The human mind is a derivative of this, and so likewise is the diurnal life of the psyche, which we call consciousness. Consciousness requires as its necessary counterpart a dark, latent, non-manifest side, the unconscious, whose presence can be known only by the light of consciousness. Just as the day star rises out of the nocturnal sea, so ontogenetically and phylogenetically, consciousness is born of unconsciousness and sinks back every night to this primal condition. This duality of our psychic life is the prototype and archetype of the Sol-Luna symbolism. So much did the alchemist sense the duality of his unconscious assumptions that in the face of all astronomical evidence, he equipped the sun with a shadow. The sun and its shadow bring the work to perfection. Michael Mayer, from whom this saying is taken, avoids the onus of explanation by substituting the shadow of the earth for the shadow of the sun in the 45th discourse of his Scrutinium. Evidently, he could not wholly shut his eyes to astronomical reality. But then he cites the classical saying of Hermes, "Sun, extract from the ray its shadow," thus giving us clearly to understand that the shadow is contained in the sun's rays, and hence could be extracted from them, whatever that might mean. Closely related to this saying is the alchemical idea of a black sun, often mentioned in the literature. This notion is supported by the self-evident fact that without light there is no shadow, so that, in a sense, the shadow too is emitted by the sun. For this physics requires a dark object interposed between the sun and the observer, a condition that does not apply to the alchemical soul, since occasionally it appears as black itself. It contains both light and darkness. For what, in the end, asks Meyer, is this sun without a shadow? The same as a bell without a clapper. While Sol is the most precious thing, its shadow is res velissima, or quid vilius alga, more worthless than seaweed. The antinomian thinking of alchemy counters every position with a negation and vice versa. Outwardly they are bodily things, but inwardly they are spiritual, says Senior. This view is true of all alchemical qualities, and each thing bears in itself its opposite. To the alchemical way of thinking, the shadow is no mere privatio lucis. Just as the bell and its clapper are of a tangible substantiality, so too are light and shadow. Only thus can the saying of Hermes be understood. In its entirety it runs, "Sun, extract from the ray its shadow, and the corruption that arises from the mists which gather about it, befoul it and veil its light, for it is consumed by necessity and by its redness." Here the shadow is thought of quite concretely. It is a mist that is capable not only of obscuring the sun, but of befouling it. Coinquinare, a strong expression. The redness, rubido, of the sun's light is a reference to the red sulfur in it, the active burning principle, destructive in its effects. In man, the natural sulfur, Dorn says, is identical with an elemental fire, which is the cause of corruption, and this fire is enkindled by an invisible sun unknown to many, that is, the sun of the philosophers. The natural sulfur tends to revert to its first nature, so that the body becomes sulphurous and fitted to receive the fire that corrupts man back to his first essence. The sun is evidently an instrument in the physiological and psychological drama of return to the prima materia, the death that must be undergone if man is to get back to the original condition of the simple elements and attain the incorrupt nature of the pre-worldly paradise. For Dorn, this process was spiritual and moral as well as physical. Sol appears here in a dubious, indeed a sulphurous light. It corrupts, obviously because of the sulfur it contains. Accordingly, Sol is the transformative substance, the prima materia as well as the gold tincture. The anonymous treatise De Arte Chymica distinguishes two parts or stages of the lapis. The first part is called the sol terrenus, earthly sun. Without the earthly sun, the work is not perfected. In the second part of the work, Sol is joined with Mercurius. On earth these stones are dead, and they do nothing unless the activity of man is applied to them. Consider the profound analogy of the gold. The ethereal heaven was locked to all men, so that all men had to descend into the underworld, where they were imprisoned forever. But Christ Jesus unlocked the gate of the heavenly Olympus, and threw open the realm of Pluto, that the souls might be freed, when the Virgin Mary, with the cooperation of the Holy Ghost, in an unutterable mystery and deepest sacrament, conceived in her virgin womb that which was most excellent in heaven and upon earth, and finally bore for us the Redeemer of the whole world, who by his overflowing goodness shall save all who are given up to sin, if only the sinner shall turn to him. But the Virgin remained incorrupt and inviolate. Therefore, not without good reason is Mercurius made equal to the most glorious and worshipful Virgin Mary. It is evident from this that the coniunctio of Sol and Mercurius is a Hierosgamos, with Mercurius playing the role of bride. If one does not find this analogy too offensive, one may ask oneself with equanimity whether the Arcanum of the Opus Alchymicum, as understood by the old masters, may not indeed be considered an equivalent of the dogmatic mystery. For the psychologist, the decisive thing here is the subjective attitude of the alchemist. As I have shown in Psychology and Alchemy, such a profession of faith is by no means unique. The metaphorical designation of Christ as soul in the language of the Church Fathers was taken quite literally by the alchemists and applied to their sol terrenus. When we remember that the alchemical soul corresponds psychologically to consciousness, the diurnal side of the psyche, we must add the Christ analogy to this symbolism. Christ appears essentially as the son of his mother bride. The role of the son does in fact devolve upon ego consciousness, since it is the offspring of the maternal unconscious. Now, according to the arch authority, the Tabula Smaragdina, Sol is the father of Mercurius, who in the above quotation appears as feminine and as the mother bride. In that capacity, Mercurius is identical with Luna, and via the Luna Mary Ecclesia symbolism, is equated with the Virgin. Thus the treatise Exercitations in Turbum says, "As blood is the origin of flesh, so is Mercurius the origin of Sol, and thus Mercurius is Sol and Sol is Mercurius. Sol is therefore father and son at once, and his feminine counterpart is mother and daughter in one person. Furthermore, Sol and Luna are merely aspects of the same substance that is simultaneously the cause and the product of both, namely Mercurius duplex, of whom the philosophers say that he contains everything that is sought by the wise." This train of thought is based on a quaternity. Although the soul symbolism is reminiscent of the dogmatic models, its basic schema is very different. For the dogmatic schema is a trinity embracing only the deity but not the universe. The alchemical schema appears to embrace only the material world, yet on account of its quaternary character, it comes near to being a representation of totality as exemplified in the symbol of the cross erected between heaven and earth. The cross is by implication the Christian totality symbol. As an instrument of torture, it expresses the sufferings on earth of the incarnate God, and as a quaternity, it expresses the universe, which also includes the material world. If we now add to this cruciform schema the four protagonists of the divine world drama, the Father as auctor rerum, the Son, his counterpart the devil, to fight whom he became man, and the Holy Ghost, we get the following quaternity. I will not discuss the various aspects of this quaternity more closely here, as I have already done so in a separate study. I mention it only for comparison with the alchemical one. Quaternities such as these are logical characteristics of Gnostic thinking, which Kopkin has aptly called circular. We have already met similar figures in our account of the opposites, which were often arranged in quaternities. The rhythm of both schemas is divided into 3 steps. The alchemical drama leads from below upwards, from the darkness of the earth to the winged spiritual filius macrocosmi and to the lux moderna. The Christian drama, on the other hand, represents the descent of the kingdom of heaven to earth. One has the impression of a mirror world, as if the God-man coming down from above, as in the Gnostic legend, were reflected in the dark waters of physis. The relation of the unconscious to the conscious mind is to a certain extent complementary, as elementary psychogenic symptoms and dreams caused by simple somatic stimuli prove. Hence the strange idea, taught for instance by Rudolf Steiner, that the hereafter possesses qualities complementary to those of this world. Careful observation and analysis show, however, that not all dreams can be regarded mechanically as mere complementary devices, but must be interpreted rather as attempts at compensation, though this does not prevent very many dreams from having, on a superficial view, a distinct complementary character. Similarly, we could regard the alchemical movement as a reflection of the Christian one. Kopkin makes a significant distinction between 2 aspects of Christ, the descending, incarnate God, and the ascending, Gnostic Christ who returns to the Father. We cannot regard the latter as the same as the alchemical filius regius, although Kopkin's schema offers an exact parallel to the alchemical situation. The Redeemer figure of alchemy is not commensurable with Christ. Whereas Christ is God and is begotten by the Father, the filius regius is the soul of nature, born of the world-creating logos, of the sapientia Dei sunk in matter. The filius regius is also a son of God, though of more distant descent and not begotten in the womb of the Virgin Mary, but in the womb of Mother Nature. He is a third sonship in the Basilidian sense. No traditional influences should be invoked in considering the conceptual structure of this filius. He is more an autochthonous product deriving from an unconscious, logical development of trends which had already reached the field of consciousness in the early Christian era, impelled by the same unconscious necessity as produced the later development of ideas. For, as our modern experience has shown, the collective unconscious is a living process that follows its own inner laws and gushes up like a spring at the appointed time. That it did so in alchemy in such an obscure and complicated way was due essentially to the great psychological difficulties of antinomian thinking, which continually came up against the demand for the logical consistency of the metaphysical figures and for their emotional absoluteness. The bonum super excedens of God allows no integration of evil. Although Nicholas Cusanus ventured the bold thought of the coincidentia oppositorum, its logical consequence, the relativity of the God concept, proved disastrous for Angelus Silesius, and only the withered laurels of the poet lie on his grave. He had drunk with Jacob Boehme at the fount of matter alchemia. The alchemists, too, became choked in their own confusions. Once again, therefore, it is the medical investigators of nature who, equipped with new means of knowledge, have rescued these tangled problems from projection by making them the proper subject of psychology. This could never have happened before, for the simple reason that there was no psychology of the unconscious. But the medical investigator, thanks to his knowledge of archetypal processes, is in the fortunate position of being able to recognize, in the abstruse and grotesque-looking symbolisms of alchemy, the nearest relatives of those serial fantasies which underlie the delusions of paranoid schizophrenia, as well as the healing processes at work in the psychogenic neuroses. The overweening contempt which other departments of science have for the apparently negligible psychic processes of pathological individuals should not deter the doctor in his task of helping and healing the sick. But he can help the sick psyche only when he meets it as the unique psyche of that particular individual, and when he knows its earthly and unearthly darknesses. He should also consider it just as important a task to defend the standpoint of consciousness, clarity, reason, and an acknowledged and proven good against the raging torrent that flows for all eternity in the darkness of the psyche, that leaves nothing unaltered and ceaselessly creates a past that can never be retrieved. He knows that there is nothing purely good in the realm of human experience, but also that for many people, it is better to be convinced of an absolute good and to listen to the voice of those who espouse the superiority of consciousness and unambiguous thinking. He may solace himself with the thought that one who can join the shadow to the light is the possessor of the greater riches, but he will not fall into the temptation of playing the lawgiver, nor will he pretend to be a prophet of the truth, for he knows that the sick, suffering, or helpless patient standing before him is not the public, but is Mr. or Mrs. X, and that the doctor has to put something tangible and helpful on the table, or he is no doctor. His duty is always to the individual, and he is persuaded that nothing has happened if this individual has not been helped. He is answerable to the individual in the first place, and to society only in the second. If he therefore prefers individual treatment to collective ameliorations, this accords with the experience that social and collective influences usually produce only a mass intoxication, and that only man's action upon man can bring about a real transformation. It cannot have escaped the alchemists that their soul had something to do with man. Thus Dorn says, "From the beginning man was sulfur. Sulfur is a destructive fire enkindled by the invisible sun, and this sun is the soul philosophorum, which is the much sought-after and highly praised philosophic gold, indeed the goal of the whole work." In spite of the fact that Dorn regards the sun and its sulfur as a kind of physiological component of the human body, it is clear that we are dealing with a piece of physiological mythology, i.e., a projection. In the course of our inquiry, we have often seen that, despite the complete absence of any psychology, the alchemical projections sketch a picture of certain fundamental psychological facts, and as it were, reflect them in matter. One of these fundamental facts is the primary pair of opposites, consciousness and unconsciousness, whose symbols are soul and luna. We know well enough that the unconscious appears personified. Mostly it is the anima, who in singular or plural form represents the collective unconscious. The personal unconscious is personified by the shadow. More rarely, the collective unconscious is personified as a wise old man. I am speaking here only of masculine psychology, which alone can be compared with that of the alchemists. It is still rarer for Luna to represent the nocturnal side of the psyche in dreams. But in the products of active imagination, the symbol of the moon appears much more often, as also does the sun, which represents the luminous realm of the psyche and our diurnal consciousness. The modern unconscious has little use for sun and moon as dream symbols. Illumination, a light dawns, it is becoming clear, etc., can be expressed just as well or even better in modern dreams by switching on the electric light. It is therefore not surprising if the unconscious appears in projected and symbolized form, as there is no other way by which it might be perceived. But this is apparently not the case with consciousness. Consciousness, as the essence of all conscious content, seems to lack the basic requirements for a projection. Properly understood, projection is not a voluntary happening. It is something that approaches the conscious mind from outside, a kind of sheen on the object, while all the time the subject remains unaware that he himself is the source of light which causes the cat's eye of the projection to shine. Luna is therefore conceivable as a projection, but Sol as a projection, since it symbolizes consciousness, seems at first glance a contradiction in terms, yet Sol is no less a projection than Luna. For just as we perceive nothing of the real sun but light and heat, and, apart from that, can know its physical constitution only by inference, so our consciousness issues from a dark body, the ego, which is the indispensable condition for all consciousness, the latter being nothing but the association of an object or a content with the ego. The ego, ostensibly the thing we know most about, is in fact a highly complex affair full of unfathomable obscurities. Indeed, one could even define it as a relatively constant personification of the unconscious itself, or as the Schopenhauerian mirror in which the unconscious becomes aware of its own face. All the worlds that have ever existed before man were physically there, but they were a nameless happening, not a definite actuality, for there did not yet exist that minimal concentration of the psychic factor, which was also present, to speak the word that outweighed the whole of creation. That is the world, and this is I. That was the first morning of the world, the first sunrise after the primal darkness, when that inchoately conscious complex, the ego, the son of the darkness, knowingly sundered subject and object, and thus precipitated the world and itself into definite existence, giving it and itself a voice and a name. The refulgent body of the sun is the ego and its field of consciousness, sol et eus umbra, light without and darkness within. In the source of light there is darkness enough for any amount of projections, for the ego grows out of the darkness of the psyche. In view of the supreme importance of the ego in bringing reality to light, we can understand why this infinitesimal speck in the universe was personified as the sun, with all the attributes that this image implies. As the medieval mind was incomparably more alive than ours to the divine quality of the sun, we may assume that the totality character of the sun image was implicit in all its allegorical or symbolic applications. Among the significations of the sun as totality, the most important was its frequent use as a god image, not only in pagan times but in the sphere of Christianity as well. Although the alchemists came very close to realizing that the ego was the mysteriously elusive arcane substance and the longed-for lapis, they were not aware that with their sun symbol they were establishing an intimate connection between God and the ego. As already remarked, projection is not a voluntary act. It is a natural phenomenon beyond the interference of the conscious mind and peculiar to the nature of the human psyche. If, therefore, it is this nature that produces the sun symbol, nature herself is expressing an identity of God and ego. In that case, only unconscious nature can be accused of blasphemy, but not the man who is its victim. It is the rooted conviction of the West that God and the ego are worlds apart. In India, on the other hand, their identity was taken as self-evident. It was the nature of the Indian mind to become aware of the world-creating significance of the consciousness manifested in man. The West, on the contrary, has always emphasized the littleness, weakness, and sinfulness of the ego, despite the fact that it elevated one man to the status of divinity. The alchemists at least suspected man's hidden godlikeness, and the intuition of Angelus Silesius finally expressed it without disguise. The East resolves these confusing and contradictory aspects by merging the ego, the personal Atman, with the universal Atman, and thus explaining the ego as the veil of Maya. The Western alchemist was not consciously aware of these problems, but when his unspoken assumptions and his symbols reached the plane of conscious gnosis, as was the case with Angelus Silesius, it was precisely the littleness and lowliness of the ego that impelled him to recognize its identity with its extreme opposite. It was not the arbitrary opinions of deranged minds that gave rise to such insights, but rather the nature of the psyche itself, which, in East and West alike, expresses these truths either directly or clothed in transparent metaphors. This is understandable when we realize that a world-creating quality attaches to human consciousness as such. In saying this, we violate no religious convictions, for the religious believer is at liberty to regard man's consciousness, through which, as it were, a second world creation was enacted, as a divine instrument. I must point out to the reader that these remarks on the significance of the ego might easily prompt him to charge me with grossly contradicting myself. He will perhaps remember that he has come across a very similar argument in my other writings. Only there it was not a question of ego, but of the self, or rather of the personal Atman in contradistinction and in relation to the suprapersonal Atman. I have defined the self as the totality of the conscious and the unconscious psyche, and the ego as the central reference point of consciousness. It is an essential part of the self, and can be used pars pro toto when the significance of consciousness is borne in mind. But when we want to lay emphasis on the psychic totality, it is better to use the term self. There is no question of a contradictory definition, but merely of a difference of standpoint. 3. Sulfur. Because of the singular role it plays in alchemy, sulfur deserves to be examined rather more closely. The first point of interest, which we have already touched on, is its relation to soul. It was called the prima materia of soul, soul being naturally understood as the gold. As a matter of fact, sulfur was sometimes identified with gold. Soul therefore derives from sulfur. The close connection between them explains the view that sulfur was the companion of Luna. When the gold, Sol, and his bride, Luna, are united, the coagulating sulfur, which in the corporal gold was turned outwards, extraversion, is turned inwards, i.e., introverted. This remark indicates the psychic double nature of sulfur, sulfur duplex. There is a red and a white sulfur, the white being the active substance of the moon, the red that of the sun. The specific virtue of sulfur is said to be greater in the red variety, but its duplicity also has another meaning. On the one hand, it is the prima materia, and in this form it is burning and corrosive, adurans, and hostile to the matter of the stone. On the other hand, when cleansed of all impurities, it is the matter of our stone. Altogether, sulfur is one of the innumerable synonyms for the prima materia in its dual aspect, as both the initial material and the end product. At the beginning it is crude or common sulfur. At the end it is a sublimation product of the process. Its fiery nature is unanimously stressed, though this fieriness does not consist merely in its combustibility, but in its occult fiery nature. As always, an allusion to occult qualities means that the material in question was the focus of projections which lent it a numinous significance. In keeping with its dual nature, sulfur is on the one hand corporal and earthly, and on the other an occult spiritual principle. As an earthly substance it comes from the fatness of the earth, by which was meant the radical moisture as prima materia. Occasionally it is called sinus extractus a cinere, ash extracted from ash. Ash is an inclusive term for the scoriae left over from burning, the substance that remains below, a strong reminder of the chthonic nature of sulfur. The red variety is thought of as masculine, and under this aspect it represents the gold or Sol. As a chthonic being, it has close affinities with the dragon, which is called our secret sulfur. In that form, it is also the aqua divina, symbolized by the Ouroboros. These analogies often make it difficult to distinguish between sulfur and mercurius, since the same thing is said of both. This is our natural, most sure fire, our mercurius, our sulfur, says the Tractatus Aureus de Lapide. In the turba quicksilver is a fiery body that behaves in exactly the same way as sulfur. For Paracelsus sulfur, together with sal, salt, is the begetter of Mercurius, who is born of the sun and moon. Or it is found in the depths of the nature of Mercurius, or it is of the nature of Mercurius, or sulfur and Mercurius are brother and sister. Sulfur is credited with Mercurius's power to dissolve, kill, and bring metals to life. This intimate connection with Mercurius makes it evident that sulfur is a spiritual or psychic substance of universal import, of which nearly everything may be said that is said of Mercurius. Thus sulfur is the soul not only of metals but of all living things. In the Tractatus Aureus, it is equated with nostra anima, our soul. The turba says, the sulfurs are souls that were hidden in the four bodies. Paracelsus likewise calls sulfur the soul. In Melius, sulfur produces the ferment or soul which gives life to the imperfect body. The Tractatus Microrus says, until the green sun appears, who is its soul, which the philosophers have called the green bird and bronze and sulfur. The soul is also described as the hidden part, occultum, of the sulfur. In the sphere of Christian psychology, green has a spermatic, procreative quality, and for this reason it is the color attributed to the Holy Ghost as the creative principle. Accordingly, Dorn says, the male and universal seed, the first and most potent, is the solar sulfur, the first part and most potent cause of all generation. It is the life spirit itself. In his De Tenebris Contra Naturam, Dorn says, we have said before that the life of the world is the light of nature and the celestial sulfur, whose substrate subiectum is the etheric moisture and the heat of the firmament, namely Sol and Luna. Sulfur has here attained cosmic significance and is equated with the light of nature, the supreme source of knowledge for the natural philosophers. But this light does not shine unhindered, says Dorn. It is obscured by the darkness of the elements in the human body. For him, therefore, sulfur is a shining, heavenly being. Though this sulfur is a sun who comes from imperfect bodies, he is ready to put on the white and purple garments. In Ripley, he is a spirit of generative power who works in the moisture. In the treatise De Sulfure, he is the virtue of all things and the source of illumination and of all knowledge. He knows, in fact, everything. In view of the significance of sulfur, it is worth our while to take a look at its effects as described by the alchemists. Above all, it burns and consumes. The little power of this sulfur is sufficient to consume a strong body. The strong body is the sun, as is clear from the saying, sulfur blackens the sun and consumes it. Then it causes or signifies the putrefactio, which in our day was never seen, says the Rosarium. A third capacity is that of coagulating, and a fourth and fifth those of tincturing, tinger, colorar, and maturing, maturar. Its putrefying effect is also understood as its ability to corrupt. Sulfur is the cause of imperfection in all metals, the corrupter of perfection, causing the blackness in every operation. Too much sulphurousness is the cause of corruption. It is bad and not well mixed, of an evil, stinking odor and of feeble strength. Its substance is dense and tough, and its corruptive action is due on the one hand to its combustibility and on the other to its earthy feculence. It hinders perfection in all its works. These unfavorable accounts evidently impressed one of the adepts so much that in a marginal note he added diabolus to the causae corruptionis. This remark is illuminating. It forms the counterpoint to the luminous role of sulfur, for sulfur is a Lucifer or phosphorus, light bringer, from the most beautiful star in the chymic firmament down to the candelulae, little bits of sulphurous tow such as old women sell for lighting fires. In addition to so many other qualities, sulfur shares this extreme paradox with Mercurius, besides having like him a connection with Venus, though here the illusion is veiled and more discreet. Our Venus is not the common sulfur, which burns and is consumed with the combustion of the fire and of the corruption, but the whiteness of the Venus of the sages is consumed with the combustion of the white and the red, albedinus et rubidinus, and this combustion is the entire whitening, dielbatio, of the whole work. Therefore 2 sulfurs are mentioned and 2 quicksilvers, and these the philosophers have named one and one, and they rejoice in one another, and the one contains the other. Another allusion to Venus occurs in one of the parables in De Sulfur, about an alchemist who is seeking the sulfur. His quest leads him to the grove of Venus, and there he learns through a voice, which later turns out to be Saturn's, that sulfur is held a prisoner at the command of his own mother. He is praised as the artificer of 1,000 things, as the heart of all things, as that which endows living things with understanding, as the begetter of every flower and blossom on herb and tree, and finally as the painter of all colors. This might well be a description of Eros. In addition, we learn that he was imprisoned because in the view of the alchemists he had shown himself too obliging towards his mother. Although we are not told who his mother was, we may conjecture that it was Venus herself who shut up her naughty Cupid. This interpretation is corroborated by the fact, firstly, that sulfur, unknown to the alchemist, was in the grove of Venus. Woods, like trees, have a maternal significance. Secondly, that Saturn introduced himself as the governor of the prison, and all alchemists with knowledge of astrology would have been familiar with the secret nature of Saturn. Thirdly, that after the disappearance of the voice, the alchemist, falling asleep, saw in the same grove a fountain and near it the personified sulfur. And finally, that the vision ends with the chemical embrace in the bath. Here Venus is undoubtedly the amor sapientiae who puts a check on sulfur's roving charms. The latter may well derive from the fact that his seat in the Ouroboros is in the tail of the dragon. Sulfur is the masculine element par excellence, the sperma homogeneum, and since the dragon is said to impregnate himself, his tail is the masculine and his mouth the feminine organ. Like Bea, who engulfed her brother in her own body and dissolved him into atoms, the dragon devours himself from the tail upwards until his whole body has been swallowed into his head. Being the inner fire of Mercurius, sulfur obviously partakes of his most dangerous and most evil nature, his violence being personified in the dragon and the lion, and his concupiscence in Hermes Kylenios. The dragon whose nature sulfur shares is often spoken of as the dragon of Babel, or more accurately the dragon's head, caput draconis, which is a most pernicious poison, a poisonous vapor breathed out by the flying dragon. The dragon's head comes with great swiftness from Babylon. However, the winged dragon that stands for Quicksilver becomes a poison-breathing monster only after its union with the wingless dragon, which corresponds to sulfur. Sulfur here plays an evil role that accords well with the sinful Babel. Furthermore, this dragon is equated with the human-headed serpent of paradise, which had the imago et similitudo Dei in its head, this being the deeper reason why the dragon devours its hated body. His head lives in eternity, and therefore it is called glorious life, and the angels serve him. This is a reference to Matthew 4:11. Then the devil leaveth him, and behold, angels came and ministered unto him. Hence we get the parallel of the dragon's head with Christ, corresponding to the Gnostic view that the Son of the highest divinity took on the form of the serpent in paradise in order to teach our first parents the faculty of discrimination, so that they should see that the work of the demiurge was imperfect. As the son of the 7 planets, the dragon is clearly the filius macrocosmi, and as such, a parallel figure to Christ, and at the same time his rival. The dragon's head contains the precious stone, which means that consciousness contains the symbolic image of the self, and just as the lapis unites the opposites, so the self assimilates contents of consciousness and the unconscious. This interpretation fully accords with the traditional significance of the dragon's head as a favorable omen. From what has been said, it should be evident that sulfur is the essence of an active substance. It is the spirit of the metals, forming with quicksilver, the other spirit of nature, the 2 principles and the matter of the metals, since these 2 principles are themselves metals in potentia. Together with Mercurius, it also forms the lapis. In fact, it is the heart of all things and the virtue of all things. Enumerating, along with water and moisture, the synonyms for the lapis as the whole secret and life of all things whatsoever, the Mysterium coniunctionis says, "The oil that takes up the color, that is, the radiance of the sun, is itself sulfur." Melius compares it to the rainbow. The sulfur shines like the rainbow above the waters. The bow of Isis stands half on the pure, liquid, and flowing water, and half on the earth. Hence the whole property of sulfur and its natural likeness are expressed by the rainbow. Thus sulfur, so far as it is symbolized by the rainbow, is a divine and wonderful experience. A few lines further on, after mentioning sulfur as one of the components of the water, Melius writes that Mercurius, i.e., the water, must be cleansed by distillation from all foulness of the earth, and then Lucifer, the impurity and the accursed earth, will fall from the golden heaven. Lucifer, the most beautiful of the angels, becomes the devil, and sulfur is of the earth's foulness. Here, as in the case of the dragon's head, the highest and the lowest are close together. Although a personification of evil, sulfur shines above earth and water with the splendor of the rainbow, a natural vessel of divine transformation. From all this, it is apparent that for the alchemists, sulfur was one of the many synonyms for the mysterious, transformative substance. This is expressed most plainly in the turba. Therefore roast it for 7 days, until it becomes shining like marble, because, when it does, it is a very great secret Arcanum, since sulfur has been mixed with sulfur, and thereby is the greatest work accomplished by mutual affinity, because natures meeting their nature mutually rejoice. It is a characteristic of the arcane substance to have everything it needs. It is a fully autonomous being, like the dragon that begets, reproduces, slays, and devours itself. It is questionable whether the alchemists, who were anything but consistent thinkers, ever became fully conscious of what they were saying when they used such images. If we take their words literally, they would refer to an increatum, a being without beginning or end, and in need of no second. Such a thing can by definition only be God himself, but a God, we must add, seen in the mirror of physical nature and distorted past recognition. The one for which the alchemists strove corresponds to the res simplex, which the Liber Quartorum defines as God. This reference, however, is unique, and in view of the corrupt state of the text, I would not like to labor its significance, although Dorn's speculations about the one and the unarius are closely analogous. The turba continues, and yet they are not different natures, nor several, but a single one, which unites their powers in itself, through which it prevails over the other things. See you not that the Master has begun with the one and ended with the one? For he has named those unities the water of the sulfur, which conquers the whole of nature. The peculiarity of sulfur is also expressed in the paradox that it is incremabile, incombustible, ash extracted from ash. Its effects as aqua sulfurea are infinite. The Mysterium coniunctionis says, "Our sulfur is not the common sulfur, which is usually said of the philosophical gold." Paracelsus, in his Liber Azoth, describes sulfur as lignum, wood, the linea vitae, line of life, and fourfold, to correspond with the four elements. The spirit of life is renewed from it. Of the philosophical sulfur, Melius says that such a thing is not to be found on earth except in Sol and Luna, and it is known to no man unless revealed to him by God. Dorn calls it the son begotten of the imperfect bodies, who, when sublimated, changes into the highly esteemed salt of four colors. In the Tractatus Micraris, it is even called the treasure of God. These references to sulfur as the arcane and transformative substance must suffice. I would only like to stress Paracelsus' remark about its fourfold nature, and that of his pupil Dorn about the four colors as symbols of totality. The psychic factor, which appears in projection in all similarly characterized arcane substances, is the unconscious self. It is on this account that the well-known Christ Lapis parallel reappears again and again, as for instance in the above-mentioned parable of the adept's adventure in the Grove of Venus. As we saw, he fell asleep after having a long and instructive conversation with the voice of Saturn. In his dream, he beholds the figures of two men by the fountain in the grove, one of them Sulphur, the other Sal. A quarrel arises, and Sal gives Sulphur an incurable wound. Blood pours from it in the form of whitest milk. As the adept sinks deeper into sleep, it changes into a river. Diana emerges from the grove and bathes in the miraculous water. A prince, Sol, passing by, espies her. They are inflamed for love of one another, and she falls down in a swoon and sinks beneath the surface. The prince's retinue refuse to rescue her for fear of the perilous water, whereupon the prince plunges in and is dragged down by her to the depths. Immediately their souls appear above the water and explain to the adept that they will not go back into bodies so polluted, and are glad to be quit of them. They would remain afloat until the fogs and clouds have disappeared. At this point, the adept returns to his former dream, and with many other alchemists he finds the corpse of Sulphur by the fountain. Each of them takes a piece and operates with it, but without success. We learn further that sulfur is not only the medicina, but also the medicus, the wounded physician. Sulfur suffers the same fate as the body that is pierced by the lance of Mercurius. In Reusner's Pandora, the body is symbolized as Christ, the second Adam, pierced by the lance of a mermaid, or a Lilith or Edom. This analogy shows that sulfur as the arcane substance was set on a par with Christ, so that for the alchemists it must have meant something very similar. We would turn away in disgust from such an absurdity were it not obvious that this analogy, sometimes in clear and sometimes in veiled form, was thrust upon them by the unconscious. Certainly there could be no greater disparity than that between the holiest conception known to man's consciousness and sulfur with its evil-smelling compounds. The analogy, therefore, is in no sense evidential, but can only have arisen through intense and passionate preoccupation with the chemical substance, which gradually formed a tertium comparationis in the alchemist's mind and forced it upon him with the utmost insistence. The common denominator of these two utterly incommensurable conceptions is the self, the image of the whole man, which reached its finest and most significant development in the ecce homo, and on the other hand appears as the meanest, most contemptible, and most insignificant thing, and manifests itself to consciousness precisely in that guise. As it is a concept of human totality, the self is by definition greater than the ego-conscious personality, embracing besides this the personal shadow and the collective unconscious. Conversely, the entire phenomenon of the unconscious appears so unimportant to ego-consciousness that we would rather explain it as a privatio lucis than allow it an autonomous existence. In addition, the conscious mind is critical and mistrustful of everything hailing from the unconscious, convinced that it is suspect and somehow dirty. Hence, the psychic phenomenology of the self is as full of paradoxes as the Hindu conception of the Atman, which on the one hand embraces the universe and on the other dwells, no bigger than a thumb, in the heart. The Eastern idea of Atman Purusha corresponds psychologically to the Western figure of Christ, who is the second person of the Trinity and God himself. but, so far as his human existence is concerned, conforms exactly to the suffering servant of God in Isaiah, from his birth in a stable among the animals to his shameful death on the cross between two thieves. The contrast is even sharper in the Nicene picture of the Redeemer, as reported by Hippolytus. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, and be ye lift up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. This is the wonder of wonders. For who, saith he, the Nicene, is this King of glory? A worm and no man, a reproach of men, and despised of the people. This same is the King, and mighty in battle. But the battle, say the Nicenes, refers to the warring elements in the body. This association of the passage from the Psalms with the idea of conflict is no accident, for psychological experience shows that the symbols of the self appear in dreams and in active imagination at moments of violent collision between two opposite points of view, as compensatory attempts to mitigate the conflict and make enemies friends. Therefore the Lapis, which is born of the dragon, is extolled as a savior and mediator, since it represents the equivalent of a redeemer sprung from the unconscious. The Christ-Lapis parallel vacillates between mere analogy and far-reaching identity, but in general it is not thought out to its logical conclusion, so that the dual focus remains. This is not surprising, since even today most of us have not got round to understanding Christ as the psychic reality of an archetype, regardless of his historicity. I do not doubt the historical reality of Jesus of Nazareth, but the figure of the Son of Man and of Christ the Redeemer has archetypal antecedents. It is these that form the basis of the alchemical analogies. As investigators of nature, the alchemists showed their Christian attitude by their pistis in the object of their science, and it was not their fault if in many cases the psyche proved stronger than the chemical substance and its well-guarded secrets by distorting the results. It was only the acuter powers of observation in modern man which showed that weighing and measuring provided the key to the locked doors of chemical combination, after the intuition of the alchemists had stressed for centuries the importance of measure, number, and weight. The prime and most immediate experience of matter was that it is animated, which for medieval man was self-evident. Indeed, every Mass, every rite of the Church, and the miraculous effect of relics all demonstrated for him this natural and obvious fact. The French Enlightenment and the shattering of the metaphysical view of the world were needed before a scientist like Lavoisier had the courage finally to reach out for the scales. To begin with, however, the alchemists were fascinated by the soul of matter, which, unknown to them, it had received from the human psyche by way of projection. For all their intensive preoccupation with matter as a concrete fact, they followed this psychic trail, which was to lead them into a region that, to our way of thinking, had not the remotest connection with chemistry. Their mental labors consisted in a predominantly intuitive apprehension of psychic facts, the intellect playing only the modest role of a famulus. The results of this curious method of research proved, however, to be beyond the grasp of any psychology for several centuries. If one does not understand a person, one tends to regard him as a fool. The misfortune of the alchemists was that they themselves did not know what they were talking about. Nevertheless, we possess witnesses enough to the high esteem in which they held their science, and to the wonderment which the mystery of matter instilled into them. For they discovered, to keep to sulfur as our example, in this substance, which was one of the customary attributes of hell and the devil, as well as in the poisonous, crafty, and treacherous Mercurius, an analogy with the most sacrosanct figure of their religion. They therefore imbued this arcanum with symbols intended to characterize its malicious, dangerous, and uncanny nature, choosing precisely those which in the positive sense were used for Christ in the patristic literature. These were the snake, the lion, the eagle, fire, cloud, shadow, fish, stone, the unicorn and the rhinoceros, the dragon, the night raven, the man encompassed by a woman, the hen, water, and many others. This strange usage is explained by the fact that the majority of the patristic allegories have, in addition to their positive meaning, a negative one. Thus in St. Eucherius, the rapacious wolf, in its good part, signifies the Apostle Paul, but in its bad part, the devil. From this we would have to conclude that the alchemists had discovered the psychological existence of a shadow which opposes and compensates the conscious, positive figure. For them, the shadow was in no sense a privatia lucis. It was so real that they even thought they could discern its material density, and this concretism led them to attribute to it the dignity of being the matrix of an incorruptible and eternal substance. In the religious sphere, this psychological discovery is reflected in the historical fact that only with the rise of Christianity did the devil, the eternal counterpart of Christ, assume his true form, and that the figure of Antichrist appears on the scene already in the New Testament. It would have been natural for the alchemists to suppose that they had lured the devil out of the darkness of matter. There were indeed indications of this, as we have seen, but they are exceptions. Far more prevalent and truly characteristic of alchemy was the optimistic notion that this creature of darkness was destined to be the medicina, as is proved by the use of the term medicina et medicus for the untrustworthy sulfur. The very same appellation appears as an allegory of Christ in St. Ambrose. The Greek word poison and antidote is indicative of this ambivalence. In our parable of the sulfur, the river of most dangerous water, which caused so many deaths, is analogous to the water from the side of Christ and the streams that flowed from his belly. What in one place is a river of grace is a deadly poison in another, harboring within it, however, the potentialities of healing. This is not mere euphemism or propitiatory optimism, but rather an intuitive perception of the compensating effect of the counterposition in the unconscious, which should not be understood dualistically as an absolute opposite, but as a helpful though nonetheless dangerous complement to the conscious position. Medical experience shows that the unconscious is indeed actuated by a compensatory tendency, at any rate in normal individuals. In the domain of pathology, I believe I have observed cases where the tendency of the unconscious would have to be regarded by all human standards as essentially destructive. But it may not be out of place to reflect that the self-destruction of what is hopelessly inefficient or evil can be understood in a higher sense as another attempt at compensation. There are murderers who feel that their execution is condign punishment, and suicides who go to their death in triumph. So although the alchemists failed to discover the hidden structure of matter, they did discover that of the psyche, even if they were scarcely conscious of what this discovery meant. Their naive Christ-Lapis parallel is at once a symbolization of the chemical arcanum and of the figure of Christ. The identification or paralleling of Christ with a chemical factor, which was in essence a pure projection from the unconscious, has a reactive effect on the interpretation of the Redeemer. For if A, Christ equals B, Lapis, and B equals C, an unconscious content, then A equals C. Such conclusions need not be drawn consciously in order to be made effective. Given the initial impulse, as provided for instance by the Christ-Lapis parallel, the conclusion will draw itself even though it does not reach consciousness, and it will remain the unspoken, spiritual property of the school of thought that first hit upon the equation. Not only that, it will be handed down to the heirs of that school as an integral part of their mental equipment, in this case the natural scientists. The equation had the effect of channeling the religious numen into physical nature and ultimately into matter itself, which in its turn had the chance to become a self-subsistent, metaphysical principle. In following up their basic thoughts, the alchemists, as I have shown in Psychology and Alchemy, logically opposed to the son of the spirit, a son of the earth and of the stars, or metals, and to the son of man, or filius microcosmi, a filius macrocosmi, thus unwittingly revealing that in alchemy there was an autonomous principle which, while it did not replace the spirit, nevertheless existed in its own right. Although the alchemists were more or less aware that their insights and truths were of divine origin, they knew they were not sacred revelations, but were vouchsafed by individual inspiration or by the lumen naturae, the sapientia Dei, hidden in nature. The autonomy of their insights showed itself in the emancipation of science from the domination of faith. Human intolerance and short-sightedness are to blame for the open conflict that ultimately broke out between faith and knowledge. Conflict or comparison between incommensurables is impossible. The only possible attitude is one of mutual toleration, for neither can deprive the other of its validity. Existing religious beliefs have, besides their supernatural foundation, a basis in psychological facts whose existence is as valid as those of the empirical sciences. If this is not understood on one side or the other, it makes no difference to the facts, for these exist whether man understands them or not, and whoever does not have the facts on his side will sooner or later have to pay the price. With this, I would like to conclude my remarks on sulfur. This arcane substance has provided occasion for some general reflections, which are not altogether fortuitous, in that sulfur represents the active substance of the sun, or, in psychological language, the motive factor in consciousness. On the one hand, the will, which can best be regarded as a dynamism subordinated to consciousness, and on the other hand, compulsion, an involuntary motivation or impulse ranging from mere interest to possession proper. The unconscious dynamism would correspond to sulfur, for compulsion is the great mystery of human life. It is the thwarting of our conscious will and of our reason by an inflammable element within us, appearing now as a consuming fire and now as life-giving warmth. The causa efficiens et finalis of this lack of freedom lies in the unconscious and forms that part of the personality which still has to be added to the conscious man in order to make him whole. At first sight, it is but an insignificant fragment, a lapis excellis, in via iectis, and often inconvenient and repellent, because it stands for something that demonstrates quite plainly our secret inferiority. This aspect is responsible for our resistance to psychology in general and to the unconscious in particular. But together with this fragment, which could round out our consciousness into a whole, there is in the unconscious an already existing wholeness, the homo totus of the Western and the Chenyan, true man of Chinese alchemy, the round primordial being who represents the greater man within, the anthropos who is akin to God. This inner man is of necessity partly unconscious, because consciousness is only part of a man and cannot comprehend the whole. But the whole man is always present, for the fragmentation of the phenomenon man is nothing but an effect of consciousness, which consists only of supraliminal ideas. No psychic content can become conscious unless it possesses a certain energy charge. If this falls, the content sinks below the threshold and becomes unconscious. The possible contents of consciousness are then sorted out, as the energy charge separates those capable of becoming conscious from those that are not. This separation gives rise on the one hand to consciousness, whose symbol is the sun, and on the other hand to the shadow, corresponding to the umbra solis. Compulsion, therefore, has two sources, the shadow and the anthropos. This is sufficient to explain the paradoxical nature of sulfur. As the corrupter, it has affinities with the devil, while on the other hand it appears as a parallel of Christ. 4. Luna. A. The significance of the moon. Luna, as we have seen, is the counterpart of Sol, cold, moist, feebly shining or dark, feminine, corporeal, passive. Accordingly, her most significant role is that of a partner in the coniunctio. As a feminine deity, her radiance is mild, she is the lover. Pliny calls her a womanly and gentle star. She is the sister and bride, mother and spouse of the sun. To illustrate the sun-moon relationship, the alchemists often made use of the Song of Songs, canticles, as in the confabulation of the lover with the beloved in Aurora Consurgens. In Athens, the day of the new moon was considered favorable for celebrating marriages, and it still is an Arabian custom to marry on this day. Sun and moon are marriage partners who embrace on the 28th day of the month. According to these ancient ideas, the moon is a vessel of the sun. She is a universal receptacle, of the sun in particular, and she was called infundibulum terrae, the funnel of the earth, because she receives and pours out the powers of heaven. Again, it is said that the moisture of the moon, lunaris humor, takes up the sunlight, or that Luna draws near to the sun in order to extract from him, as from a fountain, universal form and natural life. She also brings about the conception of the universal seed of the sun in the quintessence, in the belly and womb of nature. In this respect, there is a certain analogy between the moon and the earth, as stated in Plutarch and Macrobius. Aurora Consurgens says that the earth made the moon, and here we should remember that Luna also signifies silver. But the statements of the alchemists about Luna are so complex that one could just as well say that silver is yet another synonym or symbol for the Arcanum Luna. Even so, a remark like the one just quoted may have been a reference to the way in which ore was supposed to have been formed in the earth. The earth receives the powers of the stars, and in it the sun generates the gold, etc. The Aurora Consurgens therefore equates the earth with the bride. I am that land of the holy promise, or at any rate it is in the earth that the Hierosgamos takes place. Earth and moon coincide in the albedo, for on the one hand the sublimated or calcined earth appears as terra alba foliata, the sought for good like whited snow, and on the other hand Luna, as mistress of the albedo, is the femina alba of the coniunctio and the mediatrix of the whitening. The lunar sulfur is white, as already mentioned. The plenilunium, full moon, appears to be especially important. When the moon shines in her fullness, the rabid dog, the danger that threatens the divine child, is chased away. In Senior, the full moon is the arcane substance. In ancient tradition, Luna is the giver of moisture and ruler of the water sign Cancer. Meyer says that the umbra solis cannot be destroyed unless the sun enters the sign of Cancer, but that Cancer is the house of Luna, and Luna is the ruler of the moistures, juice, sap, etc. According to Aurora Consurgens Tigd, she is herself the water, the bountiful nurse of the dew. Rahner, in his Mysterium Lunae, shows the extensive use which the Church Fathers made of the allegory of the moon dew in explaining the effects of grace in the ecclesiastical sacraments. Here again, the patristic symbolism exerted a very strong influence on the alchemical allegories. Luna secretes the dew or sap of life. This Luna is the sap of the water of life, which is hidden in Mercurius. Even the Greek alchemists supposed there was a principle in the moon, which Christianos calls the ichor of the philosopher. The relation of the moon to the soul, much stressed in antiquity, also occurs in alchemy, though with a different nuance. Usually it is said that from the moon comes the dew, but the moon is also the aqua mirifica that extracts the souls from the bodies or gives the bodies life and soul. Together with Mercurius, Luna sprinkles the dismembered dragon with her moisture and brings him to life again, makes him live, walk, and run about, and change his color to the nature of blood. As the water of ablution, the dew falls from heaven, purifies the body, and makes it ready to receive the soul. In other words, it brings about the albedo, the white state of innocence, which like the moon and a bride awaits the bridegroom. As the alchemists were often physicians, Galen's views must surely have influenced their ideas about the moon and its effects. Galen calls Luna the princeps, who rightly governs this earthly realm, surpassing the other planets not in potency, but in proximity. He also makes the moon responsible for all physical changes in sickness and health, and regards its aspects as decisive for prognosis. The age-old belief that the moon promotes the growth of plants led in alchemy not only to similar statements, but also to the curious idea that the moon is itself a plant. Thus the Rosarium says that Sol is called a great animal, whereas Luna is a plant. In the alchemical pictures there are numerous sun and moon trees. In the Super Arborem Aristotelis, the circle of the moon perches in the form of a stork on a wonder-working tree by the grave of Hermes. Galen explains the Arbor Philosophica as follows. There is a certain herb or plant, named Lunatica or Barissa, whose roots are metallic earth, whose stem is red, veined with black, and whose flowers are like those of the marjoram. There are 30 of them, corresponding to the age of the moon in its waxing and waning. Their color is yellow. Another name for Lunatica is Lunaria, whose flowers Dorn mentions, attributing to them miraculous powers. Kunrath says, "From this little salty fountain grows also the tree of the sun and moon, the red and white coral tree of our sea, which is that same Lunaria, and whose salt is called Luna philosophorum et dulcedo sapientum, sweetness of the sages." The Allegoriae super librum turbae describe the moon plant thus. In the lunar sea there is a sponge planted, having blood and sentient sensum, in the manner of a tree that is rooted in the sea and moveth not from its place. If thou wouldst handle the plant, take a sickle to cut it with, but have good care that the blood floweth not out, for it is the poison of the philosophers. From all this it would seem that the moon plant is a kind of mandrake, and has nothing to do with the botanical lunaria, honesty. In the Herbal of Tabernae Montanus, in which all the magico-medicinal properties of plants are carefully listed, there is no mention of the alchemical lunatica or lunaria. On the other hand, it is evident that the lunatica is closely connected with the tree of the sea in Arabian alchemy, and hence with the arbor philosophica, which in turn has parallels with the Kabbalistic tree of the Sephiroth and with the tree of Christian mysticism and Hindu philosophy. Ruland's remark that the sponge has understanding, CN 205, and Kunrath's that the essence of the lunaria is the sweetness of the sages, point to the general idea that the moon has some secret connection with the human mind. The alchemists have a great deal to say about this, and this is the more interesting as we know that the moon is a favorite symbol for certain aspects of the unconscious, though only, of course, in a man. In a woman, the moon corresponds to consciousness and the sun to the unconscious. This is due to the contrasexual archetype in the unconscious, anima in a man, animus in a woman. In the gnosis of Simon Magus, Helen, Selene, is sapientia and. The last designation also occurs in Hippolytus, for Epinoia herself dwelt in Helen at that time. In his Great Explanation, Simon says, "There are two offshoots from all the aeons, having neither beginning nor end, from one root, and this root is a certain power, an invisible and incomprehensible silence. One of them appears on high and is a great power, the mind of the whole, who rules all things and is a male. The other below is a great thought, a female giving birth to all things. Standing opposite one another, they pair together and cause to arise in the space between them an incomprehensible air, without beginning or end. But in it is a Father who upholds all things and nourishes that which has beginning and end. This is he who stood, stands, and shall stand, a masculo-feminine power after the likeness of the pre-existing boundless power which has neither beginning nor end, abiding in solitude." This passage is remarkable for several reasons. It describes a coniunctio solis et lunae, which Simon, it seems, concretized in his own life with Helen, the harlot of Tyre, in her role as Ishtar. As a result of the pairing with the soror or filia mystica, there was begotten a masculo-feminine pneuma, curiously designated air. Since pneuma, like spirit, originally meant air in motion, this designation sounds archaic or else deliberately physicistic. It is evident, however, that air is used here in the spiritual sense of pneuma, since its progenitors bear names, which have a noetic character and thus pertain to the spiritual sphere. Of these three names, nu is the most general concept, and in Simon's day it was used indiscriminately with pneuma. Enoia and epinoia mean nothing that could not be rendered just as well by nu. They differ from the latter only in their special character, emphasizing the more specific contents of the inclusive term nu. Further, they are both of the feminine gender required in this context, whereas nu is masculine. All three indicate the essential similarity of the components of the syzygy and their spiritual nature. Anyone familiar with alchemy will be struck by the resemblance between Simon's views and the passage in the Tabula Smaragdina. And as all things proceed from the One, through the meditation of the One, so all things proceed from this one thing, by adaptation. Its father is the sun, its mother the moon. The wind hath carried it in his belly. Since all things proceed from the meditation of the One, this is true also of Sol and Luna, who are thus endowed with an originally pneumatic character. They stand for the primordial images of the spirit, and their mating produces the filius macrocosmi. Sol and Luna in later alchemy are undoubtedly arcane substances and volatilia, i.e. spirits. We will now see what the texts have to say about Luna's noetic aspect. The yield is astonishingly small. Nevertheless, there is the following passage in the Rosarium. "Unless ye slay me, your understanding will not be perfect, and in my sister the moon the degree of your wisdom increases, and not with another of my servants, even if ye know my secret." Melius copies out this sentence uncritically in his Philosophia Reformata. Both he and the Rosarium give the source as the Metaphora Bellini de Sol. The Dicta Bellini are included in the Allegoria Sapientum, but there the passage runs, "I announce therefore to all you sages, that unless ye slay me, ye cannot be called sages. But if ye slay me, your understanding will be perfect, and it increases in my sister the moon according to the degree of our wisdom, and not with another of my servants, even if ye know my secret." Bellinus, as Rusca is probably right in conjecturing, is the same as Apollonius of Tyana, to whom some of the sermons in the Turba are attributed. In Sermo 32, Bonellis, discusses the problem of death and transformation, likewise touched on in our text. The other sermons of Bonellis have nothing to do with our text, however, nor does the motif of resurrection, on account of its ubiquity, signify much, so that the dicta, in all probability, have no connection with the turba. A more likely source for the dicta would be the Heronite treatise of Artephius, Clavis Majoris Sapientiae. Our master, the philosopher Belenius, said, "Set your light in a vessel of clear glass, and observe that all the wisdom of this world revolves round the following three." And again, "But one day my master, the philosopher Bolemus, called me and said, 'My son, I hope that thou art a man of spiritual understanding and canst attain to the highest degree of wisdom.'" Then follows an explanation about how two contrary natures, active and passive, arose from the first simple substance. In the beginning God said, without uttering a word, "Let there be such a creature," and thereupon the simple, simplex, was there. Then God created nature, or the prima materia, the first passive or receptive principle, in which everything was present in principle and in potency. In order to end this state of suspension, God created the causa agens, like to the circle of heaven, which he resolved to call light. But this light received a certain sphere, the first creature, within its hollowness. The properties of this sphere were heat and motion. It was evidently the sun, whereas the cold and passive principle would correspond to the moon. It seems to me not unlikely that the Dicta Bellini are connected with this passage from Artephius rather than with the turba, since they have nothing to do with the sermons of Apollonius. They may therefore represent a tradition independent of the turba, and this is the more likely since Artephius seems to have been a very ancient author of Arabic provenance. He shares the doctrine of the simplex with the liber quartorum, which too is probably of Heronite origin. I mention his theory of the creation here, despite the fact that it has no parallels in the dicta. It seemed to me worth noting because of its interconnection with the Apophasis Megale of Simon Magus. The dicta are not concerned with the original separation of the natures, but rather with the synthesis, which bears much the same relation to the sublimation of the human mind, exaltatio intellectus, as the procedures of the liber quartorum. Besides the connection between Luna and intellect, we must also consider their relation to Mercurius, for in astrology and mythology, Mercurius is the divine factor that has most to do with epinoia. The connections between them in alchemy have classical antecedents. Leaving aside the relation of Hermes to the Nu, I will only mention that in Plutarch Hermes sits in the moon and goes round with it, just as Heracles does in the sun. In the magic papyri, Hermes is invoked as follows: "O Hermes, ruler of the world, thou who dwellest in the heart, circle of the moon, round and square." In alchemy, Mercurius is the rotundum par excellence. Luna is formed of his cold and moist nature, and Sol of the hot and dry. Alternatively, she is called the proper substance of Mercurius. From Luna comes the aqua mercurialis or aqua permanens. With her moisture, like Mercurius, she brings the slain dragon to life. As we have seen, the circle of the moon is mentioned in the Super Arborem Aristotelis, where a stork, as it were calling itself the circle of the moon, sits on a tree that is green within instead of without. Here it is worth pointing out that the soul, whose connection with the moon has already been discussed, was also believed to be round. Thus Caesarius of Heisterbach says that the soul has a spherical nature, after the likeness of the globe of the moon. Let us now turn back to the question raised by the quotation in the Rosarium from the Dicta Bellini. It is one of those approximate quotations which are typical of the Rosarium. In considering the quotation as a whole, it should be noted that it is not clear who the speaker is. The Rosarium supposes that it is soul, but it can easily be shown from the context of the dicta that the speaker could just as well be the filius philosophorum, since the woman is sometimes called soror, sometimes mater, and sometimes uxor. This strange relationship is explained by the primitive fact that the son stands for the reborn father, a motif familiar to us from the Christian tradition. The speaker is therefore the father's son, whose mother is the son's sister wife. According to the degree of our wisdom, is contrasted with your understanding. It therefore refers to the wisdom of the Sol Redivivis, and presumably also to his sister the moon, hence our and not my wisdom. The degree is not only plausible, but is a concept peculiar to the opus, since Saul passes through various stages of transformation from the dragon, lion, and eagle to the hermaphrodite. Each of these stages stands for a new degree of insight, wisdom, and initiation, just as the Mithraic eagles, lions, and sun messengers signify grades of initiation. Unless ye slay me usually refers to the slaying of the dragon, the mortification of the first, dangerous, poisonous stage of the anima, quos mercurius, freed from her imprisonment in the prima materia. This anima is also identified with soul. Soul is frequently called Rex, and there is a picture showing him being killed by 10 men. He thus suffers the same mortification as the dragon, with the difference that it is never a suicide. For Saul, insofar as the dragon is a preliminary form of the filius solis, is in a sense the father of the dragon, although the latter is expressly said to beget itself, and is thus an incretum. At the same time Saul, being his own son, is also the dragon. Accordingly there is a connugium of the dragon and the woman, who can only be Luna or the lunar, feminine half of Mercurius. As much as Saul, therefore, Luna, as the mother, must be contained in the dragon. To my knowledge, there is never any question of her mortification in the sense of a slaying. Nevertheless, she is included with Saul in the death of the dragon, as the Rosarium hints, the dragon dieth not, except with his brother and his sister. The idea that the dragon or Saul must die is an essential part of the mystery of transformation. The mortification, this time only in the form of a mutilation, is also performed on the lion, whose paws are cut off, and on the bird, whose wings are clipped. It signifies the overcoming of the old and obsolete, as well as of the dangerous preliminary stages which are characterized by animal symbols. In interpreting the words, "Your understanding increases in my sister," etc., it is well to remember that a philosophical interpretation of myths had already grown up among the Stoics, which today we should not hesitate to describe as psychological. This work of interpretation was not interrupted by the development of Christianity, but continued to be assiduously practiced in a rather different form, namely in the hermeneutics of the Church Fathers, which was to have a decided influence on alchemical symbolism. The Johannine interpretation of Christ as the pre-worldly Logos is an early attempt of this kind to put into other words the meaning of Christ's essence. The later medievalists, and in particular the natural philosophers, made the Sapientia Dei the nucleus of their interpretation of nature, and thus created a new nature myth. In this they were very much influenced by the writings of the Arabs and of the Heronites, the last exponents of Greek philosophy and gnosis, whose chief representative was Tabit ibn Qurra in the 10th century. One of these writings, the Liber Platonis Quartorum, is a dialogue in which Thabed Tabit speaks in person. In this treatise, the intellect as a tool of natural philosophy plays a role that we do not meet again until the 16th century in Gerhard Dorn. Pico della Mirandola appeals to the psychological interpretation of the ancients and mentions that the Greek Platonists described Saul as and Luna as, terms that are reminiscent of Siemens nous and epinoia. Pico himself defines the difference as that between scientia and opinio. He thinks that the mind, animus, turning towards the spirit, spiritus of God, shines and is therefore called soul. The spirit of God corresponds to the aquae superiores, the waters above the firmament, Gen 1:7. But insofar as the human mind turns towards the waters under the firmament, aquae inferiores, it concerns itself with the sensualis potentiae, whence it contracts the stain of infection, and is called Luna. In both cases it is clearly the human spirit or psyche, both of which have, however, a double aspect, one facing upwards to the light, the other downwards to the darkness ruled by the moon, the sun to rule the day, the moon also to govern the night. And while, says Pico, we wander far from our fatherland, and abide in this night and darkness of our present life, we make most use of that which turns us aside to the senses, for which reason we think many things rather than know them. A pessimistic but no doubt accurate view that fully accords with the spiritual benightedness and sinful darkness of this sublunary world, which is so black that the moon herself is tarnished by it. The moon appears to be in a disadvantageous position compared with the sun. The sun is a concentrated luminary. The day is lit by a single sun. The moon, on the other hand, as if less powerful, needs the help of the stars when it comes to the task of composition and separation, rational reflection, definition, etc. The appetites, as potenti sensuales, pertain to the sphere of the moon. They are anger, ira, and desire, libido, or, in a word, concupiscentia. The passions are designated by animals because we have these things in common with them, and, what is more unfortunate, they often drive us into leading a bestial life. According to Pico, Luna has an affinity with Venus, as is particularly to be seen from the fact that she is sublimated in Taurus, the house of Venus, so much that she nowhere else appears more auspicious and more beneficent. Taurus is the house of the hierogamy of Sol and Luna. Indeed, Pico declares that the moon is the lowest earth and the most ignoble of all the stars, an opinion which recalls Aristotle's comparison of the moon with the earth. The moon, says Pico, is inferior to all the other planets. The novilunium is especially unfavorable, as it robs growing bodies of their nourishment and in this way injures them. Psychologically, this means that the union of consciousness, soul, with its feminine counterpart, the unconscious, Luna, has undesirable results to begin with. It produces poisonous animals such as the dragon, serpent, scorpion, basilisk, and toad, then the lion, bear, wolf, dog, and finally the eagle and the raven. The first to appear are the cold-blooded animals, then warm-blooded predators, and lastly birds of prey or ill-omened scavengers. The first progeny of the matrimonium luminarium are all, therefore, rather unpleasant, but that is only because there is an evil darkness in both parents which comes to light in the children, as indeed often happens in real life. I remember, for instance, the case of a 20-year-old bank clerk who embezzled several hundred francs. His old father, the chief cashier at the same bank, was much pitied, because for 40 years he had discharged his highly responsible duties with exemplary loyalty. 2 days after the arrest of his son, he decamped to South America with $1 million. So there must have been something in the family. We have seen in the case of Sol that he either possesses a shadow or is even a Sol Niger. As to the position of Luna, we have already been told what this is when we discussed the new moon. In the Epistola Solis ad Lunam Crescentum, Sol cautiously says, "If you do me no hurt, O moon." Luna has promised him complete dissolution while she herself coagulates, i.e., becomes firm, and is clothed with his blackness, induta fuero negridentua. She assumes in the friendliest manner that her blackness comes from him. The matrimonial wrangle has already begun. Luna is the shadow of the sun, and with corruptible bodies she is consumed, and through her corruption is the lion eclipsed. According to the ancient view, the moon stands on the borderline between the eternal, ethereal things and the ephemeral phenomena of the earthly, sublunar realm. Macrobius says, "The realm of the perishable begins with the moon and goes downwards." Souls coming into this region begin to be subject to the numbering of days and to time. There is no doubt that the moon is the author and contriver of mortal bodies. Because of her moist nature, the moon is also the cause of decay. The loveliness of the new moon, hymned by the poets and church fathers, veils her dark side, which, however, could not remain hidden from the fact-finding eye of the empiricist. The moon, as the star nearest to the earth, partakes of the earth and its sufferings, and her analogy with the Church and the Virgin Mary as mediators has the same meaning. She partakes not only of the earth's sufferings, but of its demonic darkness as well. B. The dog. This dark side of the moon is hinted at in the ancient invocation to Selene as the dog or bitch in the magic papyri. There it is also said that in the second hour Helios appears as a dog. This statement is of interest insofar as the symbolization by the dog entered Western alchemy through Khalid's Liber Secretorum, originally perhaps an Arabic treatise. All similar passages that I could find go back, directly or indirectly, to Khalid. The original passage runs, "Hermes said, 'My son, take a Khorassan dog and an Armenian bitch. Join them together, and they will beget a dog of celestial hue. And if ever he is thirsty, give him sea water to drink. For he will guard your friend, and he will guard you from your enemy, and he will help you wherever you may be, always being with you, in this world and in the next.'" And by dog and bitch, Hermes meant things which preserve bodies from burning and from the heat of the fire. Some of the quotations are taken from the original text, others from the variant in the Rosarium, which runs, "Holly, philosopher and king of Arabia, says in his Secret, "Take a Coetanian dog and an Armenian bitch, join them together, and they too will beget for you a puppy, Philius canis of celestial hue, and that puppy will guard you in your house from the beginning, in this world and in the next." As explanatory parallels, the Rosarium mentions the union of the white and red, and cites Senior, "The red slave has wedded the white woman." It is clear that the mating must refer to the royal marriage of Sol and Luna. The theriomorphic form of Sol as a lion and dog and of Luna as a bitch shows that there is an aspect of both luminaries which justifies the need for a symbolization in animal form. That is to say, the two luminaries are, in a sense, animals or appetites, although, as we have seen, the potentias sensuales are ascribed only to Luna. There is, however, also a solnager, who, significantly enough, is contrasted with the daytime sun and clearly distinguished from it. This advantage is not shared by Luna, because she is obviously sometimes bright and sometimes dark. Psychologically, this means that consciousness by its very nature distinguishes itself from its shadow, whereas the unconscious is not only contaminated with its own negative side, but is burdened with the shadow cast off by the conscious mind. Although the solar animals, the lion and the eagle, are nobler than the bitch, they are nevertheless animals and beasts of prey at that, which means that even our sun-like consciousness has its dangerous animals. Or if Sol is the spirit and Luna the body, the spirit too may be corrupted by pride or concupiscence, a fact which we are inclined to overlook in our one-sided admiration of the spirit. Khalid's son of the dog is the same as the much-extolled son of the philosophers. The ambiguity of this figure is thus stressed. It is at once bright as day and dark as night, a perfect coincidentia oppositorum expressing the divine nature of the self. This thought, which seems an impossible one for our Christian feelings, is nevertheless so logical and so irresistible that, by however strange and devious a route, it forced its way into alchemy. And because it is a natural truth, it is not at all surprising that it became articulate very much earlier. We are told in the Elencos of Hippolytus that, according to Aratus, Cynosura is the little bear, the second creation, the small, narrow way, and not the great bear. For it leads not backward, but guides those who follow it forward to the straight way, being the tail of the dog. For the Logos is a dog who guards and protects the sheep against the wiles of the wolves and chases the wild beasts from creation and slays them and begets all things. For Scion, they say, means the begetter. Aratus associates the dog with the growth of plants and continues, "But with the rising of the dog star, the living are distinguished by the dog from the dead, for in truth everything withers that has not taken root." This dog, they say, being a certain divine Logos, has been established judge of the quick and the dead, and as the dog is seen to be the star of the plants, so is the Logos, they say, in respect of the heavenly plants, which are men. For this reason the second creation Cynosura stands in heaven as an image of the rational creature. But between the two creations stretches the dragon, hindering anything of the great creation from entering the lesser, and watching over everything that exists in the great creation, like the kneeler, observing how and in what manner each thing exists in the lesser creation. Khalid's Philius canis is of celestial hue, an indication of its heavenly origin from the great luminaries. The blue color or likeness to a dog is also attributed to the woman who in Hippolytus is described as, and who is pursued by a gray-haired, winged, ithophalic old man. He is named Flowing Light, and she is, which means dark water. Behind these figures may be discerned a coniunctionis solis et lunae, both the sun and the new moon appearing in their unfavorable aspect. Here, too, there arises between them the harmony of an intermediary spirit, roughly corresponding to the position of the Filius philosophorum. Khalid's Filius plays the role of a guiding spirit, or familiar, whose invocation by magic is so typical of the Heronite texts. A parallel to the dog spirit is the poodle in Faust, out of whom Mephistopheles emerges as the familiar of Faust the alchemist. In this connection, I would like to mention the incest dream of a woman patient. 2 dogs were copulating. The male went headfirst into the female and disappeared in her belly. Theriomorphic symbolism is always an indication of a psychic process occurring on an animal level, i.e., in the instinctual sphere. The dream depicts a reversed birth as the goal of a sexual act. This archetypal situation underlies the incest motif in general and was present in modern man long before any consciousness of it. The archetype of incest is also at the back of the primitive notion that the father is reborn in the son, and of the Hierosgamos of mother and son in its pagan and Christian form. It signifies the highest and the lowest, the brightest and the darkest, the best and the most detestable. It represents the pattern of renewal and rebirth, the endless creation and disappearance of symbolic figures. The motif of the dog is a necessary counterbalance to the excessively praised, light nature of the stone. Apart from the saying of Khalid, there is still another aspect of the dog, of which, however, we find only sporadic hints in the literature. One such passage occurs in the De Ratione Conficiendi Lapidis Philosophici of Laurentius Ventura. Therefore, pull down the house, destroy the walls, extract therefrom the purest juice with the blood, and cook that thou mayest eat. Wherefore Arnaldus saith in the Book of Secrets, purify the stone, grind the door to powder, tear the bitch to pieces, choose the tender flesh, and thou wilt have the best thing. In the one thing are hidden all parts, in it all metals shine. Of these parts, 2 are the artificers, 2 the vessels, 2 the times, 2 the fruits, 2 the ends, and 1 the salvation. This text abounds in obscurities. In the preceding section, Ventura discusses the unity of the Lapis and the Medicina, mentioning the axioms, introduce nothing alien and nothing from outside, with quotations from Geber, the Turba, and the Thesaurus Thesaurorum of Arnaldus. Then he turns to the superfluities to be removed. The lapis, he says, is by nature most pure. It is therefore sufficiently purified when it is led out of its proper house and enclosed in an alien house. The text continues, in the proper house the flying bird is begotten, and in the alien house the tincturing stone. The 2 flying birds hop onto the tables and heads of the kings, because both, the feathered bird and the plucked, have given us this visible art, and cannot relinquish the society of men. The father of the art urges the indolent to work, its mother nourishes the sons who are exhausted by their labors, and quickens and adorns their weary limbs. Then follows the passage, therefore pull down the house, etc. If the reader has perused the foregoing passage with the footnotes, he will see that these instructions are the typical alchemical procedure for extracting the spirit or soul, and thus for bringing unconscious contents to consciousness. During the solutio, separatio, and extractio, the succus lunaria, juice of the moon plant, blood, or aqua permanens, is either applied or extracted. This liquid comes from the unconscious, but is not always an authentic content of it. Often it is more an effect of the unconscious on the conscious mind. The psychiatrist knows it as the indirect effect of constellated unconscious contents, which attracts or diverts attention to the unconscious and causes it to be assimilated. This process can be observed not only in the gradual formation of hypochondriac obsessions, phobias, and delusions, but also in dreams, fantasies, and creative activities when an unconscious content enforces the application of attention. This is the succus vitae, the blood, the vital participation which the patient unconsciously forces on the analyst too, and without which no real therapeutic effect can be achieved. The attention given to the unconscious has the effect of incubation, a brooding over the slow fire needed in the initial stages of the work. Hence the frequent use of the terms decoctio, digestio, putrefactio, solutio. It is really as if attention warmed the unconscious and activated it, thereby breaking down the barriers that separate it from consciousness. In order to set free the contents hidden in the house of the unconscious, anima incompetibus, the matrix must be opened. This matrix is the canicula, the moon bitch, who carries in her belly that part of the personality which is felt to be essential, just as Bea did Gabricus. She is the vessel which must be broken asunder in order to extract the precious content, the tender flesh, for this is the one thing on which the whole work turns. In this one thing all parts of the work are contained. Of these parts 2 are the artificers, who in the symbolical realm are Sol and Luna, in the human the Ept and his Sora Mystica, and in the psychological realm the masculine consciousness and the feminine unconscious, Anima. The 2 vessels are again Sol and Luna. The 2 times are probably the 2 main divisions of the work, the opus ad album et ad rubium. The former is the opus lunae, the latter the opus solis. Psychologically, they correspond to the constellation of unconscious contents in the first part of the analytical process and to the integration of these contents in actual life. The two fruits are the fruit of the sun and moon tree, gold and silver, or the reborn and sublimated Sol and Luna. The psychological parallel is the transformation of both the unconscious and the conscious, a fact known to everyone who methodically has it out with his unconscious. The two ends or goals are these transformations. But the salvation is one, just as the thing is one. It is the same thing at the beginning as at the end. It was always there, and yet it appears only at the end. This thing is the self, the indescribable totality, which, though it is inconceivable and irrepresentable, is nonetheless necessary as an intuitive concept. Empirically, we can establish no more than that the ego is surrounded on all sides by an unconscious factor. Proof of this is afforded by the association experiment, which gives a graphic demonstration of the frequent failure of the ego and its will. The psyche is an equation that cannot be solved without the factor of the unconscious. It is a totality which includes both the empirical ego and its transconscious foundation. There is still another function of the dog in alchemy which has to be considered. In the Introitus Apertus of Philaletha, we find the following passage. This chameleon is the infant hermaphrodite, who is infected from his very cradle by the bite of the rabid Coracine dog, whereby he is maddened and rages with perpetual hydrophobia. Nay, though of all natural things water is the closest to him, yet he is terrified of it and flees from it. O fate! Yet in the grove of Diana there is a pair of doves, which assuage his raving madness. Then will the impatient, swarthy, rabid dog, that he may suffer no return of his hydrophobia, and perish drowned in the waters, come to the surface half suffocated. But do thou chase him off with pails of water and blows, and keep him at a distance, and the darkness will disappear. When the moon is at the full, give him wings and he will fly away as an eagle, leaving Diana's birds dead behind him. Here the connection with the moon tells us that the dark, dangerous, rabid dog changes into an eagle at the time of the plenilunium. His darkness disappears, and he becomes a solar animal. We may therefore assume that his sickness was at its worst at the novilunium. It is clear that this refers to a psychic disturbance which at one stage also infected the infant hermaphrodite. Probably that too occurred at the novilunium, i.e., the stage of nigredo. Just how the mad dog, with its terror of water, got into the water at all is not clear, unless perhaps it was in the aquae inferioris from the beginning. The text is preceded by the remark, whence will come the chameleon or archaos, in which all secrets are hid in their potential state. The chaos as prima materia is identical with the waters of the beginning. According to Olympiodorus Lied, also the prima materia contains a demon that drives the adept mad. Curiously enough, Wei Poyang, a Chinese alchemist of the 2nd century, compares lead to a madman clothed in rags. Elsewhere, Olympiodorus speaks of the one cursed by God who dwells in the black earth. This is the mole, which, as Olympiodorus relates from a Hermetic book, had once been a man who divulged the mysteries of the sun and was therefore cursed by God and made blind. He knew the shape of the sun as it was. It is not difficult to discern in these allusions the dangers, real or imaginary, which are connected with the unconscious. In this respect, the unconscious has a bad reputation, not so much because it is dangerous in itself, as because there are cases of latent psychosis which need only a slight stimulus to break out in all their catastrophic manifestations. An anamnesis or the touching of a complex may be sufficient for this. But the unconscious is also feared by those whose conscious attitude is at odds with their true nature. Naturally, their dreams will then assume an unpleasant and threatening form, for if nature is violated, she takes her revenge. In itself, the unconscious is neutral, and its normal function is to compensate the conscious position. In it, the opposites slumber side by side. They are wrenched apart only by the activity of the conscious mind, and the more one-sided and cramped the conscious standpoint is, the more painful or dangerous will be the unconscious reaction. There is no danger from this sphere if conscious life has a solid foundation. But if consciousness is cramped and obstinately one-sided, and there is also a weakness of judgment, then the approach or invasion of the unconscious can cause confusion and panic, or a dangerous inflation. For one of the most obvious dangers is that of identifying with the figures in the unconscious. For anyone with an unstable disposition, this may amount to a psychosis. The raving madness of the infected infant is assuaged, we should really say, with caresses, for that is the meaning of mulcere, by the doves of Diana. These doves form a love pair, for doves are the birds of Astarte. In alchemy they represent, like all winged creatures, spirits or souls, or in technical terms, the aqua, the extracted transformative substance. The appearance of a pair of doves points to the imminent marriage of the filius regius and to the dissolution of the opposites as a result of the union. The filius is merely infected by the evil, but the evil itself, the mad dog, is sublimated and changed into an eagle at the plenilunium. In the treatise of Abraham Eleazar, the Lapis, in its dark feminine form, appears instead of the dog and is compared to the Shulamite in the Song of Songs. The Lapis says, "But I must be like a dove." There is another passage in the Introitus Apertus which is relevant in this context. "If thou knowest how to moisten this dry earth with its own water, thou wilt loosen the pores of the earth, and this thief from outside will be cast out with the workers of wickedness, and the water, by an admixture of the true sulfur, will be cleansed from the leprous filth and from the superfluous dropsical fluid, and thou wilt have in thy power the fount of the night of Treviso, whose waters are rightfully dedicated to the maiden Diana. Worthless is this thief, armed with the malignity of arsenic, from whom the winged youth fleeth, shuddering. And though the central water is his bride, yet dare he not display his most ardent love towards her, because of the snares of the thief, whose machinations are in truth unavoidable. Here may Diana be propitious to thee, who knoweth how to tame wild beasts, and whose twin doves will temper the malignity of the air with their wings, so that the youth easily entereth in through the pores, and instantly shaketh the foundations of the earth, and raises up a dark cloud. But thou wilt lead the waters up even to the brightness of the moon, and the darkness that was upon the face of the deep shall be scattered by the Spirit moving over the waters. Thus by God's command shall the light appear." It is evident that this passage is a variation on the theme of the preceding text. Instead of the infant hermaphrodite, we have the winged youth, whose bride is the fountain of Diana, Luna, as a nymph. The parallel to the mad dog is the thief or ne'er-do-well who is armed with the malignity of arsenic. His malignity is assuaged by the wings of the doves, just as the dog's rabies was. The youth's wings are a token of his aerial nature. He is a pneuma that penetrates through the pores of the earth and activates it, which means nothing less than the connubium of the living spirit with the dry, virgin earth, or of the wind with the waters dedicated to the maiden Diana. The winged youth is described as the spirit moving over the waters, and this may be a reference not only to Genesis, but to the angel that troubled the pool of Bethesda. His enemy, the thief who lies in wait for him, is, we are told earlier, the outward burning vaporous sulfur, in other words, sulfur vulgi, who is armed with the evil spirit, the devil, or is held captive by him in hell, and is thus the equivalent of the dog choked in the water. That the dog and the thief are identical is clear from the remark that Diana knows how to tame wild beasts. The two doves do in fact turn out to be the pair of lovers who appear in the love story of Diana and the shepherd Endymion. This legend originally referred to Selene. The appearance of Diana necessarily brings with it her hunting animal, the dog, who represents her dark side. Her darkness shows itself in the fact that she is also a goddess of destruction and death, whose arrows never miss. She changed the hunter Actaeon, when he secretly watched her bathing, into a stag, and his own hounds, not recognizing him, thereupon tore him to pieces. This myth may have given rise first to the designation of the Lapis as the Cervus fugitivus, fugitive stag, and then to the rabid dog, who is none other than the vindictive and treacherous aspect of Diana as the new moon. The parable we discussed in the chapter on sulfur likewise contains the motif of the surprise in the bath. But there it is Helios himself who espies her, and the relationship is a brother-sister incest that ends with their both being drowned. This catastrophe is inherent in the incest, for through incest the royal pair is produced after animals have been killed or have killed one another. The animals, dragon, lion, snake, etc., stand for evil passions that finally take the form of incest. They are destroyed by their own ravenous nature, just as are Sol and Luna, whose supreme desire culminates apparently in incest. But since all that passes is but a parable, incest, as we have said before, is nothing but a preliminary form of the unio oppositorum. Out of chaos, darkness, and wickedness there rises up a new light once death has atoned for the unavoidable machinations of the evil one. C. An alchemical allegory. The newcomer to the psychology of the unconscious will probably find the two texts about the mad dog and the thief very weird and abstruse. Actually, they are no more so than the dreams which are the daily fare of the psychotherapist, and like dreams, they can be translated into rational speech. In order to interpret dreams, we need some knowledge of the dreamer's personal situation, and to understand alchemical parables, we must know something about the symbolic assumptions of the alchemists. We amplify dreams by the personal history of the patient, and the parables by the statements found in the text. Armed with this knowledge, it is not too difficult in either case to discern a meaning that seems sufficient for our needs. An interpretation can hardly ever be convincingly proved. Generally, it shows itself to be correct only when it has proved its value as a heuristic hypothesis. I would therefore like to take the second of Philoletha's texts, which is rather clearer than the first, and try to interpret it as if it were a dream. Tu si aridum hanc terram, aqua sui generis rigare severis, poros terre laxibus. If thou knowest how to moisten this dry earth with its own water, thou wilt loosen the pores of the earth. If you will contemplate your lack of fantasy, of inspiration and inner aliveness which you feel as sheer stagnation and a barren wilderness, and impregnate it with the interest born of alarm at your inner death, then something can take shape in you, for your inner emptiness conceals just as great a fullness, if only you will allow it to penetrate into you. If you prove receptive to this call of the wild, the longing for fulfillment will quicken the sterile wilderness of your soul, as rain quickens the dry earth. Thus the soul to the labyrinth, staring glumly at his stove and scratching himself behind the ear because he has no more ideas. Et externus hic furcum operatoribus nequitiae foras progitiatur, and this thief from outside will be cast out with the workers of wickedness. You are so sterile because, without your knowledge, something like an evil spirit has stopped up the source of your fantasy, the fountain of your soul. The enemy is your own crude sulfur, which burns you with the hellish fire of desirousness, or concupiscentia. You would like to make gold because poverty is the greatest plague, wealth the highest good. You wish to have results that flatter your pride. You expect something useful, but there can be no question of that, as you have realized with a shock. Because of this, you no longer even want to be fruitful, as it would only be for God's sake, but unfortunately not for your own. Purgabitur aqua peraditamentum. Sulfur is very assorti leprosa, et ab humore hydropico superfluo in the water, by an admixture of the true sulfur, will be cleansed from the leprous filth and from the superfluous dropsical fluid. Therefore away with your crude and vulgar desirousness, which childishly and short-sightedly sees only goals within its own narrow horizon. Admittedly, sulfur is a vital spirit, a yetzer hara, an evil spirit, of passion, though like this an active element. Useful as it is at times, it is an obstacle between you and your goal. The water of your interest is not pure. It is poisoned by the leprosy of desirousness, which is the common ill. You too are infected with this collective sickness. Therefore bethink you for once extrahi cogitationem, and consider, what is behind all this desirousness? A thirsting for the eternal, which as you see can never be satisfied with the best, because it is Hades, in whose honor the desirous go mad and rave. The more you cling to that which all the world desires, the more you are everyman, who has not yet discovered himself, and stumbles through the world like a blind man, leading the blind with somnambulistic certainty into the ditch. Every man is always a multitude. Cleanse your interest of that collective sulfur which clings to all like a leprosy. For desire only burns in order to burn itself out, and in and from this fire arises the true living spirit which generates life according to its own laws, and is not blinded by the short-sightedness of our intentions, or the crude presumption of our superstitious belief in the will. Goethe says that livingness I praise, which longs for flaming death. This means burning in your own fire and not being like a comet or a flashing beacon, showing others the right way, but not knowing it yourself. The unconscious demands your interest for its own sake and wants to be accepted for what it is. Once the existence of this opposite is accepted, the ego can and should come to terms with its demands. Unless the content given you by the unconscious is acknowledged, its compensatory effect is not only nullified, but actually changes into its opposite, as it then tries to realize itself literally and concretely. Habebisque in posse comitis a trevis fontanam, cujus aquae sunt proprii Dianae Virgini decere. And thou wilt have in thy power the fount of the Knight of Treviso, whose waters are rightfully dedicated to the maiden Diana. The fountain of Bernardus Trevisanus is the bath of renewal that was mentioned earlier. The ever-flowing fountain expresses a continual flow of interest toward the unconscious, a kind of constant attention or religio, which might also be called devotion. The crossing of unconscious contents into consciousness is thus made considerably easier, and this is bound to benefit the psychic balance in the long run. Diana, as the numen and nymph of this spring, is an excellent formulation of the figure we know as the anima. If attention is directed to the unconscious will yield up its contents, and these in turn will fructify the conscious like a fountain of living water. For consciousness is just as arid as the unconscious if the two halves of our psychic life are separated. Hic fures nequam arsenicali malignitate armatis, quem juvenis elatus horit et fugit. Worthless is this thief, armed with the malignity of arsenic, from whom the winged youth fleeth, shuddering. It is evidently a difficult thing, this cleansing from leprous filth. Indeed, D'Espagnet calls it a labor of Hercules. That is why the text turns back to the thief at this point. The thief, as we saw, personifies a kind of self-robbery. He is not easily shaken off, as it comes from a habit of thinking supported by tradition and milieu alike. Anything that cannot be exploited in some way is uninteresting, hence the devaluation of the psyche. A further reason is the habitual depreciation of everything one cannot touch with the hands or does not understand. In this respect, our conventional system of education, necessary as it was, is not entirely free from the blame of having helped to give the empirical psyche a bad name. In recent times, this traditional error has been made even worse by an allegedly biological point of view, which sees man as being no further advanced than a herd animal and fails to understand any of his motivations outside the categories of hunger, power, and sex. We think in terms of thousands and millions of units, and then naturally there are no questions more important than whom the herd belongs to, where it pastures, whether enough calves are born, and sufficient quantities of milk and meat are produced. In the face of huge numbers, every thought of individuality pales, for statistics obliterate everything unique. Contemplating such overwhelming might and misery, the individual is embarrassed to exist at all. Yet the real carrier of life is the individual. He alone feels happiness, he alone has virtue and responsibility and any ethics whatever. The masses and the state have nothing of the kind. Only man as an individual human being lives. The state is just a system, a mere machine for sorting and tabulating the masses. Anyone, therefore, who thinks in terms of men minus the individual, in huge numbers, atomizes himself and becomes a thief and a robber to himself. He is infected with the leprosy of collective thinking and has become an inmate of that insalubrious stud farm called the totalitarian state. Our time contains and produces more than enough of that crude sulfur, which with arsenical malignity prevents man from discovering his true self. I was tempted to translate arsenicalis as poisonous, but this translation would be too modern. Not everything that the alchemists called arsenic was really the chemical element as. Arsenic originally meant masculine, manly, strong, and was essentially an arcanum, as Ruland's lexicon shows. Their arsenic is defined as an hermaphrodite, the means whereby sulfur and mercury are united. It has communion with both natures and is therefore called sun and moon. Or arsenic is Luna, our Venus, sulfur's companion, and the soul. Here arsenic is no longer the masculine aspect of the arcane substance, but is hermaphroditic and even feminine. This brings it dangerously close to the moon and the crude sulfur, so that arsenic loses its solar affinity. As sulfur's companion, it is poisonous and corrosive. Because the arcane substance always points to the principal unconscious content, its peculiar nature shows in what relation that content stands to consciousness. If the conscious mind has accepted it, it has a positive form; if not, a negative one. If, on the other hand, the arcane substance is split into two figures, this means that the content has been partly accepted and partly rejected. It is seen under two different, incompatible aspects, and is therefore taken to be two different things. This is what has happened in our text. The thief is contrasted with the winged youth, who represents the other aspect, or personifies the true sulfur, the spirit of inner truth which measures man not by his relation to the mass, but by his relation to the mystery of the psyche. This winged youth, the spiritual Mercurius, is obviously aware of his own weakness and flees shuddering from the crude sulfur. The standpoint of the inner man is the more threatened, the more overpowering that of the outer man is. Sometimes only his invisibility saves him. He is so small that no one would miss him if he were not the sine qua non of inner peace and happiness. In the last resort, it is neither the 80 million strong nation nor the state that feels peace and happiness, but the individual. Nobody can ever get round the simple computation that a million noughts in a row do not add up to one, just as the loudest talk can never abolish the simple psychological fact that the larger the mass, the more nugatory is the individual. The shy and delicate youth stands for everything that is winged in the psyche or that would like to sprout wings. But it dies from the poison of organizational thinking and mass statistics. The individual succumbs to the madness that sooner or later overtakes every mass, the death instinct of the lemmings. In the political sphere, the name for this is war. Et licet aqua centralis sit hujus sponsa, tamen amorem sum erga illam, ardentissimum non odet exerere, ob latronis insidias, cujus techne sunt veri inevitabilis. And though the central water is his bride, yet dare he not display his most ardent love towards her, because of the snares of the thief, whose machinations are in truth unavoidable. The goal of the winged youth is a higher one than the fulfillment of collective ideals, which are all nothing but makeshifts and conditions for bare existence. Since this is the absolute foundation, nobody will deny their importance, but collective ideals are not by a long way the breath of life which a man needs in order to live. If his soul does not live, nothing can save him from stultification. His life is the soil in which his soul can and must develop. He has only the mystery of his living soul to set against the overwhelming might and brutality of collective convictions. It is the age-old drama of opposites, no matter what they are called, which is fought out in every human life. In our text, it is obviously the struggle between the good and the evil spirit, expressed in alchemical language, just as today we express it in conflicting ideologies. The text comes close to the mystical language of the Baroque, the language of Jacob Boehme, 1575-1624, Abraham of Frankenberg, 1593-1652, and Angelus Silesius, 1624-1677. We learn that the winged youth is espoused to the central water. This is the fountain of the soul, or the fount of wisdom, from which the inner life wells up. The nymph of the spring is in the last analysis Luna, the mother beloved, from which it follows that the winged youth is soul, the filius solis, Lapis, aurum philosophicum, lumen luminum, medicina catholica, una salis, etc. He is the best, the highest, the most precious in potentia, but he will become real only if he can unite with Luna, the mother of mortal bodies. If not, he is threatened with the fate of the puer aeternus in Faust, who goes up in smoke 3 times. The adept must therefore always take care to keep the hermetic vessel well sealed, in order to prevent what is in it from flying away. The content becomes fixed through the mystery of the coniunctio, in which the extreme opposites unite. Night is wedded with day, and the two shall be one, and the outside as the inside, and the male with the female, neither male nor female. This apocryphal saying of Jesus from the beginning of the 2nd century is indeed a paradigm for the alchemical union of opposites. Obviously, this problem is an eschatological one, but, aside from the somewhat tortuous language of the times, it cannot be called abstruse since it has universal validity, from the Tao of Lao Tzu to the Coincidentia Positorum of Cusanus. The same idea penetrated into Christianity in the form of the apocalyptic marriage of the Lamb, Rever 22, 9ff, and we seldom find a high point of religious feeling where this eternal image of the royal marriage does not appear. I can do no more than demonstrate the existence of this image and its phenomenology. What the union of opposites really means transcends human imagination. Therefore, the worldly wise can dismiss such a fantasy without further ado, for it is perfectly clear, tertium non datur. But that doesn't help us much, for we are dealing with an eternal image, an archetype from which man can turn away his mind for a time, but never permanently. Whenever this image is obscured, his life loses its proper meaning, and consequently its balance. So long as he knows that he is the carrier of life, and that it is therefore important for him to live, then the mystery of his soul lives also, no matter whether he is conscious of it or not. But if he no longer sees the meaning of his life in its fulfillment, and no longer believes in man's eternal right to this fulfillment, then he has betrayed and lost his soul, substituting for it a madness which leads to destruction, as our time demonstrates all too clearly. The machinations of the thief, our text says, are unavoidable. They are an integral part of the fateful drama of opposites, just as the shadow belongs to the light. Reason, however, cannot turn this into a convenient recipe, for inevitability does not diminish the guilt of what is evil any more than the merit of what is good. Minus remains minus, and guilt as ever has to be avenged. Evil follows after wrong, says the Capuchin friar in Wallenstein's camp, a banal truth that is too readily forgotten. And because of this, the winged youth cannot lead his bride home as quickly as he would wish. Evil cannot be eradicated once and for all. It is an inevitable component of life and is not to be had without paying for it. The thief whom the police do not catch has, nonetheless, robbed himself, and the murderer is his own executioner. The thief in our text is armed with all evil, but in reality, it is merely the ego with its shadow, where the abysmal depths of human nature begin to appear. Increasing psychological insight hinders the projection of the shadow, and this gain in knowledge logically leads to the problem of the union of opposites. One realizes, first of all, that one cannot project one's shadow onto others, and next that there is no advantage in insisting on their guilt, as it is so much more important to know and possess one's own, because it is part of one's own self, and a necessary factor without which nothing in this sublunary world can be realized. Though it is not said that Luna personifies the dark side, there is, as we have seen, something very suspicious about the new moon. Nevertheless, the winged youth loves his moon bride, and hence the darkness to which she belongs, for the opposites not only flee one another, but also attract one another. We all know that evil, especially if it is not scrutinized too closely, can be very attractive, and most of all when it appears in idealistic garb. Ostensibly, it is the wicked thief that hinders the youth in his love for the chaste Diana, but in reality the evil is already lurking in the ideal youth and in the darkness of the new moon, and his chief fear is that he might discover himself in the role of the common sulphur. This role is so shocking that the noble-minded youth cannot see himself in it and puts the blame on the wiles of the enemy. It is as if he dared not know himself because he is not adult enough to accept the fact that one must be thankful if one comes across an apple without a worm in it and a plate of soup without a hair. Esto hic tibi Diana propitia, quae feras domare novit. Here may Diana be propitious to thee, who knoweth how to tame wild beasts. The darkness which is opposed to the light is the unbridled instinctuality of nature that asserts itself despite all consciousness. Anyone who seeks to unite the opposites certainly needs Diana to be propitious to him, for she is being considered as a bride, and it has yet to be seen what she has to present in the way of wild animals. Possibly the thief will appear quite insignificant by comparison. Cujus bine columbae pennis suis eris malignitatem temperabunt, and whose twin doves will temper the malignity of the air with their wings. The tender pair of doves is an obviously harmless aspect, the same instinctuality, though in itself the theriomorphic symbol would be capable of an interpretation from above downwards. Nonetheless, it should not be interpreted in this sense, because the aspect of untamed animality and evil is represented in the previous quotation by the mad dog and in this one by the thief. In contrast to this, the doves are emblems of innocence and of marital love as well as of the Holy Ghost and sapientia, of Christ and his Virgin Mother. From this context, we can see what the dove is intended to represent. It is the exact counterpart to the malignity of the thief. Together they represent the attack, first from one side and then from the other, of a dualistic being on the more restricted consciousness of man. The purpose or result of this assault is the widening of consciousness, which has always, it seems, followed the pattern laid down in Genesis 3:4f. Ye shall not surely die, for God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. It is obviously a moment of supreme possibilities both for good and for evil. Usually, however, it is first one and then the other. The good man succumbs to evil, the sinner is converted to good, and that, to an uncritical eye, is the end of the matter. But those endowed with a finer moral sense or deeper insight cannot deny that this seeming one after another is in reality a happening of events side by side. And perhaps no one has realized this more clearly than St. Paul, who knew that he bore a thorn in the flesh and that the messenger of Satan smote him in the face lest he be exalted above measure. The one after another is a bearable prelude to the deeper knowledge of the side by side, for this is an incomparably more difficult problem. Again, the view that good and evil are spiritual forces outside us, and that man is caught in the conflict between them, is more bearable by far than the insight that the opposites are the ineradicable and indispensable preconditions of all psychic life, so much so that life itself is guilt. Even a life dedicated to God is still lived by an ego, which speaks of an ego and asserts an ego in God's despite, which does not instantly merge itself with God, but reserves for itself a freedom and a will which it sets up outside God and against him. How can it do this against the overwhelming might of God? Only through self-assertion, which is as sure of its free will as Lucifer. All distinction from God is separation, estrangement, a falling away. The fall was inevitable even in paradise. Therefore Christ is without the stain of sin, because he stands for the whole of the Godhead and is not distinct from it by reason of his manhood. Man, however, is branded by the stain of separation from God. This state of things would be insupportable if there were nothing to set against evil but the law and the Decalogue, as in pre-Christian Judaism, until the reformer and rabbi Jesus tried to introduce the more advanced and psychologically more correct view that not fidelity to the law but love and kindness are the antithesis of evil. The wings of the dove temper the malignity of the air, the wickedness of the aerial spirit, the prince of the power of the air, Ephesians 2:2, and they alone have this effect. Quod purporos facile ingreditur adolescens, concudit statum, terre sedes, nubemque tetricum suscitat, so that the youth easily entereth in through the pores, and instantly shaketh the foundations of the earth, and raiseth up a dark cloud. Once the malignity is tempered, sinfulness and its evil consequences are mitigated too, and that which has wings can embrace the earth. For now we come to the consummation of the Hierosgamos, the earthing of the spirit and the spiritualizing of the earth, the union of opposites and reconciliation of the divided, Ephesians 2:14. In a word, the longed-for act of redemption whereby the sinfulness of existence, the original dissociation, will be annulled in God. The earthquake is on the one hand an allusion to Christ's descent into hell and his resurrection, and on the other hand a shaking of the humdrum earthly existence of man, into whose life and soul meaning has at last penetrated, and by which he is at once threatened and uplifted. This is always an intuitive experience that is felt as a concrete reality. It is the prefiguration and anticipation of a future condition, a glimmering of an unspoken, half-conscious union of ego and non-ego. Rightly called a unio mystica, it is the fundamental experience of all religions that have any life in them and have not yet degenerated into confessionalism, that have safeguarded the mystery of which the others know only the rites it produced. Empty bags from which the gold has long since vanished. The earthquake sends up a dark cloud. Consciousness, because of the revolution of its former standpoint, is shrouded in darkness, just as the earth was at Christ's death, which was followed by a resurrection. This image tells us that the widening of consciousness is at first upheaval and darkness, then a broadening out of man to the whole man. This man, being indescribable, is an intuitive or mystical experience, and the name anthropos is therefore very apt because it demonstrates the continuity of this idea over the millennia. Tu undus superinduces ad lunae usque candorum, but thou wilt lead the waters up even to the brightness of the moon. As we have seen, water here has the meaning of fructifying interest, and its leading upwards means that it now turns towards the plenilunium, the gracious and serene complement of the sinister new moon and its perils. Atque da tenebrae, quae supra abyssi fascimerant, per spiritum si in aquis moventum discudienter. Sic jubenta Deo lux apparebit, and the darkness that was upon the face of the deep shall be scattered by the Spirit moving over the waters. Thus by God's command shall the light appear. The eye that hitherto saw only the darkness and danger of evil turns towards the circle of the moon, where the ethereal realm of the immortals begins, and the gloomy deep can be left to its own devices. For the Spirit now moves it from within, convulses, and transforms it. When consciousness draws near to the unconscious, not only does it receive a devastating shock, but something of its light penetrates into the darkness of the unconscious. The result is that the unconscious is no longer so remote and strange and terrifying, and this paves the way for an eventual union. Naturally, the illumination of the unconscious does not mean that from now on the unconscious is less unconscious. Far from it. What happens is that its contents cross over into consciousness more easily than before. The light that shines at the end is the lux moderna of the alchemists, the new widening of consciousness, a further step in the realization of the anthropos, and every one of these steps signifies a rebirth of the deity. Herewith we end our contemplation of the text. The question now arises, did the alchemists really have such thoughts and conceal them in their ornate metaphors? In other words, did Philoletha, the pseudonymous author of our text, have anything like the thoughts and ideas which I have put forward by way of interpretation? I regard this as out of the question, and yet I believe that these authors invariably said the best, most apposite, and clearest thing they could about the matter in hand. For our taste and our intellectual requirements, this performance is, however, so unsatisfactory that we ourselves feel compelled to make a renewed attempt to say the same thing in still clearer words. It seems obvious to us that what we think about it was never thought by the alchemists, for if it had been, it would doubtless have come out long ago. The philosophers took the greatest pains to unearth and reveal the secret of the stone, accusing the ancients of having written too copiously and too obscurely. If they, on their own admission, wrote typus, symbolis, metaphoris, this was the best they could do. And it is thanks to their labors that we are today in a position to say anything at all about the secrets of alchemy. All understanding that is not directly of a mathematical nature, which, incidentally, understands nothing but merely formulates, is conditioned by its time. Fundamental to alchemy is a true and genuine mystery, which since the 17th century has been understood unequivocally as psychic. Nor can we moderns conceive it to be anything except a psychic product whose meaning may be elicited by the methods and empirical experience of our 20th century medical psychology. But I do not imagine for a moment that the psychological interpretation of a mystery must necessarily be the last word. If it is a mystery, it must have still other aspects. Certainly, I believe that psychology can unravel the secrets of alchemy, but it will not lay bare the secret of these secrets. We may therefore expect that at some time in the future, our attempt at explanation will be felt to be just as metaphorical and symbolical as we have found the alchemical one to be, and that the mystery of the stone, or of the self, will then develop an aspect which, though still unconscious to us today, is nevertheless foreshadowed in our formulations, though in so veiled a form that the investigator of the future will ask himself, just as we do, whether we knew what we meant. D. The moon nature. We have treated at some length of the sinister and dangerous aspect of the new moon. In this phase, the climax of the moon's waning, which in folklore is not always considered auspicious, is reached. The new moon is dangerous at childbirth and weddings. If a father dies at the waning moon, this brings the children bad luck. One also has to bow to the sickle moon, or it will bring bad luck. Even the light of the moon is dangerous, as it causes the moon sickness, which comes from the moon wolf. The marriage bed, pregnant women, and small children should be protected from the moonlight. Whoever sows by moonlight sows the winding sheet, and so on. The passage on the moon in Paracelsus de Pestilitate 3:95 catches very aptly the atmosphere which hangs round the pale moonlight. Now mark this: wherever there is a disheartened and timid man, in whom imagination has created the great fear and impressed it on him, the moon in heaven, aided by her stars, is the corpus to bring this about. When such a disheartened, timid man looks at the moon under the full sway of his imagination, he looks into the speculum venenosum magnum naturae, great poisonous mirror of nature, and the sidereal spirit and magnus hominis, magnet of man, will thus be poisoned by the stars and the moon. But we shall expound this more clearly to you as follows. Through his imagination, the timid man has made his eyes basilisk-like, and he infects the mirror, the moon, and the stars through himself at the start, and later on, so that the moon is infected by the imagining man. This will happen soon and easily, by dint of the magnetic power which the sidereal body and spirit exerts upon the celestial bodies, viz., the moon and the stars in great nature, viz., the macrocosm. Thus man in turn will be poisoned by this mirror of the moon and the stars which he has looked at, and this because, for as you can see, it happens quite naturally, a pregnant woman at the time of menstruation similarly stains and damages the mirror by looking into it. For at such a time she is poisonous, and has basilisk's eyes ex causa menstrui et venenosi sanguinis, because of the menstrual and poisonous blood, which lies hidden in her body, and nowhere more strongly than in her eyes. For there the sidereal spirit of the stained body lies open and naked to the sidereal magnet. Quia ex menstruo et venenoso sanguine mulieris causatur et nascitur basiliscus, ida luna in coelo est oculus basilisci coeli. Because as the basilisk is caused and born from the menstrual and poisonous blood of a woman, thus the moon in the sky is the eye of the basilisk of heaven. And as the mirror is defiled by the woman, thus conversely the eyes, the sidereal spirit, and the body of man are being defiled by the moon, for the reason that at such time the eyes of the timid imagining man are weak and dull, and the sidereal spirit and body draw poison out of the mirror of the moon into which you have looked. But not so that only one human being has the power thus to poison the moon with his sight. No, hence I say that, mostly, menstruating women do poison the moon and the stars much more readily and also more intensely than any man, easily so. Because as you see that they poison and stain the mirror made of metallic material, and what is even more, the glass mirror, much more and sooner they defile the moon and the stars at such a time. And even if at such time the moon only shines on water and the woman looks at the water, the moon will be poisoned, and by still many more means, but it would not do to reveal all this clearly. And such poisoning of the moon happens for this reason. It is the naked eye of the spirit and of the sidereal body, and it often grows new and young, as you can see. Just as a young child who looks into a mirror which was looked at by a menstruating woman will become long-sighted and cross-eyed, and his eyes will be poisoned, stained, and ruined, as the mirror was stained by the menstruating woman. And so also the moon, and also the human being, is poisoned. And as the moon, when it grows new and young, is of a poisonous kind, this you shall notice in two ways, namely in the element of water and also in wood, loam, etc. As this, when it is gathered at the wrong time, will not burn well, but be worm-eaten, poisonous, bad, and putrid, so is also the moon, and that is why it can be poisoned so easily by merely looking at it. And the moon with its light is the humidum ignis, moisture of fire, of a cold nature, for which reason it is capable of receiving the poison easily. In the table of correspondences in Penotis, the following are said to pertain to the moon: the snake, the tiger, the manes, the lemurs, and the de infernales. These correlations show clearly how Penotis was struck by the underworld nature of the moon. His heretical empiricism led him beyond the patristic allegories to a recognition of the moon's dark side, an aspect no longer suited to serve as an allegory of the beauteous bride of Christ. And just as the bitch was forgotten in the lunar allegory of the church, so too our masculine judgment is apt to forget it when dealing with an overvalued woman. We should not deceive ourselves about the sinister tale of the undoubtedly desirable head. The baying of Hecate is always there, whether it sound from near or from far. This is true of everything feminine, and not least of a man's anima. The mythology of the moon is an object lesson in female psychology. The moon, with her antithetical nature, is in a sense a prototype of individuation, a prefiguration of the self. She is the mother and spouse of the sun, who carries in the wind and the air the spagyric embryo conceived by the sun in her womb and belly. This image corresponds to the psychologum of the pregnant anima, whose child is the self, or is marked by the attributes of the hero. Just as the anima represents and personifies the collective unconscious, so Luna represents the 6 planets or spirits of the metals. Dorn says, from Saturn, Mercury, Jupiter, Mars, and Venus, nothing and no other metal can arise except Luna, i.e. silver. For Luna consists of the 6 spiritual metals and their powers, of which each has 2. From the planet Mercury, from Aquarius and Gemini, or from Aquarius and Pisces, Luna has her liquidity, liquate, and her white brightness. From Jupiter, Sagittarius, and Taurus, her white color and her great stability in the fire. From Mars, Cancer, and Aries, her hardness and fine resonance. From Venus, Gemini, and Libra, her degree of solidity, coagulationis, and malleability. From Sol, Leo, and Virgo, her true purity and great endurance against the strength of the fire. From Saturn, Virgo, and Scorpio, or from Capricorn, her homogeneous body, her pure cleanness, pura mundidum, and steadfastness against the force of the fire. Luna is thus the sum and essence of the metal's natures, which are all taken up in her shimmering whiteness. She is multi-natured, whereas Sol has an exceptional nature as the 7th from the 6 spiritual metals. He is in himself nothing other than pure fire. This role of Luna devolves upon the anima, as she personifies the plurality of archetypes, and also upon the Church and the Blessed Virgin, who, both of lunar nature, gather the many under their protection and plead for them before the Sol Justitiae. Luna is the universal receptacle of all things, the first gateway of heaven, and William Menons says that she gathers the powers of all the stars in herself as in a womb, so as then to bestow them on sublunary creatures. This quality seems to explain her alleged effect in the Opus ad Lunam, when she gives the tincture the character and powers of all the stars. The fragment from the Persian philosophers says, with this tincture all the dead are revived, so that they live forever, and this tincture is the first created ferment, namely that to the moon, and it is the light of all lights, and the flower and fruit of all lights, which lighteth all things. This almost hymn-like paean to the materia lapidis, or the tincture, refers in the first instance to Luna, for it is during her work of whitening that the illumination takes place. She is the mother in this art. In her water, Sol is hidden like a fire, a parallel to the conception of Selene as the in Plutarch. On the first day of the month of Faminoth, Osiris enters into Selene, and this is evidently equivalent to the Synodos in the spring. Thus they make the power of Osiris to be fixed in the moon. Selene, Plutarch says, is male-female and is impregnated by Helios. I mention these statements because they show that the moon has a double light, outside a feminine one, but inside a masculine one, which is hidden in it as a fire. Luna is really the mother of the sun, which means psychologically that the unconscious is pregnant with consciousness and gives birth to it. It is the night, which is older than the day, part of the darkness which gave birth to light, that proud light which is struggling to usurp the ancient rank and realm of Mother Night. From the darkness of the unconscious comes the light of illumination, the albedo. The opposites are contained in it in potentia, hence the hermaphroditism of the unconscious, its capacity for spontaneous and autochthonous reproduction. This idea is reflected in the father-mother of the Gnostics, as well as in the naive vision of Brother Klaus and the modern vision of Maitland, the biographer of Anna Kingsford. Finally, I would like to say a few words about the psychology of the moon, which is none too simple. The alchemical texts were written exclusively by men, and their statements about the moon are therefore the product of masculine psychology. Nevertheless, women did play a role in alchemy, as I have mentioned before, and this makes it possible that the symbolization will show occasional traces of their influence. Generally, the proximity, as well as the absence of women, has a specifically constellating effect on the unconscious of a man. When a woman is absent or unattainable, the unconscious produces in him a certain femininity, which expresses itself in a variety of ways and gives rise to numerous conflicts. The more one-sided his conscious, masculine, spiritual attitude, the more inferior, banal, vulgar, and biological will be the compensating femininity of the unconscious. He will, perhaps, not be conscious at all of its dark manifestations, because they have been so overlaid with saccharine sentimentality that he not only believes the humbug himself, but enjoys putting it over on other people. An avowedly biological or coarse-minded attitude to women produces an excessively lofty valuation of femininity in the unconscious, where it is pleased to take the form of Sophia or of the Virgin. Frequently, however, it gets distorted by everything that misogyny can possibly devise to protect the masculine consciousness from the influence of women, so that the man succumbs instead to unpredictable moods and insensate resentments. Statements by men on the subject of female psychology suffer principally from the fact that the projection of unconscious femininity is always strongest where critical judgment is most needed, that is, where a man is involved emotionally. In the metaphorical descriptions of the alchemists, Luna is primarily a reflection of a man's unconscious femininity, but she is also the principle of the feminine psyche, in the sense that Sol is the principle of a man's. This is particularly obvious in the astrological interpretation of sun and moon, not to mention the age-old assumptions of mythology. Alchemy is inconceivable without the influence of her elder sister astrology, and the statements of these three disciplines must be taken into account in any psychological evaluation of the luminaries. If, then, Luna characterizes the feminine psyche and Sol the masculine, consciousness would be an exclusively masculine affair, which is obviously not the case since woman possesses consciousness too. But as we have previously identified Sol with consciousness and Luna with the unconscious, we would now be driven to the conclusion that a woman cannot possess a consciousness. The error in our formulation lies in the fact, firstly, that we equated the moon with the unconscious as such, whereas the equation is true chiefly of the unconscious of a man, and secondly, that we overlooked the fact that the moon is not only dark, but is also a giver of light and can therefore represent consciousness. This is indeed so in the case of woman. Her consciousness has a lunar rather than a solar character. Its light is the mild light of the moon, which merges things together rather than separates them. It does not show up objects in all their pitiless discreteness and separateness, like the harsh, glaring light of day, but blends in a deceptive shimmer the near and the far, magically transforming little things into big things, high into low, softening all color into a bluish haze, and blending the nocturnal landscape into an unsuspected unity. For purely psychological reasons, I have, in other of my writings, tried to equate the masculine consciousness with the concept of logos and the feminine with that of eros. By logos I meant discrimination, judgment, insight, and by eros I meant the capacity to relate. I regarded both concepts as intuitive ideas which cannot be defined accurately or exhaustively. From the scientific point of view, this is regrettable, but from a practical one it has its value, since the two concepts mark out a field of experience which it is equally difficult to define. As we can hardly ever make a psychological proposition without immediately having to reverse it, instances to the contrary leap to the eye at once. Men who care nothing for discrimination, judgment, and insight, and women who display an almost excessively masculine proficiency in this respect. I would like to describe such cases as the regular exceptions. They demonstrate, to my mind, the common occurrence of a psychically predominant contrasexuality. Wherever this exists, we find a forcible intrusion of the unconscious, a corresponding exclusion of the consciousness specific to either sex, predominance of the shadow and of contrasexuality, and to a certain extent even the presence of symptoms of possession, such as compulsions, phobias, obsessions, automatisms, exaggerated affects, etc. This inversion of roles is probably the chief psychological source for the alchemical concept of the hermaphrodite. In a man, it is the lunar anima. in a woman the solar animus, that influences consciousness in the highest degree. Even if a man is often unaware of his own anima possession, he has, understandably enough, all the more vivid an impression of the animus possession of his wife and vice versa. Logos and Eros are intellectually formulated intuitive equivalents of the archetypal images of Sol and Luna. In my view, the two luminaries are so descriptive and so superlatively graphic in their implications that I would prefer them to the more pedestrian terms Logos and Eros, although the latter do pin down certain psychological peculiarities, more aptly than the rather indefinite Sol and Luna. The use of these images requires at any rate an alert and lively fantasy, and this is not an attribute of those who are inclined by temperament to purely intellectual concepts. These offer us something finished and complete, whereas an archetypal image has nothing but its naked fullness, which seems inapprehensible by the intellect. Concepts are coined and negotiable values. Images are life. If our formula regarding the lunar nature of feminine consciousness is correct, and in view of the consensus omnium in this matter it is difficult to see how it should not be, we must conclude that this consciousness is of a darker, more nocturnal quality, and because of its lower luminosity, can easily overlook differences which to a man's consciousness are self-evident stumbling blocks. It needs a very moon-like consciousness indeed to hold a large family together, regardless of all the differences, and to talk and act in such a way that the harmonious relation of the parts to the whole is not only not disturbed but is actually enhanced. And where the ditch is too deep, a ray of moonlight smooths it over. A classic example of this is the conciliatory proposal of St. Catherine of Alexandria in Anatole France's Penguin Island. The Heavenly Council had come to a deadlock over the question of baptism, since although the penguins were animals, they had been baptized by Saint Maël. Therefore, she says, "That is why, Lord, I entreat you to give old Maël's penguins a human head and breast, so that they can praise you worthily, and grant them also an immortal soul, but only a little one." This lunatic logic can drive the rational mind to the white heat of frenzy. Fortunately, it operates mostly in the dark or cloaks itself in the shimmer of innocence. The moon nature is its own best camouflage, as at once becomes apparent when a woman's unconscious masculinity breaks through into her consciousness and thrusts her eros aside. Then it is all up with her charm and the mitigating half-darkness. She takes a stand on some point or other and captiously defends it, although each barbed remark tears her own flesh, and with brutal short-sightedness she jeopardizes everything that is the dearest goal of womanhood. And then, for unfathomable reasons, or perhaps simply because it is time, the picture changes completely. The new moon has once more been vanquished. The soul who personifies the feminine unconscious is not the sun of the day, but corresponds rather to the soul Niger. It is not the real soul Niger of masculine psychology, the alter ego, the brother Medardus of ETA. Hoffman's story, The Devil's Elixir, or the crass identity of opposites, which we meet with in Jekyll and Hyde. The unconscious soul of woman may be dark, but it is not coal-black, as was said of the moon. It is more like a chronic eclipse of the sun, which in any case is seldom total. Normally a woman's consciousness emits as much darkness as light, so that, if her consciousness cannot be entirely light, her unconscious cannot be entirely dark either. At any rate, when the lunar phases are repressed on account of too powerful solar influences, her consciousness takes on an overbright solar character, while on the other hand, her unconscious becomes darker and darker, nigrum nigrius nigro, and both are unendurable for both in the long run. Her soul Niger is as void of light and charm as the gentling moonlight is all heavenly peace and magic. It protests too much that it is a light, because it is no light, and a great truth, because it invariably misses the mark, and a high authority, which nevertheless is always wrong, or is only as right as the blind tomcat who tried to catch imaginary bats in broad daylight, but one day caught a real one by mistake and thereafter became completely unteachable. I do not want to be unfair, but that is what the feminine soul is like when it obtrudes too much. And it has to obtrude a bit if the man is to understand it. As a man normally gets to know his anima only in projected form, so too a woman in the case of her dark sun. When her eros is functioning properly, her sun will not be too dark, and the carrier of the projection may even produce some useful compensation. But if things are not right with her Eros, in which case she is being unfaithful to love itself, the darkness of her sun will transfer itself to a man who is anima possessed and who dispenses inferior spirit, which, as we know, is as intoxicating as the strongest alcohol. The dark sun of feminine psychology is connected with the father imago, since the father is the first carrier of the animus image. He endows this virtual image with substance and form, for on account of his logos, he is the source of spirit for the daughter. Unfortunately, this source is often sullied just where we would expect clean water. For the spirit that benefits a woman is not mere intellect, it is far more. It is an attitude, the spirit by which a man lives. Even a so-called ideal spirit is not always the best if it does not understand how to deal adequately with nature, that is, with the animal man. This really would be ideal. Hence, every father is given the opportunity to corrupt, in one way or another, his daughter's nature, and the educator, husband, or psychiatrist then has to face the music. For what has been spoiled by the father can only be made good by a father, just as what has been spoiled by the mother can only be repaired by a mother. The disastrous repetition of the family pattern could be described as the psychological original sin, or as the curse of the Atrides running through the generations. But in judging these things, one should not be too certain either of good or of evil. The two are about equally balanced. It should, however, have begun to dawn on our cultural optimists that the forces of good are not sufficient to produce either a rational world order or the faultless ethical behavior of the individual, whereas the forces of evil are so strong that they imperil any order at all and can imprison the individual in a devilish system that commits the most fearful crimes, so that even if he is ethical-minded, he must finally forget his moral responsibility in order to go on living. The malignity of collective man has shown itself in more terrifying form today than ever before in history, and it is by this objective standard that the greater and the lesser sins should be measured. We need more casuistic subtlety, because it is no longer a question of extirpating evil, but of the difficult art of putting a lesser evil in place of a greater one. The time for the sweeping statements so dear to the evangelizing moralist, which lighten his task in the most agreeable way, is long past. Nor can the conflict be escaped by a denial of moral values. The very idea of this is foreign to our instincts and contrary to nature. Every human group that is not actually sitting in prison will follow its accustomed paths according to the measure of its freedom. Whatever the intellectual definition and evaluation of good and evil may be, the conflict between them can never be eradicated, for no one can ever forget it. Even the Christian who feels himself delivered from evil will, when the first rapture is over, remember the thorn in the flesh, which even St. Paul could not pluck out. These hints may suffice to make clear what kind of spirit it is that the daughter needs. They are the truths which speak to the soul, which are not too loud and do not insist too much, but reach the individual in stillness, the individual who constitutes the meaning of the world. It is this knowledge that the daughter needs, in order to pass it on to her son. 5a. Salt as the arcane substance. In this section I shall discuss not only salt, but a number of symbolisms that are closely connected with it, such as the bitterness of the sea, seawater and its baptismal quality, which in turn relates it to the Red Sea. I have included the latter in the scope of my observations, but not the symbol of the sea as such. Since Luna symbolizes the unconscious, Sal, as one of its attributes, is a special instance of the lunar symbolism. This explains the length of the present entire chapter. Extensive digressions are necessary in order to do justice to the various aspects of the unconscious that are expressed by salt, and at the same time to explain their psychological meaning. Owing to the theory of correspondentia, regarded as axiomatic in the Middle Ages, the principles of each of the four worlds, the intelligible or divine, the heavenly, the earthly, and the infernal, corresponded to each other. Usually, however, there was a division into three worlds to correspond with the Trinity: heaven, earth, hell. Triads were also known in alchemy. From the time of Paracelsus, the most important triad was sulfur mercurius Sol, which was held to correspond with the Trinity. Georg von Welling, the plagiarist of Johann Rudolf Glauber, still thought in 1735 that his triad of fire, sun, and salt was, in its root, entirely one thing. The use of the Trinity formula in alchemy is so common that further documentation is unnecessary. A subtle feature of the sulfur-mercurius Sol formula is that the central figure, Mercurius, is by nature androgynous, and thus partakes both of the masculine red sulfur and of the lunar salt. His equivalent in the celestial realm is the planetary pair Sol and Luna, and in the intelligible realm Christ in his mystical androgyny, the man encompassed by the woman, i.e. sponsus and sponsa, ecclesia. Like the Trinity, the alchemical triunity is eternity in disguise owing to the duplicity of the central figure. Mercurius is not only split into a masculine and a feminine half, but is the poisonous dragon and at the same time the heavenly Lapis. This makes it clear that the dragon is analogous to the devil and the Lapis to Christ, in accordance with the ecclesiastical view of the devil as an autonomous counterpart of Christ. Furthermore, not only the dragon but the negative aspect of sulfur, namely sulfur comburans, is identical with the devil, as Glauber says, "Verily, sulfur is the true black devil of hell, who can be conquered by no element save by salt alone." Salt, by contrast, is a light substance similar to the lapis, as we shall see. From all this we get the following schema. Here we have another of those well-known quaternities of opposites, which are usually masked as a triad, just as the Christian Trinity is able to maintain itself as such only by eliminating the fourth protagonist of the divine drama. If he were included, there would be not a Trinity, but a Christian quaternity. For a long time there had been a psychological need for this, as is evident from the medieval pictures of the Assumption and coronation of the Virgin. It was also responsible for elevating her to the position of mediatrix, corresponding to Christ's position as the mediator, with the difference that Mary only transmits grace, but does not generate it. The recent promulgation of the dogma of the Assumption emphasizes the taking up not only of the soul, but of the body of Mary into the Trinity, thus making a dogmatic reality of those medieval representations of the quaternity which are constructed on the following pattern. Only in 1950, after the teaching authority in the Church had long deferred it, and almost a century after the declaration of the dogma of the Immaculate Conception, did the Pope, moved by a growing wave of popular petitions, feel compelled to declare the Assumption as a revealed truth. All the evidence shows that the dogmatization was motivated chiefly by the religious need of the Catholic masses. Behind this stands the archetypal numen of feminine deity, who at the Council of Ephesus in 431 imperiously announced her claim to the title of Theotokos, God-bearer, as distinct from that of a mere Anthropotokos, man-bearer, accorded to her by the Nestorian rationalists. The taking up of the body had long been emphasized as an historical and material event, and the alchemists could therefore make use of the representations of the Assumption in describing the glorification of matter in the Opus. The illustration of this process in Reusner's Pandora shows, underneath the coronation scene, a kind of shield between the emblems of Matthew and Luke, on which is depicted the extraction of Mercurius from the prima materia. The extracted spirit appears in monstrous form. The head is surrounded by a halo, and reminds us of the traditional head of Christ, but the arms are snakes, and the lower half of the body resembles a stylized fish's tail. This is without doubt the anima mundi, who has been freed from the shackles of matter, the filius macrocosmi, or Mercurius anthropos, who, because of his double nature, is not only spiritual and physical, but unites in himself the morally highest and lowest. The illustration in Pandora points to the great secret which the alchemists dimly felt was implicit in the Assumption. The proverbial darkness of sublunary matter has always been associated with the prince of this world, the devil. He is the metaphysical figure who is excluded from the Trinity, but who, as the counterpart of Christ, is the sine qua non of the drama of redemption. His equivalent in alchemy is the dark side of Mercurius duplex, and as we saw, the active sulfur. He also conceals himself in the poisonous dragon, the preliminary chthonic form of the Lapis ethereus. To the natural philosophers of the Middle Ages, and to Dorn in particular, it was perfectly clear that the triad must be complemented by a fourth, as the lapis had always been regarded as a quaternity of elements. It did not disturb them that this would necessarily involve the evil spirit. On the contrary, the dismemberment and self-devouring of the dragon probably seemed to them a commendable operation. Dorn, however, saw in the quaternity the absolute opposite of the Trinity, namely the female principle, which seemed to him of the devil, for which reason he called the devil the four-horned serpent. This insight must have given him a glimpse into the core of the problem. In his refutation, he identified woman with the devil because of the number 2, which is characteristic of both. The devil, he thought, was the binarius itself, since it was created on the second day of creation, on Monday, the day of the moon, on which God failed to express his pleasure, this being the day of doubt and separation. Dorn puts into words what is merely hinted at in the Pandora illustration. If we compare this train of thought with the Christian quaternity, which the new dogma has virtually produced, but has not defined as such, it will immediately be apparent that we have here an upper quaternio, which is supraordinate to man's wholeness, and is psychologically comparable to the Moses quaternio of the Gnostics. Man and the dark abyss of the world, the Deus absconditus, have not yet been taken up into it. Alchemy, however, is the herald of a still unconscious drive for maximal integration, which seems to be reserved for a distant future, even though it originated with Origen's doubt concerning the ultimate fate of the devil. In philosophical alchemy, salt is a cosmic principle. According to its position in the quaternity, it is correlated with the feminine, lunar side and with the upper light half. It is therefore not surprising that sal is one of the many designations for the arcane substance. This connotation seems to have developed in the early Middle Ages under Arabic influence. The oldest traces of it can be found in the Turba, where salt water and seawater are synonyms for the aqua permanens, and in Senior, who says that mercurius is made from salt. His treatise is one of the earliest authorities in Latin alchemy. Here, sal alkali also plays the role of the arcane substance, and Senior mentions that the diolpo was called salsatura, marination. In the almost equally old Allegoria Sapientum, the lapis is described as salsus, salty. Arnaldus de Villanova, 1235-1313, says, "Whoever possesses the salt that can be melted and the oil that cannot be burned may praise God." It is clear from this that salt is an arcane substance. The Rosarium, which leans very heavily on the old Latin sources, remarks that the whole secret lies in the prepared common salt, and that the root of the art is the soap of the sages, sapo sapientum, which is the mineral of all salts and is called the bitter salt, sal amarum. Whoever knows the salt knows the secret of the old sages. Salts and alums are the helpers of the stone. Isaac Hollandus calls salt the medium between the terra sulfurea and the water. God poured a certain salt into them in order to unite them, and the sages named this salt the salt of the wise. Among later writers, salt is even more clearly the arcane substance. For Mylius, it is synonymous with the tincture. It is the earth dragon who eats his own tail, and the ash, the diadem of thy heart. The salt of the metals is the lapis. Basilius Valentinus speaks of a sal spirituale. It is the seed of the virtue which makes the art possible, the most noble treasury, the good and noble salt, which, though it has not the form of salt from the beginning, is nevertheless called salt. It becomes impure and pure of itself. It dissolves and coagulates itself, or, as the sages say, locks and unlocks itself. It is the quintessence, above all things and in all creatures. The whole majesty lies in the salt and its solution. The permanent radical moisture consists of salt. It is synonymous with the incombustible oil, and is altogether a mystery to be concealed. As the arcane substance, it is identified with various synonyms for the latter. Above all, it is an ens central. For Kunrath, salt is the physical center of the earth. For Vigenerus, it is a component of that virginal and pure earth which is contained in the center of all composite elementals, or in the depths of the same. Glauber calls salt the concentrated center of the elements. Although the arcane substance is usually identified with Mercurius, the relation of salt to Mercurius is seldom mentioned. Senior, as we noted, says that, by diverse operations, Mercurius is made from salt, and Kunrath identifies Mercurius with common salt. The rarity of the identification strikes us just because the salt of the wise really implies its relation to Mercurius. I can explain this only on the supposition that salt did not acquire its significance until later times, and then at once appeared as an independent figure in the sulfur-mercurius-sal triad. Salt also has an obvious relation to the earth, not to the earth as such, but to our earth, by which is naturally meant the arcane substance. This is evident from the aforementioned identification of salt with the earth dragon. The full text of Melius runs, "What remains below in the retort is our salt, that is, our earth, and it is of a black color, a dragon that eats his own tail. For the dragon is the matter that remains behind after the distillation of water from it, and this water is called the dragon's tail, and the dragon is its blackness, and the dragon is saturated with his water and coagulated, and so he eats his tail." The rarely mentioned relation of salt to the Negredo is worth noting here, for because of its proverbial whiteness, salt is constantly associated with the albedo. On the other hand, we would expect the close connection between salt and water, which is in fact already implicit in the seawater. The aqua pontica plays an important role as a synonym for the aqua permanens, as also does mare, sea. That salt, as well as Luna, is an essential component of this is clear from Vigenerus. There is nothing wherein the moisture lasts longer or is wetter than salt, of which the sea for the most part consists. Neither is there anything wherein the moon displays her motion more clearly than the sea, as can be seen from its ebb and flow. Salt, he says, has an inexterminable humidity, and that is the reason why the sea cannot be dried up. Kunrath identifies the femina alba or candida with the crystalline salt, and this with the white water. Our water cannot be made without salt, and without salt the opus will not succeed. According to Rupasissa, Cia 1350, salt is water which the dryness of the fire has coagulated. B. The bitterness. Inseparable from salt and sea is the quality of amaritudo, bitterness. The etymology of Isidore of Seville was accepted all through the Middle Ages, mare ab amaro. Among the alchemists, the bitterness became a kind of technical term. Thus, in the treatise Rosinus ad Euthysium, there is the following dialogue between Zosimo's and Theosebea. "This is the stone that hath in it glory and color. And she, whence cometh its color? He replied, from its exceeding strong bitterness. And she, whence cometh its bitterness and intensity? He answered, from the impurity of its metal." The treatise Rosinus ad Saratantum Episcopum says, "Take the stone that is black, white, red, and yellow, and is a wonderful bird that flies without wings in the blackness of the night and the brightness of the day. In the bitterness that is in its throat, the coloring will be found." Each thing in its first matter is corrupt and bitter, says Ripley. The bitterness is a tincturing poison. And Melius, "Our stone is endowed with the strongest spirit, bitter and brazen, Aeneas." And the Rosarium mentions that salt is bitter because it comes from the mineral of the sea. The Liberalde says, "O nature of this wondrous thing which transforms the body into spirit, when it is found alone, it conquers all things, and is an excellent, harsh, and bitter acid which transmutes gold into pure spirit." These quotations clearly allude to the sharp taste of salt and seawater. The reason why the taste is described as bitter and not simply as salt may lie first of all in the inexactness of the language, since amorous also means sharp, biting, harsh, and is used metaphorically for acrimonious speech or a wounding joke. Besides this, the language of the Vulgate had an important influence as it was one of the main sources for medieval Latin. The moral use which the Vulgate consistently makes of amarus and amaritudo gives them, in alchemy as well, a nuance that cannot be passed over. This comes out clearly in Ripley's remark that each thing in its first matter is corrupt and bitter. The juxtaposition of these two attributes indicates the inner connection between them. Corruption and bitterness are on the same footing. They denote the state of imperfect bodies, the initial state of the prima materia. Among the best-known synonyms for the latter are the chaos and the sea. In the classical mythological sense, denoting the beginning of the world, the sea in particular being conceived as the matrix of all creatures. The prima materia is often called aqua pontica. The salt that comes from the mineral of the sea is by its very nature bitter, but the bitterness is due also to the impurity of the imperfect body. This apparent contradiction is explained by the report of Plutarch that the Egyptians regarded the sea as something impure and untrustworthy, and as the domain of Typhon, Set, they called salt the spume of Typhon. In his Philosophia Reformata, Melius mentions sea spume, together with the purged or purified sea, rock salt, the bird, and luna as equivalent synonyms for the lapis occultus. Here the impurity of the sea is indirectly indicated by the epithets purged or purified. The sea spume is on a par with the salt and, of particular interest, with the bird, naturally the bird of Hermes, and this throws a sudden light on the above passage from Rosinus about the bird with bitterness in its throat. The bird is a parallel of salt because salt is a spirit, a volatile substance, which the alchemists were wont to conceive as a bird. As the expulsion of the spirit was effected by various kinds of burning, combustio, adustio, calcinatio, assadio, sublimatio, incineratio, etc., it was natural to call the end product ash, again in a double sense as scoria, fex, etc., and as the spirit or bird of Hermes. Thus the Rosarium says, "Sublime with fire, until the spirit which thou wilt find in it, the substance, goeth forth from it, and it is named the bird or the ash of Hermes. Therefore saith Morianus, despise not the ashes, for they are the diadem of thy heart, and the ash of things that endure." In other words, the ash is the spirit that dwells in the glorified body. This bird or spirit is associated with various colors. At first the bird is black, then it grows white feathers, which finally become colored. The Chinese cousin of the Avis hermetis, the scarlet bird, molts in a similar way. We are told in the treatise of Wei Po Yang, the fluttering chuniao flies the 5 colors. They are arranged as follows. Earth occupies the central position as the 5th element, though it is not the quintessence and goal of the work, but rather its basis, corresponding to terra as the arcane substance in Western alchemy. As regards the origin and meaning of the Avis hermetis, I would like to mention the report of Aelian that the ibis is dear to Hermes, the father of words, since in its form it resembles the nature of the logos, for its blackness and swift flight could be compared to the silent and introverted logos, but its whiteness to the logos already uttered and heard, which is the servant and messenger of the inner word. It is not easy for a modern mind to conceive salt, a cold, damp, lunar terrestrial substance, as a bird and a spirit. Spirit, as the Chinese conceive it, is yang, the fiery and dry element, and this accords with the views of Heraclitus, as well as with the Christian concept of the Holy Ghost as tongues of fire. Luna, we have seen, is unquestionably connected with mens, manus, mind, etc., but these connections are of a somewhat ambiguous nature. Although the earth can boast of an earth spirit and other daemons, they are after all spirits and not spirit. The cold side of nature is not lacking in spirit, but it is a spirit of a special kind, which Christianity regarded as demonic, and which therefore found no acclaim except in the realm of the magical arts and sciences. This spirit is the snake-like nu, or agathodaimon, which in Hellenistic syncretism merges together with Hermes. Christian allegory and iconography also took possession of it on the basis of John 3:14. And as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, even so must the Son of Man be lifted up. The mercurial serpent, or spirit mercurius, is the personification and living continuation of the spirit who, in the prayer entitled The Secret Inscription in the Great Magic Papyrus of Paris, is invoked as follows. Greetings, entire edifice of the spirit of the air, greetings, spirit that penetrates from heaven to earth, and from earth, which abideth in the midst of the universe, to the uttermost bounds of the abyss. Greetings, spirit that penetratest into me and shakest me. Greetings, beginning and end of irremovable nature. Greetings, thou who revolvest the elements that untiringly render service. Greetings, brightly shining sun, whose radiance ministereth to the world. Greetings, moon shining by night with disk of fickle brilliance. Greetings, all ye spirits of the demons of the air. O great, greatest, incomprehensible fabric of the world, formed in a circle, dwelling in the ether, having the form of water, of earth, of fire, of wind, of light, of darkness, star-glittering, damp, fiery, cold spirit. Here is a magnificent description of a spirit that is apparently the exact opposite of the Christian pneuma. This antique spirit is also the spirit of alchemy, which today we can interpret as the unconscious projected into heavenly space and external objects. Although declared to be the devil by the early Christians, it should not be identified outright with evil. It merely has the uncomfortable quality of being beyond good and evil, and it gives this perilous quality to anyone who identifies with it, as we can see from the eloquent case of Nietzsche and the psychic epidemic that came after him. This spirit that is beyond good and evil is not the same as being 6,000 feet above good and evil, but rather the same distance below it, or better, before it. It is the spirit of the chaotic waters of the beginning, before the second day of creation, before the separation of the opposites, and hence before the advent of consciousness. That is why it leads those whom it overcomes neither upwards nor beyond, but back into chaos. This spirit corresponds to that part of the psyche which has not been assimilated to consciousness, and whose transformation and integration are the outcome of a long and wearisome opus. The artifex was, in his way, conscious enough of the dangers of the work, and for this reason his operations consisted largely of precautions whose equivalents are the rites of the Church. The alchemists understood the return to chaos as an essential part of the opus. It was the stage of the negredo and mortificatio, which was then followed by the purgatorial fire and the albedo. The spirit of chaos is indispensable to the work, and it cannot be distinguished from the gift of the Holy Ghost, any more than the Satan of the Old Testament can be distinguished from Yahweh. The unconscious is both good and evil, and yet neither, the matrix of all potentialities. After these remarks, which seem to me necessary, on the salt spirit, as Kunrath calls it, let us turn back to the Amaritudo. As the bitter salt comes from the impure sea, it is understandable that the Gloria Mundi should call it mostly black and evil-smelling in the beginning. The blackness and bad smell, described by the alchemists as the stench of the graves, pertain to the underworld and to the sphere of moral darkness. This impure quality is common also to the corruptio, which, as we saw, Ripley equates with bitterness. Vigenerus describes salt as corruptible, in the sense that the body is subject to corruption and decay, and does not have the fiery and incorruptible nature of the spirit. The moral use of qualities that were originally physical is clearly dependent, particularly in the case of a cleric like Ripley, on ecclesiastical language. About this I can be brief, as I can rely on Rahner's valuable Antenna Crucis II, Das Meer der Welt. Here Rahner brings together all the patristic allegories that are needed to understand the alchemical symbolism. The patristic use of mare is defined by St. Augustine. Mare seculum est, the sea is the world. It is the essence of the world, as the element subject to the devil. St. Hilary says, by the depths of the sea is meant the seat of hell. The sea is the gloomy abyss, the remains of the original pit, and hence of the chaos that covered the earth. For St. Nomoth Augustine, this abyss is the realm of power allotted to the devil and demons after their fall. It is on the one hand a deep that cannot be reached or comprehended, and on the other the depths of sin. For Gregory the Great, the sea is the depths of eternal death. Since ancient times it was the abode of water demons. There dwells Leviathan, Job 3:8, who in the language of the fathers signifies the devil. Rahner documents the patristic equations. Diabolus equals Draco, Leviathan, Cetus Magnus equals Aspis, Adder, Asp, Draco. St. Jerome says, the devil surrounds the seas and the ocean on all sides. The bitterness of salt water is relevant in this connection, as it is one of the peculiarities of hell and damnation which must be fully tasted by the meditant in Loyola's exercises. Point 4 of exercise says he must, in imagination, taste with the taste bitter things, as tears, sadness, and the worm of conscience. This is expressed even more colorfully in the spiritual exercises of the Jesuit Sebastian Izquierdo, 1686. Fourthly, the taste will be tormented with a rabid hunger and thirst, with no hope of alleviation, and its food will be bitter wormwood, and its drink water of gall. C. The Red Sea. It might almost be one of the alchemical paradoxes that the Red Sea, in contrast to the significance ordinarily attached to mare, is a term for the healing and transforming baptismal water, and is thus an equivalent of the alchemical aqua pontica. St. Augustine says, the Red Sea signifies baptism, and according to Honorius of Autun, The Red Sea is the baptism reddened by the blood of Christ, in which our enemies, namely our sins, are drowned. We must also mention the Peratic interpretation of the Red Sea. The Red Sea drowned the Egyptians, but the Egyptians were all non-knowers. The exodus from Egypt signifies the exodus from the body, which is Egypt in miniature, being the incarnation of sinfulness, and the crossing of the Red Sea is the crossing of the water of corruption, which is Chronos. The other side of the Red Sea is the other side of creation. The arrival in the desert is a genesis outside of generation. There the gods of destruction and the God of salvation are all together. The Red Sea is a water of death for those that are unconscious, but for those that are conscious, it is a baptismal water of rebirth and transcendence. By unconscious are meant those who have no gnosis, i.e., are not enlightened as to the nature and destiny of man in the cosmos. In modern language, it would be those who have no knowledge of the contents of the personal and collective unconscious. The personal unconscious is the shadow and the inferior function, in Gnostic terms, the sinfulness and impurity that must be washed away by baptism. The collective unconscious expresses itself in the mythological teachings, characteristic of most mystery religions, which reveal the secret knowledge concerning the origin of all things and the way to salvation. Unconscious people who attempt to cross the sea without being purified and without the guidance of enlightenment are drowned. They get stuck in the unconscious and suffer a spiritual death insofar as they cannot get beyond their one-sidedness. To do this, they would have to be more conscious of what is unconscious to them and their age, above all of the inner opposite, namely those contents to which the prevailing views are in any way opposed. This continual process of getting to know the counterposition in the unconscious I have called the transcendent function, because the confrontation of conscious, rational data with those that are unconscious, irrational, necessarily results in a modification of standpoint. But an alteration is possible only if the existence of the other is admitted, at least to the point of taking conscious cognizance of it. A Christian of today, for instance, no longer ought to cling obstinately to a one-sided credo, but should face the fact that Christianity has been in a state of schism for 400 years, with the result that every single Christian has a split in his psyche. Naturally, this lesion cannot be treated or healed if everyone insists on his own standpoint. Behind those barriers, he can rejoice in his absolute and consistent convictions and deem himself above the conflict. But outside them, he keeps the conflict, alive by his intransigence, and continues to deplore the pig-headedness and stiff-neckedness of everybody else. It seems as if Christianity had been from the outset the religion of chronic squabblers, and even now it does everything in its power never to let the squabbles rest. Remarkably enough, it never stops preaching the gospel of neighborly love. We should get along a lot better if we realize that the majority views of others are condoned by a minority in ourselves. Armed with this psychological insight, which today no longer has the character of revelation since common sense can grasp it, we could set out on the road to the union of the opposites and would then, as in the Peratic doctrine, come to the place where the gods of destruction and the God of salvation are together. By this is obviously meant the destructive and constructive powers of the unconscious. This coincidentia oppositorum forms a parallel to the messianic state of fulfillment described in Isaiah 11:6ff and 35:5ff, though with one important difference. The place of Genesis outside of generation, presumably an opus contra naturam, is clearly not paradise but the desert and the wilderness. Everyone who becomes conscious of even a fraction of his unconscious gets outside his own time and social stratum into a kind of solitude, as our text remarks. But only there is it possible to meet the God of salvation. Light is manifest in the darkness, and out of danger the rescue comes. In his sermon on Luke 19:12, Meister Eckhart says, "And who can be nobler than the man who is born half of the highest and best the world has to offer, and half of the innermost ground of God's nature and God's loneliness? Therefore the Lord speaks in the prophet Hosea, I will lead the noble souls into the wilderness, and speak into their hearts, one with the one from the one, and in the one itself the one eternally." I have gone into this Hippolytus text at some length because the Red Sea was of special significance to the alchemists. Sermolet south of the Turba mentions the Tyrian dye, which is extracted from our most pure Red Sea. It is the parallel of the tinctura philosophorum, which is described as black and is extracted from the sea. The old treatise, Rosinus ad Euthicium, says, "And know that our Red Sea is more tincturing than all seas, and that the poison, when it is cooked and becomes foul and discolored, penetrates all bodies." The tincture is the dip and the baptismal water of the alchemists, here asserted to come from the Red Sea. This idea is understandable in view of the patristic and Gnostic interpretation of the Red Sea as the blood of Christ in which we are baptized. Hence the paralleling of the tincture, salt, and aqua pontica with blood. The Red Sea appears in a very peculiar manner in the Tractatus Aristotelis ad Alexandrum Magnum, where a recipe says, "Take the serpent and place it in the chariot with 4 wheels, and let it be turned about on the earth until it is immersed in the depths of the sea, and nothing more is visible but the blackest Dead Sea. And there let the chariot with the wheels remain, until so many fumes rise up from the serpent that the whole surface planetes becomes dry, and by desiccation sandy and black. All that is the earth which is no earth, but a stone lacking all weight. And when the fumes are precipitated in the form of rain, you should bring the chariot from the water to dry land, and then you have placed the 4 wheels upon the chariot, and will obtain the result if you will advance further to the Red Sea, running without running, moving without motion, currens sine cursu, movens sine motu." This curious text requires a little elucidation. The serpent is the prima materia, the serpens hermetis, which he Hermes sent to King Antiochus, that he might do battle with thee, Alexander, and thine army. The serpent is placed in the chariot of its vessel and is led hither and thither by the 4-fold rotation of the natures, but it should be securely enclosed. The wheels are the wheels of the elements. The vessel or vehicle is the spherical tomb of the serpent. The 4-fold rotation of the natures corresponds to the ancient tetrameria of the Opus, its division into 4 parts, i.e. transformation through the 4 elements, from earth to fire. This symbolism describes in abbreviated form the essentials of the Opus. The serpent of Hermes, or the agathodaimon, the nu that animates the cold part of nature, that is, the unconscious, is enclosed in the spherical vessel of diaphanous glass, which, on the alchemical view, represents the world and the soul. The psychologist would see it rather as the psychic reflection of the world, namely, consciousness of the world and the psyche. The transformation corresponds to the psychic process of assimilation and integration by means of the transcendent function. This function unites the pairs of opposites, which, as alchemy shows, are arranged in a quaternio when they represent a totality. The totality appears in quaternary form only when it is not just an unconscious fact, but a conscious and differentiated totality. For instance, when the horizon is thought of not simply as a circle that can be divided into any number of parts, but as consisting of 4 clearly defined points. Accordingly, one's given personality could be represented by a continuous circle, whereas the conscious personality would be a circle divided up in a definite way, and this generally turns out to be a quaternity. The quaternity of basic functions of consciousness meets this requirement. It is therefore only to be expected that the chariot should have 4 wheels, to correspond with the 4 elements or natures. The chariot as a spherical vessel and as consciousness rests on the 4 elements or basic functions, just as the floating island where Apollo was born, Delos, rested on the 4 supports which Poseidon made for it. The wheels, naturally, are on the outside of the chariot and are its motor organs, just as the functions of consciousness facilitate the relation of the psyche to its environment. It must, however, be stressed that what we today call the schema of functions is archetypally prefigured by one of the oldest patterns of order known to man, namely the quaternity, which always represents a consciously reflected and differentiated totality. Quite apart from its almost universal incidence, it also appears spontaneously in dreams as an expression of the total personality. The chariot of Aristotle can be understood in this sense as a symbol of the self. The recipe goes on to say that this symbolic vehicle should be immersed in the sea of the unconscious for the purpose of heating and incubation, corresponding to the state of tapas, incubation by means of self-heating. By this is obviously meant a state of introversion in which the unconscious content is brooded over and digested. During this operation, all relations with the outside world are broken off. The feelers of perception and intuition, discrimination and valuation are withdrawn. The four wheels are placed upon the chariot. Outside everything is quiet and still, but deep inside the psyche the wheels go on turning, performing those cyclic evolutions which bring the mandala of the total personality, the ground plan of the self, closer to consciousness. But so long as consciousness has not completed the process of integration, it is covered by the blackest Dead Sea, darkened by unconsciousness and oppressed by heat, as was the hero in the belly of the whale during the night sea journey. Through the incubation, the snake-like content is vaporized, literally sublimated, which amounts to saying that it is recognized and made an object of conscious discrimination. The evaporatio is followed by the desiccation of the surface, which then appears sandy and black. Here the imagery changes. The allusion to the subsiding flood means, psychologically, that the black blanket of unconsciousness hiding the nascent symbol is drawn away. Arena, sand, is defined as the pure substance of the stone, and accordingly the text describes the regenerated earth as a stone lacking all weight. The text does not explain just why it is weightless, but it is evident that nothing material, which alone has weight, is left over, and all that remains is the psychic content of the projection. The opus is far from having come to an end at this point, for the negredo, terra negra, still prevails, and the substance of the stone is still black. It is therefore necessary for the fumes, evaporations, to precipitate and wash off the blackness, whence the whole earth becomes white. The rain now falls so copiously that the earth is almost turned into a sea. Hence the direction that the chariot should be brought to dry land. This is clearly another allusion to Noah's Ark and the flood. With the coming of the flood, the previous state of chaos would be restored, and the result of the opus would again be swamped by unconsciousness. This motif recurs in the form of the dragon that pursued Leto and the woman crowned with stars, Rever 12, 1f. If the chariot reaches dry land, this obviously means that the content has become visible and remains conscious. And then, says the text, you have placed the wheels upon the chariot. The four natures or elements are gathered together and are contained in the spherical vessel, i.e., the four aspects or functions are integrated with consciousness, so that the state of totality has almost been attained. Had it really been attained, the opus would be consummated at this point, but the result effectus is obtained only by advancing further. The result, therefore, means something more than integration of the four natures. If we take the loading of the chariot as the conscious realization of the four functions, this does in fact denote only the possibility of remaining conscious of the whole previous material, that is, of the principal aspects of the psyche. The question then arises as to how all these divergent factors, previously kept apart by apparently insuperable incompatibilities, will behave, and what the ego is going to do about it. The singular image of the new serpent enthroned on a chariot reminds us of the chariot-driving, snake-shaped gods of southern India, for instance on the immense black temple at Puri, which is itself a chariot of stone. I certainly don't want to suggest that there is any direct Indian influence in our text, for there is another model closer to hand, and that is Ezekiel's vision of the four creatures, with the faces respectively of a man, a lion, an ox, and an eagle. These four figures are associated with four wheels, their construction being, as it were, a wheel within a wheel. When they went in any of their four directions without turning as they went. Together they formed the moving throne of a figure having the appearance of a man. In the Kabbalah, this chariot, Merkaba, plays an important role as the vehicle on which the believers mount up to God and the human soul unites with the world soul. An interpretation of the four wheels as the quadriga and vehicle of divinity is found in a window medallion by Suger, the 12th century maker of stained glass for the Abbey of Saint Denis. The chariot, which is depicted, bears the inscription Quadri Aminadab, referring to the Song of Songs 6:11 DV, "My soul troubled me for the chariots of Aminadab." God the Father stands on a four-wheeled chariot holding the crucifix before him. In the corners of the medallion are the four emblems of the evangelists, the Christian continuation of Ezekiel's winged creatures. The four Gospels form, as it were, a quaternary podium on which the Redeemer stands. Still another source might be Honorius of Autun. In his commentary on Song of Songs 6:11, he says that his Animalis Vita was troubled because the chariot signified the four evangelists. It was this chariot that the apostles and their followers had driven through the world. For Christ had said in the Gospels, "Except ye repent, ye shall all likewise perish," Luke 13:3. And it was to him, Honorius, that the words were addressed. "Return, return, O Shulamite," Song of Songs 6:13. Psychologically, the vision of Ezekiel is a symbol of the self consisting of four individual creatures and wheels, i.e., of different functions. Three of the faces are theriomorphic and only one anthropomorphic, which presumably means that only one function has reached the human level, whereas the others are still in an unconscious or animal state. The problem of three and four, trinity and quaternity, plays a great role in alchemy as the axiom of Maria, and, like the vision of Ezekiel, is concerned with the God image. The symbols of the self are as a rule symbols of totality, but this is only occasionally true of God images. In the former, the circle and the quaternity predominate. In the latter, the circle and the trinity, and this, moreover, only in the case of abstract representations, which are not the only ones to occur. These hints may throw a little light on the strange idea of the serpent chariot. It is a symbol of the arcane substance and the quintessence of the ether that contains all four elements, and at the same time a God image, or, to be more accurate, an image of the anima mundi. This is indicated by the mercurial serpent, which in its turn was interpreted by the alchemists as the spirit of life that was in the wheels, DV. We should also mention that according to Ezekiel 1:18, the inter-revolving wheels were full of eyes round about. The old illustrators therefore produced something like an astrolabe in their attempts to depict the vision. The notion of wheels is naturally connected with movement in all directions, for the eyes of the Lord run to and fro through the whole earth, Zechariah 4:10. It is said of the horses, too, that they walk to and fro through the earth, Zechariah 6:7. Eyes are round and in common speech are likened to cartwheels. They also seem to be a typical symbol for what I have called the multiple luminosities of the unconscious. By this I mean the seeming possibility that complexes possess a kind of consciousness, a luminosity of their own, which I conjecture expresses itself in the symbol of the soul spark, multiple eyes, polyophthalmia, and the starry heaven. By reason of its solar nature, the eye is a symbol of consciousness, and accordingly multiple eyes would indicate a multiplicity of conscious centers which are coordinated into a unity like the many-faceted eye of an insect. As Ezekiel's vision can be interpreted psychologically as a symbol of the self, we may also mention in this connection the Hindu definition of the self, here Hiranyagarbha, as the collective aggregate of all individual souls. Ezekiel's vision is of psychological importance because the quaternity embodied in it is the vehicle or throne of him who had the appearance of a man. Together with the spirit of life, in the wheels it represents the empirical self, the totality of the four functions. These four are only partly conscious. The auxiliary functions are partly, and the inferior or subliminal function is wholly autonomous. They cannot be put to conscious use, and they reach consciousness only indirectly as a fait accompli through their sometimes disturbing effects. Their specific energy adds itself to the normal energy of the unconscious, and thereby gives it an impulse that enables it to erupt spontaneously into consciousness. As we know, these invasions can be observed systematically in the association experiment. The quaternity of the self appears in Ezekiel's vision as the true psychological foundation of the God concept. God uses it as his vehicle. It is possible for the psychologist to verify the structure of this foundation, but beyond that, the theologian has the last word. In order to clear up any misunderstandings, especially from the theological side, I would like to emphasize yet again that it is not the business of science to draw conclusions which go beyond the bounds of our empirical knowledge. I do not feel the slightest need to put the self in place of God, as short-sighted critics have often accused me of doing. If Indian philosophers equate the Atman with the concept of God and many Westerners copy them, this is simply their subjective opinion and not science. A consensus generaliz on this point would in itself be yet another fact which, for the empirical psychologist, is as well worth considering as the remarkable view of many theologians that religious statements have nothing to do with the psyche. Similarly, it is characteristic of the mystical philosophy of the alchemists that the mercurial serpent is enthroned on the chariot. He is a living spirit who uses as his chariot the body that consists of the four elements. In this sense, the chariot is the symbol of earthly life. A Georgian fairy tale closes with the verses, "I have dragged a cart up the mountain, it has become like a mountain. Summon me from this life over to eternity." As I have said, the process of transformation does not come to an end with the production of the quaternity symbol. The continuation of the opus leads to the dangerous crossing of the Red Sea, signifying death and rebirth. It is very remarkable that our author, by his paradox, running without running, moving without motion, introduces a coincidence of opposites just at this point, and that the Hippolytus text speaks, equally paradoxically, of the gods of destruction and the God of salvation being together. The quaternity, as we have seen, is a quaternio of opposites, a synthesis of the four originally divergent functions. Their synthesis is here achieved in an image, but in psychic reality becoming conscious of the whole psyche faces us with a highly problematical situation. We can indicate its scope in a single question: what am I to do with the unconscious? For this, unfortunately, there are no recipes or general rules. I have tried to present the main outlines of what the psychotherapist can observe of this wearisome and all too familiar process in my study, the relations between the ego and the unconscious. For the layman, these experiences are a terra incognita, which is not made any more accessible by broad generalizations. Even the imagination of the alchemists, otherwise so fertile, fails us completely here. Only a thorough investigation of the text could shed a little light on this question. The same task challenges our endeavors in the field of psychotherapy. Here too are thousands of images, symbols, dreams, fantasies, and visions that still await comparative research. The only thing that can be said with some certainty at present is that there is a gradual process of approximation whereby the two positions, the conscious and the unconscious, are both modified. Differences in individual cases, however, are just as great as they were among the alchemists. D, the fourth of the three. In the course of his mystic peregrination, Meyer reached the Red, Erythraean Sea, and in the following way, he journeyed to the four directions: to the north, Europe; to the west, America; to the east, Asia. Leaving Asia and turning south to Africa, he found a statue of Mercury made of silver and with a golden head. The statue pointed to paradise, which he espied far off. Now, because of its four rivers, and because it was the abode of the originally androgynous primordial man, Adam, the Garden of Eden was a favorite mandala in Christian iconography, and is therefore a symbol of totality and, from the psychological point of view, of the self. If we take the four directions and the four elements, see note 505, as a symbolical equivalent of the four basic functions of consciousness, we can say that Meyer had become conscious of three of them by the time he reached Asia. This brings him to the fourth and last, the inferior function, which is the darkest and the most unconscious of all. Africa is not a bad image for this, but just as Meyer was about to direct his steps thither, he had a vision of paradise as the primordial image of wholeness, which showed him that the goal of his journey lay in the attainment of this wholeness. By the time he reached Africa, he says, the sun was in its house, Leo, and the moon was in Cancer, the moon having Cancer for the roof of its house. The proximity of the two houses indicates a coniunc solis et lunae, the union of supreme opposites, and this is the crowning of the opus and the goal of the peregrination. He adds, and this gave me great hope of the best augury. The fourth function has its seat in the unconscious. In mythology, the unconscious is portrayed as a great animal, for instance Leviathan, or as a whale, wolf, or dragon. We know from the myth of the sun hero that it is so hot in the belly of the whale that his hair falls out. Eraslius and his companions likewise suffer from the great heat of their prison under the sea. The alchemists were fond of comparing their fire to the fire of hell or the flames of purgatory. Meyer gives a description of Africa which is very like a description of hell: uncultivated, torrid, parched, sterile, and empty. He says there are so few springs that animals of the most varied species assemble at the drinking places and mingle with one another, whence new births and animals of a novel appearance are born, which explain the saying, "Always something new out of Africa." Pans dwelt there, and satyrs, dog-headed baboons, and half-men, besides innumerable species of wild animals. According to certain modern views, this could hardly be bettered as a description of the unconscious. Meyer further reports that in the region of the Red Sea an animal is found with the name of ortis, rising origin. It had a red head with streaks of gold reaching to its neck, black eyes, a white face, white forepaws, and black hindpaws. He derived the idea of this animal from the remark of Avicenna: "That thing whose head is red, its eyes black, and its feet white, is the magistery." He was convinced that the legend of this creature referred to the phoenix, which was likewise found in that region. While he was making inquiries about the phoenix, he heard a rumor that not far off a prophetess, known as the Erythraean Sibyl, dwelt in a cave. This was the Sibyl who was alleged to have foretold the coming of Christ. Meyer is probably referring here not to the 8th book of the Sibylline Oracles, verse 217, at which point 34 verses begin with the following letters, Ket os Tepos, but to the report of St. Augustine in De Civitate Dei, which was well known in the Middle Ages. He also cites the passage about the Sibyl in the Constantini Oratio of Eusebius and emphasizes that the Sibylline prophecy referred to the coming of Christ in the flesh. We have seen earlier that the Erythraean Sea is a mysterious place, but here we meet with some noteworthy details. To begin with, our author reaches this sea just when he has completed the journey through the 3 continents and is about to enter the critical 4th region. We know from the axiom of Maria and from Faust the crucial importance of that seemingly innocent question at the beginning of the Timaeus. Socrates, 1, 2, 3. But where, my dear Timaeus, is the 4th of those guests of yesterday who were to entertain me today? He suddenly felt unwell, Socrates. He would not have failed to join our company if he could have helped it. The transition from 3 to 4 is a problem on which the ambiguous formulation of Maria does not shed very much light. We come across the dilemma of 3 and 4 in any number of guises, and in Meyer's Symbola Ariae Mensae as well, the step from 3 to 4 proves to be an important development presaged by the vision of paradise. The region of the Red Sea is proverbially hot, and Meyer reached it at the end of July in the intense heat of summer. He was, in fact, getting hot, uncommonly hot as hell, for he was approaching that region of the psyche which was not unjustly said to be inhabited by pans, satyrs, dog-headed baboons, and half-men. It is not difficult to see that this region is the animal soul in man. For just as a man has a body which is no different in principle from that of an animal, so also his psychology has a whole series of lower stories in which the specters from humanity's past epochs still dwell, then the animal souls from the age of Pithecanthropus and the hominids, then the psyche of the cold-blooded saurians, and deepest down of all, the transcendental mystery and paradox of the sympathetic and parasympathetic psychoid processes. So it is not surprising that our world voyager felt that he had landed in the hottest place. He was in Arabia Felix, in the sweltering heat of summer. He was painfully aware that he was risking his skin. It's your concern when your neighbor's wall is on fire. He was the banquet giver and the guest, the eater and the eaten in one person. The innumerable species of animals begin to show up already by the Red Sea, headed by the fabulous 4-footed ortis, which combines in itself the 4 alchemical colors, black, white, red, and yellow, the gold streaks on head and neck. Meyer does not hesitate to identify the ortis with the phoenix, the other legendary inhabitant of Arabia Felix, less perhaps on account of its appearance than on account of its name, for the phoenix, too, after consuming itself in the land of Egypt, each time rose renewed, like the reborn sun in Heliopolis. The ortis is the alchemical, animal, which represents the living quaternity in its first synthesis. In order to become the ever-living bird of the spirit, it needs the transforming fire, which is found in Africa, that is, in the encounter with and investigation of the fourth function and the animal soul represented by the ortis. By interpreting it as the phoenix, Meyer gave it a far-reaching change of meaning, as we shall see. For besides his animal soul, he also discovered in its vicinity a kind of feminine soul, a virgin, to whom he at first appeared like an importunate guest. This was the Sibyl who foretold the coming of Christ. Thus, by the Red Sea, he met the animal soul in the form of a monstrous quaternity, symbolizing, so to speak, the prima materia of the self, and as the phoenix, rebirth. The mystery alluded to here is not only the encounter with the animal soul, but, at the same time and in the same place, the meeting with the anima, a feminine psychopomp who showed him the way to Mercurius, and also how to find the phoenix. It is worth noting that the animal is the symbolic carrier of the self. This hint in Meyer is borne out by modern individuals who have no notion of alchemy. It expresses the fact that the structure of wholeness was always present, but was buried in profound unconsciousness, where it can always be found again if one is willing to risk one's skin to attain the greatest possible range of consciousness through the greatest possible self-knowledge, a harsh and bitter drink usually reserved for hell. The throne of God seems to be no unworthy reward for such trials. For self-knowledge, in the total meaning of the word, is not a one-sided intellectual pastime, but a journey through the four continents, where one is exposed to all the dangers of land, sea, air, and fire. Any total act of recognition worthy of the name embraces the 4 or 360 aspects of existence. Nothing may be disregarded. When Ignatius Loyola recommended imagination through the 5 senses to the meditant, and told him to imitate Christ by use of his senses, what he had in mind was the fullest possible realization of the object of that contemplation. Quite apart from the moral or other effects of this kind of meditation, its chief effect is the training of consciousness, of the capacity for concentration, and of attention and clarity of thought. The corresponding forms of yoga have similar effects. But in contrast to these traditional modes of realization, where the meditant projects himself into some prescribed form, the self-knowledge alluded to by Meyer is a projection into the empirical self as it actually is. It is not the self we like to imagine ourselves to be, after carefully removing all the blemishes, but the empirical ego just as it is, with everything that it does and everything that happens to it. Everybody would like to be quit of this odious adjunct, which is precisely why in the East the ego is explained as illusion, and why in the West it is offered up in sacrifice to the Christ figure. By contrast, the aim of the mystical peregrination is to understand all parts of the world, to achieve the greatest possible extension of consciousness, as though its guiding principle were the Carpocratic idea that one is delivered from no sin which one has not committed. Not a turning away from its empirical so-ness, but the fullest possible experience of the ego as reflected in the 10,000 things. That is the goal of the peregrination. This follows logically from the psychological recognition that God cannot be experienced at all unless this futile and ridiculous ego offers a modest vessel in which to catch the effluence of the Most High and name it with his name. The significance of the vast symbol in alchemy shows how concerned the artifex was to have the right vessel for the right content. One is the lapis, one the medicament, one the vessel, one the procedure, and one the disposition. The aqua nostra, the transformative substance, is even its own vessel. From this it is but a step to the paradoxical statement of Angelus Silesius: God is my center when I close him in, and my circumference when I melt in him. Meyer's Erythraean quadruped, the ortis, corresponds to the 4-wheeled chariot of pseudo-Aristotle. The tetramorph, too, is a product of early medieval iconography, combining the 4-winged creatures of Ezekiel's vision into a 4-footed monster. The interpretation of the ortis as the phoenix connects it with Christ, whose coming was prophesied by the Sibyl, for the phoenix is a well-known allegory of the resurrection of Christ and of the dead in general. It is the symbol of transformation par excellence. In view of this well-known interpretation of the phoenix and of the Erythraean oracle, It is amazing that any author at the beginning of the 17th century should dare to ask the Sibyl, not to show him the way to Christ, but to tell him where he could find Mercurius. This passage offers another striking proof of the parallelism between Mercurius and Christ. Nor does the phoenix appear here as a Christ allegory, but as the bearer and birthplace of the universal medicine, the remedy against wrath and pain. As the Sibyl once foretold the coming of the Lord, so now she is to point the way to Mercurius. Christ is the anthropos, the primordial man. Mercurius has the same meaning, and the primordial man stands for the round, original wholeness, long ago made captive by the powers of this world. In Christ's case, the victory and liberation of the primordial man were said to be complete, so that the labors of the alchemists would seem to be superfluous. We can only assume that the alchemists were of a different opinion, and that they sought their remedy against wrath and pain in order to complete what they considered to be Christ's unfinished work of redemption. It is characteristic of Mayer's views that the idea of most importance is not Mercurius, who elsewhere appears strongly personified, but a substance brought by the phoenix, the bird of the spirit. It is this inorganic substance, and not a living being, which is used as a symbol of wholeness, or as a means towards wholeness, a desideratum apparently not fulfilled by the Christ symbol. Involuntarily one asks oneself whether the intense personalization of the divine figures, as is customary in Christianity, and quite particularly in Protestantism, is not in the end compensated and to some extent mitigated by a more objective point of view emanating from the unconscious. E. Ascent and descent. In his quest for wholeness so far, Michael Mayer, besides crossing 3 continents and traveling in 3 directions, has discovered a statue of Mercurius pointing the way to paradise. He has glimpsed paradise from afar. He has found the animal soul and the Sibylline anima, who now counsels him to journey to the 7 mouths of the Nile, Ostia Nili, in order to seek for Mercurius. The continuation of his pilgrimage recalls the flight of the phoenix from Arabia, where it lives, to Egypt, where it dies and arises anew. We may therefore expect that something similar will befall the author. We are not told anything of his crossing of the Red Sea and of his recapitulation, in the reverse direction, of the miraculous wanderings of the children of Israel. We do, however, soon learn that something like a rebirth mystery is to take place, because Mayer compares the 7 mouths of the Nile to the 7 planets. He first reaches the Canopic Gate, the western mouth of the delta, where he finds Saturn domiciled. Of the remaining planets we can recognize only Mars with certainty, as the description of the cities where the others dwell is not very clear. Amid innumerable hazards, he traverses the 7 regions without meeting Mercurius. He does not find him even in his own city. Finally, he has to turn back and retrace his steps until he reaches the Canopic Gate, where this time he finds Mercurius. Although he learns from him all sorts of secrets, he fails to find the phoenix. Later, he will return again in order to discover the panacea. In his Epigramma ad Phoenixum, he begs the wonderful bird to give the wise man its feathers, and in his epigram to the Medicina Finii, he rates it above riches and gold, and he who does not think so is not a man but a beast. The experience of the 4th quarter, the region of fire, i.e. the inferior function, is described by Mayer as an ascent and descent through the 7 planetary spheres. Even if the peregrination up to this point was not an allegory of the Opus Alchymicum, from now on it certainly is. The opus is a transitus, in the Gnostic sense, a transcension and transformation whose subject and object is the elusive Mercurius. I will not discuss the nature of the transitus here in any great detail, as this would be the proper concern of an account of the opus itself. One aspect of the transitus, however, is the ascent and descent through the planetary spheres, and to this we must devote a few words. As the Tabula Smaragdina shows, the purpose of the ascent and descent is to unite the powers of above and below. A feature worthy of special notice is that in the opus there is an ascent followed by a descent, whereas the probable Gnostic Christian prototype depicts first the descent and then the ascent. There are numerous evidences of this in the literature, and I do not need to cite them here. I will quote only the words of one of the great Greek fathers, St. Basil, who says in his explanation of Psalm 17:10, "And he bowed the heavens and came down, and a black cloud was under his feet." David says here, God came down from heaven to help me and to chastise his enemies. But he clearly prophesies the incarnation of Christ when he says, "He bowed the heavens and came down." For he did not break through the heavens and did not make the mystery manifest, but came down to earth secretly, like rain upon the fleece, because the incarnation was secret and unknown, and his coming into the world order was hidden. Commenting on the next verse, "And he was borne upon the cherubim, and he flew," Basil says, "For in ascending he rose above the cherubim, whom David named also the wings of the wind, on account of their winged and stormy nature. By the wings of the wind is also meant the cloud which took him up." Irenaeus sums up the mystery in the Lapidary, saying, "For it is he who descended and ascended for the salvation of men." In contrast to this, in alchemy the ascent comes first and then the descent. I would mention the ascent and descent of the soul in the Rosarium illustrations, and above all the exordium in the Tabula Smaragdina, whose authority held sway throughout the Middle Ages. A fourth. Its father is the sun, its mother the moon. The wind hath carried it in his belly, its nurse is the earth. 6. Its power is complete when it is turned towards the earth. 8. It ascendeth from the earth to heaven, and descendeth again to the earth, and receiveth the power of the higher and lower things. So wilt thou have the glory of the whole world. These articles, whose subject is sometimes masculine and sometimes neuter, describe the sun-moon child, who is laid in the cradle of the four elements, attains full power through them, and the earth, rises to heaven and receives the power of the upper world, and then returns to earth, accomplishing, it seems, a triumph of wholeness. Gloria totius mundi. The words, "so wilt thou have," are evidently addressed to the philosopher, for he is the artifex of the filius philosophorum. If he succeeds in transforming the arcane substance, he will simultaneously accomplish his own wholeness, which will manifest itself as the glory of the whole world. There can be no doubt that the arcane substance, whether in neuter or personified form, rises from the earth, unites the opposites, and then returns to earth, thereby achieving its own transformation into the elixir. He riseth up and goeth down in the tree of the sun, till he becomes the elixir, says the Mysterium coniunctionis. The text continues, "Someone hath said, and when I rise naked to heaven, then shall I come clothed upon the earth, and shall perfect all minerals. And if we are baptized in the fountain of gold and silver, and the spirit of our body, i.e. the arcane substance, ascends into heaven with the Father and the Son, and descends again, then shall our souls revive, and my animal body will remain white, that is, the body of the moon." Here the union of opposites consists in an ascent to heaven and a descent to earth in the bath of the tincture. The earthly effect is first a perfection of minerals, then a resuscitation of souls and a transfiguration of the animal body, which before was dark. A parallel passage in the Concilium runs, "His soul rises up from it and is exalted to the heavens, that is, to the spirit, and becomes the rising sun, that is, red, in the waxing moon, and of solar nature. And then the lantern with two lights, which is the water of life, will return to its origin, that is, to earth. And it becomes of low estate, is humbled and decays, and is joined to its beloved, the terrestrial sulfur." This text describes the ascent of the soul of the arcane substance, the incombustible sulfur. The soul as Luna attains its plenilunium, its sun-like brilliance, then wanes into the novilunium and sinks down into the embrace of the terrestrial sulfur, which here signifies death and corruption. We are reminded of the gruesome conjunction at the new moon in Mayer's Mysterium coniunctionis, where the woman and the dragon embrace in the grave. The description Dorn gives in his Physica Trismegisti is also to the point. In the end it will come to pass that this earthly, spagyric birth clothes itself with heavenly nature by its ascent, and then by its descent visibly puts on the nature of the center of the earth, but nonetheless the nature of the heavenly center which it acquired by the ascent is secretly preserved. This birth, photora, conquers the subtile and spiritual sickness in the human mind and also all bodily defects, within as well as without. The medicament is produced in the same way as the world was created. Elsewhere, Dorn remarks that the fetus spagyricus is forced by the fire to rise up to heaven, coelum, by which he means from the bottom of the vessel to the top, and from there it descends again after attaining the necessary degree of ripeness, and returns to earth. This spirit becomes corporeal again after having become spirit from a body. As if in contradiction to the tabula smaragdina, whose authority he follows here, Dorn writes in his Philosophia Speculativa, "No one ascends into the heaven which ye seek, unless he who descends from the heaven which ye do not seek enlighten him." Dorn was perhaps the first alchemist to find certain statements of his art problematical, and it was for this reason that he provided his Fotis Spagiricus, who behaves in an all too Basilidian manner with a Christian alibi. At the same time, he was conscious that the artifex was indissolubly one with the opus. His speculations are not to be taken lightly, as they are occasionally of the greatest psychological interest, e.g., the descent to the four and the ascent to the monad are simultaneous. The four are the four elements, and the monad is the original unity which reappears in the denarius, the number 10. The goal of the opus. It is the unity of the personality projected into the unity of the stone. The descent is analytic, a separation into the four components of wholeness. The ascent synthetic, a putting together of the denarius. This speculation accords with the psychological fact that the confrontation of conscious and unconscious produces a dissolution of the personality and at the same time regroups it into a whole. This can be seen very clearly in moments of psychic crisis, for it is just in these moments that the symbol of unity, for instance the mandala, occurs in a dream. Where danger is, there arises salvation also, says Hölderlin. While the older authors keep strictly to the tabula smaragdina, the more modern ones, under the leadership of Dorn, tend to present the process the other way round. For instance, Melius says that the earth cannot ascend unless heaven comes down first. And even then, the earth can be sublimated to heaven only if it is dissolved in its own spirit and becomes one substance therewith. The Paracelsus Penotus is even more emphatic. Speaking of Mercurius, he says, "As to how the Son of Man, filius hominis, is generated by the philosopher, and the fruit of the Virgin is produced, it is necessary that he be exalted from the earth and cleansed of all earthliness. Then he rises as a whole into the air and is changed into spirit. Thus the word of the philosopher is fulfilled. He ascends from earth to heaven and puts on the power of above and below and lays aside his earthly and uncleanly nature." This complete identification of the Lapis with the Son of Man must obviously end with its ascension, but that contradicts the original and widespread conception of the Lapis as the tincture or medicine, which has meaning and value only if it applies itself to the base substances of the lower world. The upper world is in need of no medicine, since it is incorruptible anyway. A redeemer who proceeds from matter and returns to matter gradually became unthinkable. Those who identified the Lapis absolutely with Christ stopped working in the laboratory, and those who preferred laboratory work slowly gave up their mystic language. Ascent and descent, above and below, up and down, represent an emotional realization of opposites, and this realization gradually leads, or should lead, to their equilibrium. This motif occurs very frequently in dreams, in the form of going up and downhill, climbing stairs, going up or down in a lift, balloon, aeroplane, etc. It corresponds to the struggle between the winged and the wingless dragon, i.e., the Ouroboros. Dorn describes it also as the circular distillation and as the spagyric vessel, which has to be constructed after the likeness of the natural vessel, i.e., in the form of a sphere. As Dorn interprets it, this vacillating between the opposites and being tossed back and forth means being contained in the opposites. They become a vessel in which what was previously now one thing and now another floats vibrating, so that the painful suspension between opposites gradually changes into the bilateral activity of the point in the center. This is the liberation from opposites, the nirdvandva of Hindu philosophy, though it is not really a philosophical, but rather a psychological development. Though Aurelia Occulta puts this thought in the words of the dragon, "Many from one and one from many, issue of a famous line, I rise from the lowest to the highest. The nethermost power of the whole earth is united with the highest. I therefore am the one and the many within me." In these words, the dragon makes it clear that he is the chthonic forerunner of the self. F. The journey through the planetary houses. Returning now to Michael Mayer's journey to the seven mouths of the Nile, which signify the seven planets, we bring to this theme a deepened understanding of what the alchemists meant by ascent and descent. It was the freeing of the soul from the shackles of darkness or unconsciousness, its ascent to heaven, the widening of consciousness, and finally its return to earth, to hard reality, in the form of the tincture or healing drink, endowed with the powers of the above. What this means psychologically could be seen very clearly from the Hypnerotomachia, were its meaning not overlaid by a mass of ornate detail. It should therefore be pointed out that the whole first part of the book is a description of the dreamer's ascent to a world of gods and heroes, of his initiation into a Venus mystery, followed by the illumination and semi-apotheosis of Polyphilo and his Polia. In the second, smaller part, this leads to disenchantment and the cooling off of the lovers, culminating in the knowledge that it was all only a dream. It is a descent to earth, to the reality of daily life, and it is not altogether clear whether the hero managed to preserve in secret the nature of the heavenly center which he acquired by the ascent. One rather doubts it. Nevertheless, his exciting adventure has left us a psychological document which is a perfect example of the course and the symbolism of the individuation process. The spirit, if not the language, of alchemy breathes through it and sheds light even on the darkest enigmas and riddles of the masters. Mayer's journey through the planetary houses begins with Saturn, who is the coldest, heaviest, and most distant of the planets, the maleficus and abode of evil, the mysterious and sinister Senex, Old Man, and from there he ascends to the region of the sun, to look for the boy Mercurius, the longed-for and long-sought goal of the adept. It is an ascent ever nearer to the sun, from darkness and cold to light and warmth, from old age to youth, from death to rebirth. But he has to go back along the way he came, for Mercurius is not to be found in the region of the sun, but at the point from which he originally started. This sounds very psychological, and in fact, life never goes forward except at the place where it has come to a standstill. The sought-for Mercurius is the spiritus vegetativus, a living spirit, whose nature it is to run through all the houses of the planets, i.e., the entire zodiac. We could just as well say through the entire horoscope, or, since the horoscope is the chronometric equivalent of individual character, through all the characterological components of the personality. Individual character is, on the old view, the curse or blessing which the gods bestowed on the child at its birth in the form of favorable or unfavorable astrological aspects. The horoscope is like the chirographum, the handwriting of the ordinances against us, which Christ blotted out, and he took it out of the way, nailing it to his cross. And after having disarmed the principalities and powers, he made a show of them openly and triumphed over them. This very ancient idea of what we might call an inborn bill of debt to fate is the Western version of a prenatal karma. It is the archons, the seven rulers of the planets, who imprint its fate upon the soul. Thus Priscillian, D.C. 385 says that the soul, on its descent to birth, passes through certain circles where it is made captive by evil powers, and in accordance with the will of the victorious prince is forced into diverse bodies, and his handwriting inscribed upon it. Presumably this means that the soul is imprinted with the influences of the various planetary spheres. The descent of the soul through the planetary houses corresponds to its passage through the gates of the planets, as described by Origen. The first gate is of lead and is correlated with Saturn, from which it is clear that Mayer is following an old tradition. His Peregrinatio Chymica repeats the old, heavenly journey of the soul, an idea which seems to have been developed more particularly in Persia. I shall not go more closely here into the transitus through the planetary houses. It is sufficient to know that Michael Mayer, like Mercurius, passes through them on his mystic journey. This journey is reminiscent of the voyage of the hero, one motif of which becomes evident in the archetypal meeting at the critical place, the ford, with the ortis, its head showing the four colors. There are other motifs too. Where there is a monster, a beautiful maiden is not far away, for they have, as we know, a secret understanding so that the one is seldom found without the other. The Sibyl, the guide of souls, shows the hero the way to Mercurius, who in this case is Hermes Trismegistus, the supreme mystagogue. In The Shepherd of Hermas, it is related that the hero, while traveling along the Via Campana, met a monster resembling a dragon of the sea, and the beast had on its head 4 colors, black, then the color of flame and blood, then golden, then white. After I had passed the beast by and had gone about 30 feet further, lo, a maiden met me, adorned as if coming forth from the bridal chamber, all in white and with white sandals, veiled to the forehead, and a turban for a headdress, but her hair was white. The similarity between the two stories is so complete that one is tempted to assume that Meyer had read The Shepherd of Hermas. This is not very likely. Though he had a good education in the humanities, I can see in his writings no evidence that he was familiar with the patristic literature, and in his references to the writings of Albertus and Thomas Aquinas, he might easily have let slip a remark of this kind. But one finds nothing, and it does not seem very probable either, that Meyer had direct knowledge of the New Testament Apocrypha. Hermas interprets the maiden as the Church, and Meyer, 1500 years later, as the Erythraean Sibyl, which only goes to show once more that the newer is the older. The supreme mistress led Hermas to the kingdom of the triune God, but Meyer she leads to Hermes Trismegistus and Trisomatos, the triadic Mercurius, who would reveal to him the secret of the phoenix's resurrection. He can find Mercurius only through the rite of the ascent and descent, the circular distillation, beginning with the black lead, with the darkness, coldness, and malignity of the malefic Saturn, then ascending through the other planets to the fiery soul, where the gold is heated in the hottest fire and cleansed of all impurities, and finally returning to Saturn, where this time he meets Mercurius and receives some useful teachings from him. Saturn has here changed from a star of ill omen into a Domus Barba, house of the beard, where the wisest of all, thrice greatest Hermes, imparts wisdom. Hermas too begins with the blackness. His mistress gives him the following explanation. The black is this world in which you are living. The color of fire and blood means that this world must be destroyed in blood and fire. The golden part is you, who have fled from this world, for even as gold is tried in the fire and becomes valuable, so also you who live among them are tried. The white part is the world to come, in which the elect of God shall dwell, for those who have been chosen by God for eternal life will be without spot and pure. In alchemy, the fire purifies, but it also melts the opposites into a unity. He who ascends unites the powers of above and below, and shows his full power when he returns again to earth. By this is to be understood the production on the one hand of the panacea or medicina catholica, and on the other of a living being with a human form, the filius philosophorum, who is often depicted as a youth or hermaphrodite or child. He is a parallel of the Gnostic anthropos, but he also appears as an anthroparion, a kind of goblin, a familiar who stands by the adept in his work and helps the physician to heal. This being ascends and descends and unites below with above, gaining a new power which carries its effect over into everyday life. His mistress gives Hermas this advice: therefore do not cease to speak to the ears of the saints. In other words, work among your fellow men by spreading the news of the risen. Just as Meyer on his return met Mercurius, so Hermas in his next vision met the poimen, the shepherd, a white fleece round his shoulders, a knapsack on his back, and a staff in his hand. Hermas recognized that it was he to whom I was handed over, namely the shepherd of the lamb, which was himself. In iconography, the Good Shepherd has the closest connections with Hermes Creophorus, the lamb-bearer. Thus, even in antiquity, these two savior figures coalesced. Whereas Hermas is handed over to his shepherd, Hermes hands over his art and wisdom to his pupil Meyer, and thus equips him to do something himself and to work with the aid of the magic caduceus. This, for a physician who was an alchemist, took the place of the staff of Asclepius, which had only one snake. The sacred snake of the Asclepion signified, the god heals, but the caduceus or Mercurius in the form of the coniunctio in the retort means, in the hands of the physician lie the magic remedies granted by God. The numerous analogies between two texts so far apart in time enable us to take a psychological view of the transformations they describe. The sequence of colors coincides by and large with the sequence of the planets. Gray and black correspond to Saturn and the evil world. They symbolize the beginning in darkness, in the melancholy, fear, wickedness, and wretchedness of ordinary human life. It is Meyer from whom the saying comes about the noble substance which moves from lord to lord, in the beginning whereof is wretchedness with vinegar. By lord he means the archon and ruler of the planetary house. He adds, and so it will fare with me. The darkness and blackness can be interpreted psychologically as man's confusion and lostness, that state which nowadays results in an anamnesis, a thorough examination of all those contents which are the cause of the problematical situation, or at any rate, its expression. This examination, as we know, includes the irrational contents that originate in the unconscious and express themselves in fantasies and dreams. The analysis and interpretation of dreams confront the conscious standpoint with the statements of the unconscious, thus widening its narrow horizon. This loosening up of cramped and rigid attitudes corresponds to the solution and separation of the elements by the aqua permanens, which was already present in the body and is lured out by the art. The water is a soul or spirit, that is, a psychic substance, which now in its turn is applied to the initial material. This corresponds to using the dream's meaning to clarify existing problems. Solutio is defined in this sense by Dorn. The situation is now gradually illuminated, as is a dark night by the rising moon. The illumination comes to a certain extent from the unconscious, since it is mainly dreams that put us on the track of enlightenment. This dawning light corresponds to the albedo, the moonlight which in the opinion of some alchemists heralds the rising sun. The growing redness, rubedo, which now follows denotes an increase of warmth and light coming from the sun, consciousness. This corresponds to the increasing participation of consciousness, which now begins to react emotionally to the contents produced by the unconscious. At first, the process of integration is a fiery conflict, but gradually it leads over to the melting or synthesis of the opposites. The alchemists term this the rubedo, in which the marriage of the red man and the white woman, Sol and Luna, is consummated. Although the opposites flee from one another, they nevertheless strive for balance, since a state of conflict is too inimical to life to be endured indefinitely. They do this by wearing each other out. The one eats the other, like the two dragons or the other ravenous beasts of alchemical symbolism. Astrologically, as we have said, this process corresponds to an ascent through the planets from the dark, cold, distant Saturn to the Sun. To the alchemists, the connection between individual temperament and the positions of the planets was self-evident, for these elementary astrological considerations were the common property of any educated person in the Middle Ages as well as in antiquity. The ascent through the planetary spheres therefore meant something like a shedding of the characterological qualities indicated by the horoscope, a retrogressive liberation from the character imprinted by the archons. The conscious or unconscious model for such an ascent was the Gnostic Redeemer, who either deceives the archons by guile or breaks their power by force. A similar motif is the release from the bill of debt to fate. The men of late antiquity in particular felt their psychic situation to be fatally dependent on the compulsion of the stars, Heimarmen, a feeling which may be compared with that inspired by the modern theory of heredity, or rather by the pessimistic use of it. A similar demoralization sets in many neuroses when the patient takes the psychic factors producing the symptoms as though they were unalterable facts which it is useless to resist. The journey through the planetary houses, like the crossing of the great halls in the Egyptian underworld, therefore signifies the overcoming of a psychic obstacle or of an autonomous complex, suitably represented by a planetary god or demon. Anyone who has passed through all the spheres is free from compulsion. He has won the crown of victory and become like a god. In our psychological language today, we express ourselves more modestly. The journey through the planetary houses boils down to becoming conscious of the good and the bad qualities in our character, and the apotheosis means no more than maximum consciousness, which amounts to maximal freedom of the will. This goal cannot be better represented than by the alchemical symbol of the position of the sun at noon in Zosimos. But at the zenith, the descent begins. The mystic traveler goes back to the Nile mouth from which he started. He repeats, as it were, the descent of the soul which had led in the first place to the imprinting of the Hierosgamos. He retraces his steps through the planetary houses until he comes back to the dark Saturn. This means that the soul, which was imprinted with a horoscopic character at the time of its descent into birth, conscious now of its godlikeness, beards the archons in their lairs and carries the light undisguised down into the darkness of the world. Here again, psychology makes no special claims. What before was a burden unwillingly borne and blamed upon the entire family is seen by the greatest possible insight, which can be very modest, to be no more than the possession of one's own personality, and one realizes, as though this were not self-evident, that one cannot live from anything except what one is. On returning to the house of Saturn, our pilgrim finds the long-sought Mercurius. Meyer passes remarkably quickly over this highly significant encounter and mentions merely their numerous conversations, without, however, disclosing their content. This is the more surprising in that Mercurius either personifies the great teacher or else has the character of the arcane substance, both of which would be a fruitful source for further revelations. For Mercurius is the light-bringing nous, who knows the secret of transformation and of immortality. Let us assume that Meyer's sudden silence is no mere accident, but was intentional or even a necessity. This assumption is not entirely without justification, since Meyer was one of the founders of the International Rosicrucian Society, and would therefore have no doubt been in a position to expatiate at length upon the Hermetic Arcana. What we know of the so-called Rosicrucian secrets does nothing to explain why they were hushed up. This, incidentally, is true of most mysteries of this kind. It is very significant that the mysteries of the early church turned soon enough into sacraments. The word mystery became a misnomer, since everything lay open in the rite. Andreas Rosenkreutz used as a motto for his chemical wedding, "Mysteries profaned and made public fade and lose their grace. Therefore cast not pearls before swine, nor spread roses for the ass." This attitude might have been a motive for silence. People had so often got to know of things that were kept secret in the mysteries under the most fearsome oaths, and had wondered why on earth they should ever have been the object of secrecy. Self-importance, or the prestige of the priesthood, or of the initiates, seemed the obvious deduction. And there can be no doubt that the mysteries often were abused in this way. But the real reason was the imperative need to participate in or perhaps the secret, without which life loses its supreme meaning. The secret is not really worth keeping, but the fact that it is still obstinately kept reveals an equally persistent psychic motive for keeping secrets, and that is the real secret, the real mystery. It is indeed remarkable and mysterious that this gesture of keeping something secret should be made at all. Why does man need to keep a secret? And for what purpose does he invent an artificial one, which he even decks out as an ineffably holy rite? The thing hidden is always more or less irrelevant, for in itself it is no more than an image or sign pointing to a content that cannot be defined more closely. This content is certainly not a matter for indifference, since it indicates the living presence of a numinous archetype. The essential thing is the hiding, an expressive gesture, which symbolizes something unconscious and not to be named, lying behind it, something, therefore, that is either not yet conscious or cannot or will not become conscious. It points, in a word, to the presence of an unconscious content, which exacts from consciousness a tribute of constant regard and attention. With the application of interest, the continual perception and assimilation of the effects of the secret become possible. This is beneficial to the conduct of life, because the contents of the unconscious can then exert their compensatory effect, and if taken note of and recognized, bring about a balance that promotes health. On a primitive level, therefore, the chief effect of the mysteries is to promote health, growth, and fertility. If there were nothing good in the rite, it would presumably never have come into existence or would long since have perished. The tremendous psychic effect of the Eleusinian mysteries, for instance, is beyond question. Psychotherapeutic experience has made the meaning of secrets once more a topical question, not only from the religious or philosophical point of view, but also in respect of the demands of conscience with which individuation confronts a man. Mayer's silence is eloquent, as we soon find when we try to see the psychological equivalent of the descent and of the discovery of Mercurius. The maximal degree of consciousness confronts the ego with its shadow and individual psychic life with a collective psyche. These psychological terms sound light enough, but they weigh heavy, for they denote an almost unendurable conflict, a psychic strait whose terrors only he knows who has passed through it. What one then discovers about oneself and about man and the world is of such a nature that one would rather not speak of it, and besides, it is so difficult to put into words that one's courage fails at the bare attempt. So it need not be at all a frivolous evasion if Mayer merely hints at his conversations with Mercurius. In the encounter with life and the world, there are experiences that are capable of moving us to long and thorough reflection, from which, in time, insights and convictions grow up, a process depicted by the alchemists as the philosophical tree. The unfolding of these experiences is regulated, as it were, by two archetypes: the anima, who expresses life, and the wise old man, who personifies meaning. Our author was led in the first place by the anima sibyl to undertake the journey through the planetary houses as the precondition of all that was to follow. It is therefore only logical that, towards the end of the descent, he should meet thrice greatest Hermes, the fount of all wisdom. This aptly describes the character of that spirit or thinking which you do not, like an intellectual operation, perform yourself, as the little god of this world, but which happens to you as though it came from another and greater, perhaps the great spirit of the world, not inappositely named Trismegistus. The long reflection, the immensa meditatio of the alchemists, is defined as an internal colloquy with another who is invisible. Possibly Mayer would have revealed to us something more if Mercurius had not been in such a hurry to take upon himself the role of arbiter between the owl and the birds who were fighting it. This is an allusion to a work of Mayer's entitled Jocus Severus, Frankfurt AM, 1617, where he defends the wisdom of alchemy against its detractors, a theme that also plays an important part in his Symbola Aurea Mensa in the form of argument and counter-argument. One is therefore justified in assuming that Mayer got into increasing conflict with himself and his environment the more he buried himself in the secret speculations of Hermetic philosophy. Indeed, nothing else could have been expected, for the world of Hermetic images gravitates round the unconscious, and the unconscious compensation is always aimed at the conscious positions which are the most strongly defended because they are the most questionable, though its apparently hostile aspect merely reflects the surly face which the ego turns towards it. In reality, the unconscious compensation is not intended as a hostile act, but as a necessary and helpful attempt to restore the balance. For Mayer, it meant an inner and outer conflict which was not abolished, but only embittered by the firmness of his convictions. For every one-sided conviction is accompanied by the voice of doubt, and certainties that are mere beliefs turn into uncertainties which may correspond better with the truth. The truth of the sic et non, yes and no, almost but not quite, recognized by Abelard, is a difficult thing for the intellect to bear. So it is no wonder that Mayer got stuck in the conflict and had to postpone his discovery of the phoenix until doomsday. Fortunately, he was honest enough not to assert that he had ever made the lapis or the philosophical gold, and for this reason he never spread a veil of deception over his work. Thanks to his scrupulousness, his late successors are at least able to guess how far he had progressed in the art and where his labors came to a standstill. He never succeeded, as we can now see, in reaching the point where conflict and argument become logically superfluous, where yes and no are two aspects of the same thing. Thou wilt never make the one which thou seekest, says the master, except first there be made one thing of thyself. G. The regeneration in seawater. After these long digressions on the interrelated symbols that branch out from the sea and its various aspects, we will resume our discussion of salt and salt water. The aqua pontica, or aqua permanens, behaves very much like the baptismal water of the Church. Its chief function is ablution, the cleansing of the sinner, and in alchemy this is the lato, the impure body. Hence the oft-repeated saying attributed to Elbo Interfector, "Whiten the lato and rend the books, lest your hearts be rent asunder." In the Rosarium, the ablution of the Lato occurs in variant form. It is cleansed not by water but by azoth and fire, that is, by a kind of baptism in fire, which is often used as a synonym for water. The equivalent of this in the Catholic rite is the plunging of a burning candle into the font. In accordance with Matthew 3:11, he shall baptize you with the Holy Ghost and with fire. The alchemists did not hesitate to call the transformative process a baptism. Thus the Mysterium coniunctionis says, "And if we are baptized in the fountain of gold and silver, and the spirit of our body ascends into heaven with the Father and the Son, and descends again, then our souls shall revive, and my animal body will remain white, that is, the body of the moon." The subject of this sentence is Sol and Luna. The Aurora Consurgens I distinguishes three kinds of baptism, in water, in blood, and in fire, the Christian ideas being here transferred directly to the chemical procedure. The same is true of the idea that baptism is a submersion in death, following Colossians 2:12, "Ye are buried with him in baptism, wherein also ye are risen with him." In his table of symbols, Penotis correlates the moon, the spirits and ghosts of the dead, mens et lemur, and gods of the underworld, with the mystery of baptism, and the corresponding stage in the opus is the solutio, which signifies the total dissolution of the imperfect body in the aqua divina, its submersion, mortification, and burial. The putrefaction takes place in the grave, and the foul smell that accompanies it is the stench of the graves. The motif of imprisonment in the underworld is found in Greek alchemy, in the treatise of Comarius, "Lock them, the substances, in Hades." The rebirth from the floods of Hades and from the grave recurs in Cyril of Jerusalem. That saving flood is both your sepulchre and your mother, and in St. Augustine, the water leads him down, as if dying, into the grave. The Holy Spirit brings him up, as if rising again, into heaven. The treatise of Austinus says that when preparing the wine, the vessel with the ingredients should be immersed in seawater, and then the divine water will be perfected. It is, so to speak, gestated in the womb of the seawater. The text says, "This divine water makes the dead living and the living dead. It lights the darkness and darkens the light, concentrates the seawater and quenches fire." As this miraculous water occurs even in the oldest texts, it must be of pagan rather than of Christian origin. The oldest Chinese treatise known to us, AD 142, likewise contains this idea of the divine water. It is the flowing pearl, quicksilver, and the divine qi, meaning air, spirit, ethereal essence. The various essences are likened to spring showers in abundance, and this recalls the blessed water in the treatise of Comarius, which brings the spring. The age-old use of water at sacrifices and the great role it played in Egypt, where Western alchemy originated, may well have foreshadowed the water symbolism of later times. Folk ideas and superstitions, such as we find in the magic papyri, may have made their contribution too. The following words might just as well have been taken from an alchemical treatise. "I am the plant named Bais. I am a spout of blood, the outgrowth of the abyss. I am the sacred bird Phoenix. I am Helios. I am Aphrodite. I am Kronos, who has showed forth the light. I am Osiris, named water. I am Isis, named dew. I am Asenophis, named spring." The personified might well have spoken like that. The effect of Christian baptism is the washing away of sin and the acceptance of the neophyte into the Church as the earthly kingdom of Christ, sanctification and rebirth through grace, and the bestowal of an indelible character on the baptized. The effect of the aqua permanens is equally miraculous. The Gloria Mundi says, "The mystery of everything is life, which is water, for water dissolves the body into spirit and summons a spirit from the dead." Dissolution into spirit, the body's volatilization or sublimation, corresponds chemically to evaporation, or any rate to the expulsion of evaporable ingredients like quicksilver, sulfur, etc. Psychologically, it corresponds to the conscious realization and integration of an unconscious content. Unconscious contents lurk somewhere in the body like so many demons of sickness, impossible to get hold of, especially when they give rise to physical symptoms, the organic causes of which cannot be demonstrated. The spirit, summoned from the dead, is usually the spirit Mercurius, who, as the anima mundi, is inherent in all things in a latent state. It is clear from the passage immediately following that it is salt of which it is said, "And that is the thing which we seek, all our secrets are contained in it. Salt, however, takes its origin from Mercurius, so salt is a synonym for the arcane substance. It also plays an important part in the Roman rite. After being blessed, it is added to the consecrated water, and in the ceremony of baptism, a few grains of the consecrated salt are placed in the neophyte's mouth with the words, "Receive the salt of wisdom. May it be a propitiation for thee unto eternal life." As the alchemists strove to produce an incorruptible, glorified body, they would, if they were successful, attain that state in the albedo, where the body became spotless and no longer subject to decay. The white substance of the ash was therefore described as the diadem of the heart, and its synonym, the white foliated earth, terra alba foliata, as the crown of victory. The ash is identical with the pure water, which is cleansed from the darkness of the soul and of the black matter, for the wickedness, militia of base earthiness has been separated from it. This terra stratus mala is the terra damnata, accursed earth, mentioned by other authors. It is what Goethe calls the trace of earth painful to bear, the moral turpitude that cannot be washed off. In Senior, the ash is synonymous with vitrum, glass, which, on account of its incorruptibility and transparency, seemed to resemble the glorified body. Glass, in its turn, was associated with salt, for salt was praised as that virgin and pure earth, and the finest crystalline glass is composed mainly of sal, soda salts, with sand added as a binding agent. Thus, the raw material of glassmaking, technically known as the batch, is formed from two incorruptible substances. Furthermore, glass is made in the fire, the pure element. In the sharp or burning taste of salt, the alchemists detected the fire dwelling within it, whose preservative property it in fact shares. Alexander of Macedon is cited as saying, "Know that the salt is fire and dryness," or "the salts are of fiery nature." Salt has an affinity with sulfur, whose nature is essentially fiery. Glauber maintains that fire and salt are in their essential nature one thing, and are therefore held in high esteem by all sensible Christians, but the ignorant know no more of these things than a cow, a pig, or a brute, which live without understanding. He also says the Abyssinians baptized with water and fire. Without fire and salt, the heathen would not have been able to offer sacrifice. And the evangelist Mark had said that every one shall be salted with fire, and every sacrifice shall be salted with salt. H. The interpretation and meaning of salt. Salt, as much as ash, is a synonym for the albedo or dialbatio, and is identical with the white stone, the white sun, the full moon, the fruitful white earth, cleansed and calcined. The connecting link between ash and salt is potash, and the burning and corrosive property of lye, caustic solution, is well known. Senior mentions that the dialbatio was known as salsatura, marination. Some light is thrown on the numerous overlapping significations of salt, and the obscurity begins to clear up when we are informed further that one of its principal meanings is soul. As the white substance, it is the white woman, and the salt of our magnesia, is a spark of the anima mundi. For Glauber, the salt is feminine and corresponds to Eve. The Gloria Mundi says, "The salt of the earth is the soul." This pregnant sentence contains within it the whole ambiguity of alchemy. On the one hand, the soul is the aqua permanens, which dissolves and coagulates, the arcane substance which is at once the transformer and the transformed, the nature which conquers nature. On the other hand, it is the human soul imprisoned in the body as the anima mundi is in matter, and this soul undergoes the same transformations by death and purification, and finally by glorification as the lapis. It is the tincture which coagulates all substances. Indeed, it even figit itself. It comes from the center of the earth and is the destroyed earth, nor is there anything on the earth like to the tincture. The soul is therefore not an earthly, but a transcendental thing, regardless of the fact that the alchemists expected it to appear in a retort. This contradiction presented no difficulties to the medieval mind. There was a good reason for this. The philosophers were so fascinated by their own psychisms that, in their naivete, they faithfully reproduced the inner psychic situation externally. Although the unconscious, personified by the anima, is in itself transcendental, it can appear in the sphere of consciousness, that is, in this world, in the form of an influence on conscious processes. Just as the world soul pervades all things, so does salt. It is ubiquitous and thus fulfills the main requirement of an arcane substance, that it can be found everywhere. No doubt the reader will be as conscious as I am of how uncommonly difficult it is to give an account of salt and its ubiquitous connections. It represents the feminine principle of eros, which brings everything into relationship in an almost perfect way. In this respect, it is surpassed only by Mercurius, and the notion that salt comes from Mercurius is therefore quite understandable. For salt, as the soul or spark of the anima mundi, is in very truth the daughter of the spiritus vegetativus of creation. Salt is far more indefinite and more universal than sulfur, whose essence is fairly well defined by its fiery nature. The relationship of salt to the anima mundi, which as we know is personified by the primordial man or anthropos, brings us to the analogy with Christ. Glauber himself makes the equation sol equals A-O, so that salt becomes an analog of God. According to Glauber, the sign for salt was originally a double totality symbol, the circle representing non-differentiated wholeness, and the square discriminated wholeness. As a matter of fact, there is another sign for salt, in contradistinction to Venus, who certainly has less to do with understanding and wisdom than has salt. Salt, says Glauber, was the first fiat at the creation. Christ is the salt of wisdom which is given at baptism. These ideas are elaborated by Georg von Welling. Christ is the salt. The fiat is the word that is begotten from eternity for our preservation. Christ is the sweet, fixed salt of silent, gentle eternity. The body, when salted by Christ, becomes tinctured and therefore incorruptible. The Christ parallel runs through the late alchemical speculations that set in after Bohm, and it was made possible by the sapientia equation. Already in antiquity, salt denoted wit, good sense, good taste, etc., as well as spirit. Cicero, for instance, remarks, "In wit, sail, and humor Caesar surpassed them all." But it was the Vulgate that had the most decisive influence on the formation of alchemical concepts. In the Old Testament, even the salt of the covenant has a moral meaning. In the New Testament, the famous words, "Ye are the salt of the earth," Matthew 5:13, show that the disciples were regarded as personifications of higher insight and divine wisdom, just as, in their role of proclaimers of the message, they functioned as angels, messengers, so that God's kingdom on earth might approximate as closely as possible to the structure of the heavenly hierarchy. The other well-known passage is at Mark 9:50, ending with the words, "Have salt in yourselves, and have peace one with another." The earliest reference to salt in the New Testament, Colossians 4:6, likewise has a classical flavor. "Let your speech be always with grace and seasoned with salt, that ye may know how ye ought to answer every man." Here salt undoubtedly means insight, understanding, wisdom. In both Matthew and Mark, the salt is liable to lose its savor. Evidently, this salt must keep its tang, just as the wise virgins kept their lamps trimmed. For this purpose, a flexibility of mind is needed, and the last thing to guarantee this is rigid insistence on the necessity of faith. Everyone will admit that it is the task of the Church to safeguard her store of wisdom, the aqua doctrinae, in its original purity, and yet, in response to the changing spirit of the times, she must go on altering it and differentiating it, just as the Fathers did. For the cultured Greco-Roman world, early Christianity was among other things a message in philosophical disguise, as we can see quite plainly from Hippolytus. It was a competing philosophical doctrine that reached a certain peak of perfection in St. Thomas. Until well into the 16th century, the degree of philosophical truth of Christian doctrine corresponded to that of scientific truth today. The physicians and natural philosophers of the Middle Ages nevertheless found themselves faced with problems for which the Church had no answer. Confronted with sickness and death, the physicians did not hesitate to seek counsel with the Arabs and so resuscitate that bit of the ancient world which the Church thought she had exterminated forever, namely the Mandean and Sabaean remnants of Hellenistic syncretism. From them they derived a sal sapientia that seemed so unlike the doctrine of the Church that before long a process of mutual assimilation arose which put forth some very remarkable blossoms. The ecclesiastical allegories kept, so far as I can judge, to the classical usage of Saul. Only St. Hilary, d. 367, seems to have gone rather more deeply into the nature of salt when he remarks that Salt contains in itself the element of water and fire, and by this is one out of two. Piscinellus observes, two elements which stir up an implacable enmity between themselves are found in wondrous alliance in salt, for salt is holy fire and holy water. For the rest, he advises a sparing use of salt. Let the word be sprinkled with salt, not deluged with it. And another, earlier allegorist, the Jesuit Nicholas Cosson, does not mention salt at all. This is not altogether surprising, for how do wisdom and revelation square with one another? As certain books of the Old Testament canon show, there is, besides the wisdom of God which expresses itself in revelation, a human wisdom which cannot be had unless one works for it. Mark 9:50 therefore exhorts us to make sure that we always have enough salt in us, and he is certainly not referring to divine revelation, for this is something no man can produce on his own resources. But at least he can cultivate and increase his own human wisdom. That Mark should offer this warning, and that Paul should express himself in a very similar way, is in accord with the traditional Judeo-Hellenism of the Jewish communities at that time. An authoritarian church, however, leaves very little room for the salt of human wisdom. Hence, it is not surprising that the Sal Sapientia plays an incomparably greater role outside the church. Irenaeus, reporting the views of the Gnostics, says, "The spiritual, they say, is sent forth to this end, that being united here below with the psychic, it may take form and be instructed simultaneously by intercourse with it, and this they declare to be the salt and the light of the world." The union of the spiritual, masculine principle with the feminine, psychic principle is far from being just a fantasy of the Gnostics. It has found an echo in the Assumption of the Virgin, in the union of Tifereth and Malkuth, and in Goethe's "The eternal feminine leads us upward and on." Hippolytus mentions this same view as that of the Sethians. He says, "But when this wave is raised from the water by the wind and made pregnant in its nature, and has received within itself the reproductive power of the feminine, it retains the light scattered from on high together with the fragrance of the spirit, and that is news given shape in various forms. This light is a perfect God, who is brought down from the unbegotten light on high, and from the spirit into man's nature as into a temple, by the power of nature and the movement of the wind. It is engendered from the water, and commingled and mixed with the bodies, as if it were the salt of all created things, and a light of the darkness struggling to be freed from the bodies, and not able to find a way out. For some very small spark of the light is mingled with the fragrance from above." Here follows a corrupt and controversial passage which I pass over. "Therefore every thought and care of the light from above is how and in what way the nous may be delivered from the death of the sinful and dark body, from the Father below, who is the wind which raised up the waves in tumult and terror, and begot Nos his own perfect Son, who is yet not his own Son in substance. For he was a ray of light from on high, from that perfect light overpowered in the dark and terrible, bitter, polluted water, and a shining spirit carried away over the water." This strangely beautiful passage contains pretty well everything that the alchemists endeavored to say about salt. It is the spirit, the turning of the body into light, albedo, the spark of the anima mundi, imprisoned in the dark depths of the sea, and begotten there by the light from above and the reproductive power of the feminine. It should be noted that the alchemists could have known nothing of Hippolytus, as his Philosophumena, long believed lost, was rediscovered only in the middle of the 19th century in a monastery on Mount Athos. Anyone familiar with the spirit of alchemy and the views of the Gnostics and Hippolytus will be struck again and again by their inner affinity. The clue to this passage from the Elenkos and to other similar ones is to be found in the phenomenology of the self. Salt is not a very common dream symbol, but it does appear in the cubic form of a crystal, which in many patients' drawings represents the center and hence the self. Similarly, the quaternary structure of most mandalas reminds one of the sign for salt mentioned earlier. Just as the numerous synonyms and attributes of the lapis stress now one and now another of its aspects, so do the symbols of the self. Apart from its preservative quality, salt has mainly the metaphorical meaning of sapientia. With regard to this aspect, the Tractatus Aureus states, It is said in the mystic language of our sages, "He who works without salt will never raise dead bodies. He who works without salt draws a bow without a string." For you must know that these sayings refer to a very different kind of salt from the common mineral. Sometimes they call the medicine itself salt. These words are ambiguous. Here salt means wit as well as wisdom. As to the importance of salt in the Opus, Johannes Gracius says of the arcane substance, "And this is the lead of the philosophers, which they also call the lead of the air. In it is found the shining white dove, named the salt of the metals, wherein is the whole majesty of the work. This dove is the pure, chaste, wise, and rich Queen of Sheba." Here salt, arcane substance, the paradoxical lead of the air, the white dove, spiritus sapientia, wisdom, and femininity appear in one figure. The saying from the Gloria Mundi is quite clear. No man can understand this art who does not know the salt and its preparation. For the aquarium sapientum, the sal sapienti comes from the aqua benedicta or aqua pontica, which, itself an extract, is named heart, soul, and spirit. At first the aqua is contained in the prima materia and is of a blood-red color, but after its preparation it becomes of a bright, clear, transparent white, and is called by the sages the salt of wisdom. Kunrath boldly summarizes these statements about the salt when he says, "Our water cannot be made without the salt of wisdom, for it is the salt of wisdom itself, say the philosophers. A fire and a salt fire, the true living universal menstruum. Without salt the work has no success." Elsewhere he remarks, "Not without good reason has salt been adorned by the wise with the name of wisdom. Salt is the lapis, a mystery to be hidden." Vigenerus says that the Redeemer chose his disciples, that they might be the salt of men and proclaim to them the pure and incorruptible doctrine of the gospel. He reports the Kabbalists as saying that the computatio of the Hebrew word for salt, melach, gives the number 78. This number could be divided by any divisor and still give a word that referred to the divine name. We will not pursue the inferences he draws from this, but will only note that for all those reasons salt was used for the service of God in all offerings and sacrifices. Glauber calls Christ the sal sapientiae and says that his favorite disciple John was salted with the salt of wisdom. Apart from its lunar wetness and its terrestrial nature, the most outstanding properties of salt are bitterness and wisdom. As in the double quaternio of the elements and qualities, earth and water have coldness in common, so bitterness and wisdom would form a pair of opposites with a third thing between. See diagram on facing page. The factor common to both, however incommensurable the two ideas may seem, is psychologically the function of feeling. Tears, sorrow, and disappointment are bitter, but wisdom is the comforter in all psychic suffering. Indeed, bitterness and wisdom form a pair of alternatives. Where there is bitterness, wisdom is lacking, and where wisdom is there can be no bitterness. Salt, as the carrier of this fateful alternative, is coordinated with the nature of woman. The masculine, solar nature in the right half of the quaternio knows neither coldness nor a shadow, nor heaviness, melancholy, etc., because, so long as all goes well, it identifies as closely as possible with consciousness, and that as a rule is the idea which one has of oneself. In this idea the shadow is usually missing, first because nobody likes to admit to any inferiority, and second because logic forbids something white to be called black. A good man has good qualities, and only the bad man has bad qualities. For reasons of prestige, we pass over the shadow in complete silence. A famous example of masculine prejudice is Nietzsche's Superman, who scorns compassion and fights against the ugliest man, the ordinary man that everyone is. The shadow must not be seen, it must be denied, repressed, or twisted into something quite extraordinary. The sun is always shining, and everything smiles back. There is no room for any prestige-diminishing weakness, so the sol nager is never seen. Only in solitary hours is its presence feared. Things are different with Luna. Every month she is darkened and extinguished. She cannot hide this from anybody, not even from herself. She knows that this same Luna is now bright and now dark. But who has ever heard of a dark sun? We call this quality of Luna woman's closeness to nature, and the fiery brilliance and hot air that plays round the surface of things we like to call the masculine mind. Despite all attempts at denial and obfuscation, there is an unconscious factor, a black sun, which is responsible for the surprisingly common phenomenon of masculine split-mindedness, when the right hand mustn't know what the left is doing. This split in the masculine psyche and the regular darkening of the moon in woman together explain the remarkable fact that the woman is accused of all the darkness in a man, while he himself basks in the thought that he is a veritable fount of vitality and illumination for all the females in his environment. Actually, he would be better advised to shroud the brilliance of his mind in the profoundest doubt. It is not difficult for this type of mind, which besides other things is a great trickster like Mercurius, to admit a host of sins in the most convincing way, and even to combine it with a spurious feeling of ethical superiority without in the least approximating to a genuine insight. This can never be achieved without the participation of feeling, but the intellect admits feeling only when it is convenient. The novelunium of woman is a source of countless disappointments for man, which easily turn to bitterness, though they could equally well be a source of wisdom if they were understood. Naturally, this is possible only if he is prepared to acknowledge his black sun, that is, his shadow. Confirmation of our interpretation of salt as eros, i.e., as a feeling relationship, is found in the fact that the bitterness is the origin of the colors, par. 245. We have only to look at the drawings and paintings of patients who supplement their analysis by active imagination to see that colors are feeling values. Mostly, to begin with, only a pencil or pen is used to make rapid sketches of dreams, sudden ideas, and fantasies. But from a certain moment on, the patients begin to make use of color, and this is generally the moment when merely intellectual interest gives way to emotional participation. Occasionally, the same phenomenon can be observed in dreams, which at such moments are dreamt in color, or a particularly vivid color is insisted upon. Disappointment, always a shock to the feelings, is not only the mother of bitterness, but the strongest incentive to a differentiation of feeling. The failure of a pet plan, the disappointing behavior of someone one loves, can supply the impulse either for a more or less brutal outburst of affect, or for a modification and adjustment of feeling, and hence for its higher development. This culminates in wisdom if feeling is supplemented by reflection and rational insight. Wisdom is never violent. Where wisdom reigns, there is no conflict between thinking and feeling. This interpretation of salt and its qualities prompts us to ask, as in all cases where alchemical statements are involved, whether the alchemists themselves had such thoughts. We know from the literature that they were thoroughly aware of the moral meaning of the amaritudo, and by sapientia they did not mean anything essentially different from what we understand by this word, but how the wisdom comes from the bitterness, and how the bitterness can be the source of the colors. On these points they leave us in the dark. Nor have we any reason to believe that these connections were so self-evident to them that they regarded any explanation as superfluous. If that were so, someone would have been sure to blurt it out. It is much more probable that they simply said these things without any conscious act of cognition. Moreover, the sum of all these statements is seldom or never found consistently formulated in any one author. Rather, one author mentions one thing and another, and it is only by viewing them all together, as we have tried to do here, that we get the whole picture. The alchemists themselves suggest this method, and I must admit that it was their advice which first put me on the track of a psychological interpretation. The Rosarium says one should read from page to page, and other sayings are, he should possess many books, and one book opens another. Yet the complete lack, until the 19th century, of any psychological viewpoint, which even today meets with the grossest misunderstandings, makes it very unlikely that anything resembling a psychological interpretation penetrated into the consciousness of the alchemists. Their moral concepts moved entirely on the plane of synonym and analogy, in a word, of correspondence. Most of their statements spring not from a conscious, but from an unconscious act of thinking, as do dreams, sudden ideas, and fantasies, where again we only find out the meaning afterwards by careful comparison and analysis. But the greatest of all riddles, of course, is the ever-recurring question of what the alchemists really meant by their substances. What, for instance, is the meaning of a sal spirituale? The only possible answer seems to be this. Chemical matter was so completely unknown to them that it instantly became a carrier for projections. Its darkness was so loaded with unconscious contents that a state of participation mystique, or unconscious identity, arose between them and the chemical substance, which caused this substance to behave, at any rate in part, like an unconscious content. Of this relationship, the alchemists had a dim presentiment, enough anyway to enable them to make statements which can only be understood as psychological. Kunrath says, "And the light was made salt, a body of salt, the salt of wisdom." The same author remarks that the point in the midst of the salt corresponds to the Tartarus of the greater world, which is hell. This coincides with the conception of the fire hidden in the salt. Salt must have the paradoxical double nature of the arcane substance. Thus, the Gloria Mundi says that in the salt are two salts, namely sulfur and the radical moisture, the two most potent opposites imaginable, for which reason it was also called the rebus. Vigenerus asserts that salt consists of two substances, since all salts partake of sulfur and quicksilver. These correspond to Kunrath's king and queen, the two waters, red and white. During the work, the salt assumes the appearance of blood. It is certain, says Dorn, that a salt, the natural balsam of the body, is begotten from human blood. It has within it both corruption and preservation against corruption, for in the natural order there is nothing that does not contain as much evil as good. Dorn was a physician, and his remark is characteristic of the empirical standpoint of the alchemists. The dark nature of salt accounts for its blackness and fetid smell. At the dissolution of living bodies, it is the last residue of corruption, but it is the prime agent in generation. Mylius expressly identifies salt with the Ouroboros dragon. We have already mentioned its identification with the Sea of Typhon. Hence one could easily identify it with the sea monster Leviathan. At all events, there is an amusing relationship between salt and the Leviathan in Abraham Eliezer, who says with reference to Job 40:15, "For Behemoth is a wild ox, whom the Most High has salted up with Leviathan and preserved for the world to come, evidently as food for the inhabitants of paradise, or whatever the world to come may mean." Another direful aspect of salt is its relation to the malefic Saturn, as is implied by Grassus in that passage about the white dove and the philosophical lead. Speaking of the identity of sea and salt, Vigenerus points out that the Pythagoreans called the sea the tear of Kronos because of its bitter saltness. On account of its relation to Typhon, salt is also endowed with a murderous quality, as we saw in the chapter on sulfur, where Sal inflicts on sulfur an incurable wound. This offers a curious parallel to Kundry's wounding of Amfortas in Parsifal. In the parable of sulfur, Sal plays the sinister new moon role of Luna. As a natural product, salt contains as much evil as good. As the sea, it is the mother of all things. As the tear of Kronos, it is bitterness and sadness. As the sea spume, it is the scum of Typhon. And as the clear water, it is Sapientia herself. The Gloria Mundi says that the aqua permanens is a very limpid water, so bitter as to be quite undrinkable. In a hymn-like invocation, the text continues, "O water of bitter taste, that preservest the elements, O nature of propinquity, that dissolvest nature, O best of natures, which overcomest nature herself, thou art crowned with light and art born, and the quintessence ariseth from thee." This water is like none on earth, with the exception of that fount in Judea, which is named the fount of the Savior or of blessedness. With great efforts and by the grace of God, the philosophers found that noble spring. But the spring is in a place so secret that only a few know of its gushing, and they know not the way to Judea where it might be found. Therefore the philosopher cries out, "O water of harsh and bitter taste, for it is hard and difficult for any man to find that spring." This is an obvious allusion to the arcane nature and moral significance of the water, and it is also evident that it is not the water of grace or the water of the doctrine, but that it springs from the lumen natura. Otherwise, the author would not have emphasized that Judea was in a secret place, for if the Church's teachings were meant, no one would need to find them in a secret place, since they are accessible to everyone. Also, it would be quite incomprehensible why the philosopher should exclaim, "O water, held worthless by all," By reason of its worthlessness and tortuousness, no one can attain perfection in the art or perceive its mighty virtue, for all four elements are, as it were, contained in it. There can be no doubt that this is the aqua permanens or aqua pontica, the primal water which contains the four elements. The psychological equivalent of the chaotic water of the beginning is the unconscious, which the old writers could grasp only in projected form. Just as today most people cannot see the beam in their own eye but are all too well aware of the mote in their brother's. Political propaganda exploits this primitivity and conquers the naive with their own defect. The only defense against this overwhelming danger is recognition of the shadow. The sight of its darkness is itself an illumination, a widening of consciousness through integration of the hitherto unconscious components of the personality. Freud's efforts to bring the shadow to consciousness are the logical and salutary answer to the almost universal unconsciousness and projection proneness of the general public. It is as though Freud, with sure instinct, had sought to avert the danger of nationwide psychic epidemics that threatened Europe. What he did not see was that the confrontation with the shadow is not just a harmless affair that can be settled by reason. The shadow is the primitive who is still alive and active in civilized man, and our civilized reason means nothing to him. He needs to be ruled by a higher authority, such as is found in the great religions. Even when reason triumphed at the beginning of the French Revolution, it was quickly turned into a goddess and enthroned in Notre Dame. The shadow exerts a dangerous fascination which can be countered only by another fascinosum. It cannot be got at by reason, even in the most rational person, but only by illumination of a degree and kind that are equal to the darkness, but are the exact opposite of enlightenment. For what we call rational is everything that seems fitting to the man in the street, and the question then arises whether this fitness may not in the end prove to be irrational in the bad sense of the word. Sometimes, even with the best intentions, this dilemma cannot be solved. This is the moment when the primitive trusts himself to a higher authority and to a decision beyond his comprehension. The civilized man, in his closed-in environment, functions in a fitting and appropriate manner, that is, rationally. But if, because of some apparently insoluble dilemma, he gets outside the confines of civilization, he becomes a primitive again. Then he has irrational ideas and acts on hunches. Then he no longer thinks but it thinks in him. Then he needs magical practices in order to gain a feeling of security. Then the latent autonomy of the unconscious becomes active and begins to manifest itself as it has always done in the past. The good tidings announced by alchemy are that, as once a fountain sprang up in Judea, so now there is a secret Judea the way to which is not easily found, and a hidden spring whose waters seem so worthless and so bitter that they are deemed of no use at all. We know from numerous hints that man's inner life is the secret place where the aqua solvens et coagulans, the medicina catholica or panacea, the spark of the light of nature, are to be found. Our text shows us how much the alchemists put their art on the level of divine revelation and regarded it as at least an essential complement to the work of redemption. True, only a few of them were the elect who formed the golden chain linking earth to heaven, but still they were the fathers of natural science today. They were the unwitting instigators of the schism between faith and knowledge, and it was they who made the world conscious that the revelation was neither complete nor final. Since these things are so, says an ecclesiastic of the 17th century, it will suffice, after the light of faith, for human ingenuity to recognize, as it were, the refracted rays of the divine majesty in the world and in created things. The refracted rays correspond to the certain luminosity which the alchemists said was inherent in the natural world. Revelation conveys general truths which often do not illuminate the individual's actual situation in the slightest, nor was it traditional revelation that gave us the microscope and the machine. And since human life is not enacted exclusively, or even to a noticeable degree, on the plane of the higher verities, the source of knowledge unlocked by the old alchemists and physicians has done humanity a great and welcome service, so great that for many people the light of revelation has been extinguished altogether. Within the confines of civilization, man's willful rationality apparently suffices. Outside of this shines, or should shine, the light of faith. But where the darkness comprehendeth it not, this being the prerogative of darkness. Those laboring in the darkness must try to accomplish an opus that will cause the fish's eyes to shine in the depths of the sea, or to catch the refracted rays of the divine majesty, even though this produces a light which the darkness, as usual, does not comprehend. But when there is a light in the darkness which comprehends the darkness, darkness no longer prevails. The longing of the darkness for light is fulfilled only when the light can no longer be rationally explained by the darkness. For the darkness has its own peculiar intellect and its own logic, which should be taken very seriously. Only the light which the darkness comprehendeth not can illuminate the darkness. Everything that the darkness thinks, grasps, and comprehends by itself is dark. Therefore it is illuminated only by what, to it, is unexpected, unwanted, and incomprehensible. The psychotherapeutic method of active imagination offers excellent examples of this. Sometimes a numinous dream or some external event will have the same effect. Alchemy announced a source of knowledge, parallel if not equivalent to revelation, which yields a bitter water by no means acceptable to our human judgment. It is harsh and bitter, or like vinegar, for it is a bitter thing to accept the darkness and blackness of the umbra solis and to pass through this valley of the shadow. It is bitter indeed to discover behind one's lofty ideals narrow, fanatical convictions, all the more cherished for that, and behind one's heroic pretensions nothing but crude egotism, infantile greed, and complacency. This painful corrective is an unavoidable stage in every psychotherapeutic process. As the alchemists said, it begins with the negredo, or generates it as the indispensable prerequisite for synthesis. For unless the opposites are constellated and brought to consciousness, they can never be united. Freud halted the process at the reduction to the inferior half of the personality and tended to overlook the demonic dangerousness of the dark side, which by no means consists only of relatively harmless infantilisms. Man is neither so reasonable nor so good that he can cope eo ipso with evil. The darkness can quite well engulf him, especially when he finds himself with those of like mind. Mass-mindedness increases unconsciousness, and then the evil swells like an avalanche, as contemporary events have shown. Even so, society can also work for good. It is even necessary because of the moral weakness of most human beings, who to maintain themselves at all must have some external good to cling on to. The great religions are psychotherapeutic systems that give a foothold to all those who cannot stand by themselves, and they are in the overwhelming majority. In spite of their undoubtedly heretical methods, the alchemists showed by their positive attitude to the Church that they were cleverer than certain modern apostles of enlightenment. Also, very much in contrast to the rationalistic tendencies of today, they displayed, despite its tortuousness, a remarkable understanding of the imagery upon which the Christian cosmos is built. This world of images, in its historical form, is irretrievably lost to modern man. Its loss has spiritually impoverished the masses and compelled them to find pitiful substitutes, as poisonous as they are worthless. No one can be held responsible for this development. It is due rather to the restless tempo of spiritual growth and change, whose motive forces go far beyond the horizon of the individual. He can only hope to keep pace with it and try to understand it so far that he is not blindly swallowed up by it. For that is the alarming thing about mass movements, even if they are good, that they demand and must demand blind faith. The Church can never explain the truth of her images because she acknowledges no point of view but her own. She moves solely within the framework of her images, and her arguments must always beg the question. The flock of harmless sheep was ever the symbolic prototype of the credulous crowd, though the Church is quick to recognize the wolves in sheep's clothing who lead the faith of the multitude astray in order to destroy them. The tragedy is that the blind trust which leads to perdition is practiced just as much inside the Church and is praised as the highest virtue. Yet our Lord says, "Be ye therefore wise as serpents," and the Bible itself stresses the cleverness and cunning of the serpent. But where are these necessary, if not altogether praiseworthy qualities developed and given their due? The serpent has become a byword for everything morally abhorrent, and yet anyone who is not as smart as a snake is liable to land himself in trouble through blind faith. The alchemists knew about the snake and the cold half of nature, and they said enough to make it clear to their successors that they endeavored by their art to lead that serpentine new of the darkness, the serpens mercurialis, through the stages of transformation to the goal of perfection, telesmus. The more or less symbolical or projected integration of the unconscious that went hand in hand with this evidently had so many favorable effects that the alchemists felt encouraged to express a tempered optimism.